Section 31 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne, Section 31. On another occasion I had been telling another of Ardeshir's assistants, named Iran, about the Englishman at Shiraz who had turned Mohammedan. I think he is sorry for it now, I concluded, for he has cut himself off from his own people, and is regarded with suspicion or contempt by many of the Musulmans, who keep a sharp watch over him to see that he punctually discharges all the duties laid upon him by the religion of Islam. I wish him well out of it, and hope that he may succeed in his plan of returning to his home and his aged mother, but I misdoubt it. I think he wished to join himself to me and come here, that he might proceed homewards by way of Mashhad, but I was not very desirous of his company. It is quite true, replied Iran, that a bad companion is worse than none, for, as Sa'di says, it is better to go barefoot than with tight shoes. Yet, if you will not take it amiss, would you not do well, if you return to Shiraz, to take this man with you, and to bring him, and if possible his Mohammedan wife also, to England? This would assuredly be a good action. He would return to the faith he has renounced, and his wife also might become a Christian. They and their children after them would be gained to your religion, and yours would be the merit. Often it happens that one of us Zoroastrians, either through mere ignorance and heedlessness, or because he is in love with a Mohammedan girl whom he cannot otherwise win, renounces the faith of his fathers and embraces Islam. Such not unfrequently repent of their action, and in this case we supply them with money to take them to Bombay, where they can return, without the danger which they would incur here, to their former faith. Often their Mohammedan wives also adopt the Zoroastrian religion, and thus a whole family is won over to our creed. I was not aware, I remarked, that it was possible under any circumstances for one not born a Zoroastrian to become one. Do you consent to receive back a renegade after any lapse of time? No, answered Iran, not after 6 months or so, for if they remain Musulmans for longer than this, their hearts are turned black and incurably infected by the law of Islam, and we cannot then receive them back amongst us. Of the English, towards whom they look as their natural protectors, the Persian Zoroastrians have a very high opinion, though several of them, and especially Dastur Tirandaz, deplored the supineness of the English government and the apathy with which it regards the hand stretched out to it for help. You do not realize, said they, what a shield and protection the English name is, else you would surely not grudge it to poor unfortunates for whom no one cares, and who, in any time of disturbance, are liable to be killed or plundered without redress. After my return to England, I, and I think Lieutenant Vaughan also, made certain representations to the Foreign Office, which I believe were not ineffectual, for, as I subsequently learned, a Zoroastrian had been appointed British agent in Yazd. This was what the Zoroastrians so earnestly desired, for they believed that the British flag would protect their community even in times of the gravest danger. Although the Zoroastrian women do not veil their faces and are not subjected to the restrictions imposed on their Mohammedan sisters, I naturally saw but little of them. Twice, however, parties of Gubra girls came to the garden to gaze in amused wonder at the Firangi stranger. Those composing the first party were, I believe, related to Ardashir, and were accompanied by 2 men. The second party introduced by old Jamshid the gardener, who did the honours and metaphorically stirred me up with a long pole to exhibit me to better advantage, consisted of young girls, 1 or 2 of whom were extremely pretty. These conducted themselves less sedately, and, to judge by their rippling laughter, found no little amusement in the spectacle. Old Dastur Tirandaz was to me one of the most interesting, because one of the most thoroughgoing and least sophisticated of the Zoroastrians. He appeared to be in high favour with the governor, Prince Imad-ud-Dawleh, from whom he was continually bringing messages of goodwill to me. In 3 of the 4 visits which I paid to the prince he bore me company, standing outside in the courtyard while I sat within. My first visit was paid the morning after I had received the lamb and the tray of sweetmeats, wherewith the prince, on the representations of the Dastur already described, was graciously pleased to mark his sense of my distinction. Accompanied by the prince's pish khidmat, or page-in-waiting, an intolerably conceited youth, and several farrashes who had been sent to form my escort, we walked to the government house, which was situated at the other end of the town, by the Arg or citadel. The Dastur, who walked by my side, was greatly troubled that I had not a horse or attendants of my own, and seemed to think that my apparel, which indeed was somewhat the worse for wear, was hardly equal to the occasion. As I preferred walking to riding, and as I had not come to Yezd to see princes or to indulge in ostentatious parade, these considerations did not affect me in the least, except that I was rather annoyed by the persistence with which the Dastur repeated to the Prince Governor that I had come chapar, by post-horses, from Shiraz, with only such effects as were absolutely necessary, and that a telegram must be sent to Shiraz to have my baggage forwarded with all speed to Yezd. The prince, however, was very good-natured and treated me with the greatest kindness, inquiring especially as to the books on philosophy and mysticism which I had read and bought. I mentioned several, and he expressed high approval of the selection which I had made, especially commending the Lawa'ih of Jami, Lahiji's commentary on the Gulshan-i-Raz, and Jami's Ashi'atul Lama'at, or commentary on the Lama'at of Iraqi. Of Haji Mullah Hadi's Asrarul Hikam, on the other hand, he did not appear to have a very high opinion. He further questioned me as to my plans for the future, and, on learning that I proposed to proceed to Kirman, promised to give me a letter of recommendation to Prince Nasr-ud-Dawleh, the governor of that place, and also, to my consternation, expressed his intention of sending an escort with me. I was accompanied back to the garden by the farrashes, to whom I had given a present of 2 tomans, about 13 shillings. The prince's attentions, though kindly meant, were in truth somewhat irksome. 2 days after the visit above described, he sent his conceited pish khidmat to inquire after my health, and to ask me whether I had need of anything, and when I intended to visit a certain waterfall near the Shir Kuh, which he declared I must certainly see before quitting his territories. For the moment I escaped in polite ambiguities, but 2 days later the pish khidmat again came with a request that, as Ramazan was close at hand, I would at once return with him to the government house, as the prince wished to see me ere the fast, with the derangement of ordinary business consequent on it, began. I had no resource but to comply, and after giving the pish khidmat tea, which he drank critically, I again set out with him, the Dastur, and the inevitable farrashes for the prince's residence. On leaving the palace shortly before sunset, the Dastur mysteriously asked me whether, if I were in no particular hurry to get home, he might instruct the farrashes to take a more devious route through the bazaars. I consented, without at first being able to divine his object, which was no doubt to show the Musulmans of Yezd that I, the Firangi, was held in honour by the prince, and that he, the fire priest, was on the most friendly and intimate terms with me. After this visit I enjoyed a period of repose, for which, as I imagine, I was indebted to the fast of Ramazan. The Zoroastrians, of course, like myself, were unaffected by this, and so was my servant Haji Safar, who came to me on the eve of the fast to know what his duty in the matter might be. He explained that travellers were exempt from the obligation of fasting, provided they made good the omission at some future date, but that if I could promise to remain at Yezd for 10 clear days of Ramazan, he could fast for those 10 days, postponing the remainder of his fast till some more convenient time. It was of no use, he added, to begin fasting unless he could reckon on 10 consecutive days, a shorter period than this not entering into computation. I declined to bind myself by any such promise, feeling pretty sure that Haji Safar would not be sorry for an excuse to postpone the period of privation till the season of short days, and so, though it was not till Ramazan 13th that I actually quitted Yezd, he continued to pursue the ordinary tenor of his life. Amongst the minor annoyances which served to remind me that even Yezd was not without its drawbacks were the periodical appearances in my room of scorpions and tarantulas, both of which abound in the dry sandy soil of this part of Persia. Of these noxious animals, the latter were to me the most repulsive, from the horrible nimbleness of their movements, the hideous half-transparent greyness of their bodies, and the hairiness of their legs and venomous mandibles. I had seen 1 or 2 in the caravansaray where I first alighted, but on removing to the clean and tidy house of Ardashir's garden, hoped that I had done with them. I was soon undeceived, for as I sat at supper the day after my arrival, I saw to my disgust a very large one of singularly aggressive appearance sitting on the wall about 3 feet above the floor. I approached it with a slipper, intending to slay it, but it appeared to divine my intentions, rushed up the wall and half across the ceiling with incredible speed, dropped at my feet, and made straight for the window, crossing in its course the pyramid of sweetmeats sent to me by the prince, over which its horny legs rattled with a loathsome clearness which almost turned me sick. This habit of dropping from the ceiling is one of the tarantula's many unpleasant characteristics, and the Persians, who call it rotail or khayigaz, believe that it can only bite while descending. Its bite is generally said to be hardly less serious than that of the scorpion, but Ardashir assured me that people were seldom bitten by it, and that he had never known its wound prove fatal. The Yazdis, at all events, regarded its presence with much more equanimity than I did, and the Kalantar or mayor of the Zoroastrians displayed no alarm when a large specimen was observed sitting on the ceiling almost exactly over his head. The Prince Governor manifested somewhat more disgust when a tarantula made its appearance in his reception room one evening when I had gone to visit him, but then he was not a Yazdi. As regards scorpions, I killed a small whitish one in my room shortly after I had missed my first tarantula. A day or 2 afterwards old Jamshid the gardener brought me up another which he had just killed in the garden, and seized the occasion to give me a sort of lecture on noxious insects. The black woodlouse-like animal which I had slain at Chahbegi he declared to have been a susmaur, though this word is generally supposed to mean a lizard. Having discussed this, he touched briefly on the tirmar, earwig, sad pau, centipede, and hazar pau, millipede, concluding with the interesting statement that in every ant-hill of the large black ants 2 large black scorpions live. I suggested that we should dig up an ant-hill and see if it were so, but he declined to be a party to any such undertaking, seeming to consider that such a procedure would be in very indifferent taste. "As long as the scorpions stay inside," said he, "we have no right to molest them, and to do so is to incur ill luck." So my curiosity remained unsatisfied. Old Jamshid was very particular in the observance of his religious duties, and I constantly heard him muttering his prayers under my window in that peculiar droning tone which so impressed the Arabs that they invented a special word for it. Ardashir, who had seen the world and imbibed latitudinarian ideas, affected to regard this performance with a good-natured contempt, which he extended to many of the Dastur's cherished convictions. One day, for instance, mention was made of ghouls and other supernatural beings. "Tush," said Ardashir, "there are no such things." "No such things!" exclaimed the Dastur. "Why, I have seen one myself." "No, no," rejoined Ardashir, "you saw a man or a mule or some other animal in the gloaming, and, deceived by the half-light, the solitude, or your own fears, supposed it to be a ghoul." Here I interposed, begging the Dastur to narrate his experience, which he readily consented to do. "I was riding back from Taft to the city one evening," said he, "when, nearly opposite our dakhme, I lost my way. As I was casting about to discover the path, I suddenly saw a light before me on the right. I thought it must come from the village of Qasimabad, and was preparing to make for it, when it suddenly shifted to my left hand and began to approach me. It drew quite near, and then I saw a creature like a wild pig, in front of which flitted a light like a large lantern. I was horribly frightened, but I repeated a prayer out of the Desatir, whereupon the thing vanished. It soon reappeared, however, this time in the form of a mule, preceded by a man bearing a lantern, and thus addressed me: 'Ey Adamizad, inja che mikoni?' O son of man, what dost thou here?" I replied that I had lost my way. Thereupon it pointed out a path, which, as it assured me, would lead me to the city. I followed this path for some distance, but it only led me farther out of my way, until at last I reached a village where I found some of our own people. These set me in the right road, and would have borne me company to the city, but I would not suffer them to do so, believing that I should have no further difficulty. On reaching a bridge hard by the city, I again saw the creature waiting for me by the roadside. It again strove to mislead me, but this time I paid no heed to it, and, pushing past it, reached my house in safety. Its object was to lead me into some desolate spot and there destroy me in the manner of the ghouls. After this experience you will understand that I am firmly convinced of the existence of these creatures." I was not so much troubled at Yazd by applications for medical advice and treatment as I had feared, partly because, after my experiences at Dehbid and Gloucestershire Down, I had forbidden Haji Safar and Baba Khan to say a word about my having any medical knowledge, and partly because Ardashir would not suffer strangers of whom he knew nothing to come to his garden to see me. Once, however, when I was sitting talking to Bahman and Iran in Ardashir's office, situated on the ground floor of one of the chief caravansarais in the city, a crowd of people assembled outside to stare at me, from which a Seyyed presently disengaged himself and asked me whether I would cure him of an enlarged spleen. I asked him how he knew that it was his spleen that was affected. He replied that the Persian doctors had told him so. What the Persian doctors can diagnose, can they not treat? I inquired. Yes, he replied, they can, but they prescribe only two remedies, shirab and zahrab, wine and urine, of which one is unlawful and the other disgusting. I finally told him that I could not undertake to treat him without first examining him, and that if he wished this he must come and see me in Ardashir's garden. He never came, however, or if he did, he was not admitted. The Zoroastrians are, as a rule, good gardeners, and have some skill in the use of simples. From Ardashir and his gardener Jamshid I learned the names and supposed properties of many plants which grew in the garden. Unfortunately, the little botanical knowledge I ever possessed had grown so rusty by long disuse that I often was unable to supply the English name, or even to refer the plant to its proper order. However, I give the following list as a contribution towards a better knowledge of the Persian nomenclature: pudane, or pudanak, kaosni, accounted cool and good for the liver. From it is prepared a spirit called araq kosmi. Torb, radish. Gavgoosh, fighting cock. Oftob gardan, or gole khorshid, sunflower. Bidanjir, or bidangir, castor oil plant. Rozdane, fennel, said to be an analgesic. Yunje, clover. Tare, a small plant resembling garlic and with a similar smell, said to be good for hemorrhoids. Shah tare, accounted hot and moist. A decoction of it, taken in the morning on an empty stomach, is said to be good for indigestion and disorders of the stomach. Shavij, a hot umbelliferous plant with a yellow blossom. Gashnij, a cold umbelliferous plant with a white flower. Chogandar, beetroot. Gole khatmi, hollyhock. Kalam, cabbage, called by the Gubras in their dialect komni. Esfinaj, spinach. Kahu, lettuce. Kaduje, ragged robin or campion. Qaranfel, passion flower. I have alluded to the dialect spoken amongst themselves by the Zoroastrians of Persia, and by them called Dari. This term has been objected to by M. Clement Wart, who has published in the Journal Asiatique several valuable papers on certain Persian dialects, which he classes together under the name of Pahlavi Musulman, and regards as the descendants of the ancient Median language preserved to us in the Avesta. The chief ground of his objection is that the description of the Dari dialect given in the prolegomena of several standard Persian dictionaries does not at all agree with the so-called Dari spoken by the Gubras of Yazd and Kerman. Personally, I confess that I attach but little importance to the evidence of the Persian lexicographers in this matter, seeing that it is the rarest thing for an educated Persian to take any interest in local dialects, or even to recognize their philological importance, and I shall therefore continue provisionally to call the dialect in question by the name given to it by those who speak it. That it is closely allied to the Gohrudi, Kaushani, Sivandi, Lori, and other dialects spoken in remote and isolated districts of Persia, and generically termed by the Persians Furs-i Qadim, Old Persian, is, however, not to be doubted. This Dari dialect is only used by the Gubras amongst themselves, and all of them, so far as I know, speak Persian as well. When they speak their own dialect, even a Yazdi Musalman cannot understand what they are saying, or can only understand it very imperfectly. It is for this reason that the Zoroastrians cherish their Dari, and are somewhat unwilling to teach it to a stranger. I once remarked to Ardashir what a pity it was that they did not commit it to writing. He replied that there had at one time been some talk of translating the Golestan into Dari, but that they had decided that it was inexpedient to facilitate the acquisition of their idiom to non-Zoroastrians. To me they were as a rule ready enough to impart information about it, though when I tried to get old Jamshid the gardener to tell me more about it, he excused himself, saying that a knowledge of it could be of no possible use to me. The following is a list of the Dari words and phrases which I collected at Yazd. Hamushtudwun, to arise, shortened in speaking to hamushtun. Imperative, hamusht. Present tense, 1. Hamushtude, or hamushtudem. 2. Hamushtudi. 3. Hamushtud. First plural, hamushtudim. Second plural, hamushtudid. Third plural, hamushtudand. Wotwun, to say. Imperative, viva. Past tense, omvut, udvut, or tadvut. Oshvut or inoshvut. Plural, mavut or mavut, dovut, shovut. Don't talk. Vuj chemaku. Che means chod, self. Maku, makon, do not do or make. Groftun, to take. Ashnuftan, to hear. Didwun, to see. Kushtwun, to strike. Vinodwun, to throw. Turn, literally throw the water into that channel. Wo de oju veven. Wo, water. De, to, into. Or, that. Noshte, or noshtem. I sat. Second singular, noshti. Third singular, nosht. First plural, monoshtun. Imperative, second singular, unique. Second plural, unigit. Veshu, go. Koishi, whither goest thou? Hamashtun vashim, let us arise and go. Ma veshim, let us go. Veshu, go down. Shuma gavshit, do you go down? Meu veshe, I want to go. Biu, come. Muneu, come here. Mebu, may I come? Omuda vebu, be ready. Woe, water. Dumined, arag, spirit, so called, they say, because it distills from the end of the pipe. Domenei, kilowel, wine, said to be onomatopoeic, from the noise it makes as it is poured out of the bottle. Waqti kilowel davarta, the time for wine has passed. Gaf, talk. Gaf zadan, to talk. Bauz, a bee. Rujgorat nyok, good day. Those who desire fuller information about this interesting dialect, which well deserves a more careful and systematic study than it has yet received, may consult General Hotum Schindler's admirable paper on the Zoroastrians of Persia, Die Parsen in Persien, ihre Sprache, etc., in volume 36 of the Zeitschrift der Deutschen Morgenländischen Gesellschaft, pages 54 to 88. Ferdinand Justi's article in volume 35 of the same periodical, pages 327 to 414, Béracine's Dialectes Persans, Kazan, 1853, and the articles of M. Wart in series 8 of the Journal Asiatique, volume 6, page 502, volume 11, page 298, volume 14, page 534. In this connection I may also cite a verse written in the Kaushani dialect by a Kaushi who wished to take off The slang expression for to take a person off, in the sense of to make fun of or mimic him, is توی کوک کسی رفتن. Kook kardan means to wind up a watch. Applied to a person it means to rile, put in a passion. I riled him and he got in a wax is in Persian slang کوکش کردم و به آسمان رفت. I wound him up and he went up to the sky. The speech of his fellow townsman. پس خون و پیش خون که پر بفر بید شبه ندارد که زمیستون رسید کیسه سحبون به ته سلط نه بیق زدند نوبت همون رسید. Now that the front yard and backyard are full of snow, there is no doubt that winter has come. Put the soap bag in the bottom of the basket. They are blowing the horn. The time for the bath has come. While I am on the subject of these linguistic curiosities, I may as well mention a method of secret communication sometimes employed in Persia, the nature and applications of which were explained to me by my Erevani friend a few days before his departure for Mashhad. Some of my readers, as have studied Arabic, Persian, Turkish, or Hindustani, will know that besides the ordinary arrangement of the letters of the Arabic alphabet, there is another arrangement called the abjad, from the four letters Alef, Ba, Jim, Dal, which begin it, representing a much older order. The order of the letters in the abjad is expressed by the following series of meaningless words, consisting of groups of 3 or 4 letters each, supplied with vowel points to render them pronounceable. Abjad, Havaz, Hoti, Kalaman, Sa'fas, Qarashat, Sakhaz, Zazaqa. In this order each has a numerical value. Aleph 1, Ba 2, Jim 3, Dal 4, and so on up to Ya 10. Then come the other tens, Kaf 20, Lam 30, and so on up to Qaf 100. Then the other hundreds up to the Qain 1000. The manner in which, by means of this abjad, words and sentences may be made to express dates is familiar to all students of these languages, and I will therefore only give as a specimen, for the benefit of the general reader, the rather ingenious chronogram for the death of the poet Jami, premising that he was a native of the province of Khurasan, that smoke or smoke of the heart is a poetical form for the sighs, and that to come up from, in the case of a number, means to be subtracted from. This then is the chronogram. Dud az Khurasan bar amad. Smoke, sighs, arose from Khurasan. Or Dud, Dal 4, Vav 6, Dal 4, total 14, came up, that is, was subtracted from Khurasan. Kha 600, Ra 200, Alif 1, Sin 60, Alif 1, Noon 50, total 912. Taking 14 from 912, we get the date of Jami's death, AH 898, AD 1492. The method of secret communication above alluded to consists in indicating first the word of the abjad to which the letter to be spelt out occurs, then its position in that word. In communicating by raps, a double rap knocks off each word of the abjad, while on reaching the word in which the desired letter occurs, its position in that word is indicated by the requisite number of single raps. An instance will make this clear. It is desired to ask, Nam to chist? What is thy name? The letters which spell out this message are Nun, Aleph, Mim, Ta, Vav, Jim for Chim, Ya, Sin, Ta. Nun is in the fourth word of the abjad, and is the fourth letter of that word, Kalaman. It is therefore indicated by 3 double raps, removing or knocking off the 3 first words, abjad, havaz, hoti, and thus bringing us to the next word, Kalaman, followed by 4 single raps, showing that it is the fourth letter in that word. the remaining letters are expressed in similar fashion, so that if we represent double raps by dashes and single raps by dots, the whole message will run as follows: double rap, double rap, double rap, single rap, single rap, single rap, single rap, noon, single rap, alif, double rap, double rap, double rap, single rap, single rap, single rap, meme, double rap, double rap, double rap, double rap, double rap, single rap, single rap, single rap, single rap, tal, double rap, single rap, single rap, valve, single rap, single rap, single rap, cheem or jeem, double rap, single rap, single rap, single rap, yal, double rap, double rap, double rap, double rap, single rap, scene, double rap, double rap, double rap, double rap, double rap, single rap, single rap, single rap, single rap, tal. Messages can be similarly communicated by a person smoking the kalyan or water pipe to his accomplice or partner without the knowledge of the uninitiated. In this case a long pull at the pipe is substituted for the double rap, and a short pull for the single rap. Pulling the mustache or stroking the neck, face or collar, right side for words, left side for letters, is also resorted to convert the system from an auditory into a visual one. It is expressed in writing in a similar fashion, each letter being represented by an upright stroke, with ascending branches on the right for the words and on the left for the letters. This writing is called, from the appearance of the letters, khat sarvi, cypress writing, or khat shajari, tree writing. In this character, written in the usual way, from right to left, the sentence we took above, Name to chist, will stand as follows. The mention of enigmatic writings reminds me of a matter which I omitted to speak of in its proper place. I mean the Pahlavi and Zend manuscripts preserved in the fire temples of Yazd. Although I knew that Yazd had long since been ransacked for such treasures, and that, even should any old manuscripts remain, it would be impossible to do more than examine them, a task which I, who knew no Pahlavi and only the merest rudiments of Zend, was but little qualified to undertake, I naturally did not omit to make inquiries on the subject of the Dastur and Ardashir. As I expected, most of the manuscripts, especially the older and more valuable ones, had been sent to the Parsis of Bombay, so as to be safe from the outbursts of Mohammedan fanaticism to which the Zoroastrians of Yazd are always liable. But in one of the fire temples I was shown two manuscripts of the sacred books, the older of which was, by the kindness of the Dastur, lent to me during the remainder of my stay at Yazd, so that I was enabled to examine it thoroughly. This manuscript, a large volume of 294 leaves, contained, so far as I could make out, the whole of the Vendi Daud, with interspersed Pahlavi translation and commentary written in red, the headings of the chapter being also in red, and the Avesta text in black. On page 158 was inscribed a Persian poem of 59 couplets, wherein the transcriber Bahram, the son of Marzaban, the son of Feridun, the son of Bahram, details the circumstances of his life and the considerations which led him to undertake the transcription of the sacred volume. From this it appeared that when the aforesaid Bahram was 13 years of age, his father, Marzaban Feridun, left his country, presumably Yazd, and, at the command of the reigning king, settled in Qazvin. After a while he went to Khurasan, and thence to Kerman, where he died at the age of 57. The death of his father turned Bahram's thoughts to his religion, which he began to study diligently with all such as could teach him anything about it. At the age of 16 he seems to have transcribed the Yashts, and at the age of 20 he commenced the transcription of the Vendi Daud, of which he completed the first half, as stated in the verses cited on pages 377 to 8 supra, on the 14th day of the month of Amordad, AY 977. On the page facing that whereon this poem is written are inscribed the dates of the deaths of a number of Zoroastrians, belonging probably to the family of the transcriber, beginning with Bahram's father, Marzaban Feridun, who died on the day of Varahram, Bahram, in the month of Farvardin, AY 970. The last date is AY 1069. The writing of the manuscript is large, clear, and legible, and it bears throughout the signs of careful work. One side of page 29 is occupied by a diagram indicating, I believe, the successive positions in which the officiating priest, or mobad, must stand in relation to the fire altar while performing some of the ceremonies connected with the Homa sacrifice. This sacred plant, the Homa, or as it is now called, is found in the mountains about Yazd, but I could not succeed in obtaining or even in seeing a specimen while I was there. After my return to Cambridge, however, the Dastur kindly sent me some of the seeds and stalks of it packed in a tin box. I gave some of the former to the Cambridge Botanical Gardens. Unfortunately, they did not grow up, but they were identified by Mr. Lynch, the curator, as a species of ephedra. Near the end of the volume I found the following short prayer in Persian: شکست و زد باد اهریمن دروند کج اوا هما دیوان و درو جان و جادوان. Defeated and smitten be Ahriman the outcast, the froward, with all the demons and fiends and warlocks. Some of the original leaves of the manuscript had been lost, and replaced by new ones, written in a bad hand on common white paper. It is time, however, to leave the Zoroastrians and to say something of the Bahá'ís of Yazd, with whom also I passed many pleasant and profitable hours. But this chapter has already grown so long that what I have to say on this and some other matters had better form the substance of another. End of section 31. End of chapter 13. Yazd. Section 32 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Section 32. Chapter 14. Yazd. Continued. Chand از حکمت یونانیان حکمت ایمانیان را هم بخوان. How long of the wisdom of the Greeks. Study also the wisdom of the people of faith. آن غیب ممتنع که همی گفت لن ترا اینک ترانه گو به جهان آشکار شد. کشف حجاب کرد خداها بشارتی اینک ظهور اعظم پروردگار شد. That unapproachable unseen which was wont to say, Thou shalt not see me, lo, melodious with song, hath appeared in the world. It hath lifted the veil. Good tidings, O gods! Lo, the supreme theophany hath come. In the last chapter I have spoken chiefly of the Zoroastrians. In this I propose to say something concerning my dealings with the Bahá'ís of Yazd, of whom also I saw a good deal. And first of all, a few words are necessary as to the relations subsisting between the votaries of these two religions, the oldest and the newest which Persia has produced. Their relations to one another are of a much more friendly character than are the relations of either of them towards the Muhammadans, and this for several reasons. Both of them are liable to persecution at the hands of the Muhammadans, and so have a certain fellow feeling and sympathy. Both of them are more tolerant towards such as are not of their own faith than the Muhammadans, the Zoroastrians, as already said, regarding the virtuous of the seven climes as their friends, and the Bahá'ís being commanded by Bahá to associate with men of all religions, with spirituality and sweet savour, and to regard no man as unclean by reason of his faith. Moreover, the Bahá'ís recognize Zoroaster as a prophet, though without much enthusiasm, and are at some pains to conciliate and win over his followers to their way of thinking, as instanced by the epistles addressed by Bahá from Acre to certain of their number, while some few at least of the Zoroastrians are not indisposed to recognize in Bahá their expected deliverer, Shah Bahram, who, as Dastur Tirandaz informed me, must appear soon if they were to be rescued from their abasement, and the good religion re-established. The Dastur himself, indeed, would not admit that Bahá could be this promised saviour, who, he said, must come before the next Nowruz, if he were to come at all. But others of his co-religionists were less confident on this point, and in Kerman I met at least one who was, so far as I could ascertain, actually a Bábí. The marked predilection towards the Bábís displayed by Monakji, the late Zoroastrian agent at Tehran, at whose instigation the Tarikh-i Jadid, or New History of the Bab's Manifestation, was written, must also have reacted powerfully on his Zoroastrian brethren. I have already remarked on the hatred with which the Zoroastrians regard the Arabs, and the fact that the Bábí movement was entirely Persian in origin no doubt inclines them to look favourably on it. One of them said as much to me. The Semitic peoples, he added, were comparable to ravening beasts of prey, and the Aryan races to the peaceful and productive animals. An unmodified Semitic religion, he maintained, could never really be acceptable to Aryans. I may here mention a very absurd fiction, which I have more than once heard the Zoroastrians maintain in the presence of Musalmans or Bábís, namely, that Zoroaster was identical with Abraham. The chief argument whereby they seek to establish this thesis is as follows. You recognize 5 Nabiye Mursal, prophets sent with new revealed scriptures, as opposed to prophets merely sent to warn and preach repentance, who are called Nabiye Munzer, say they, to wit Abraham with the Suhuf, leaves, tracts or epistles, Moses with the Torah, Pentateuch, David with the Mazamir, Psalms, Jesus with the Injil, Gospel, and Muhammad with the Qur'an, and you believe that the book of each of these 5 and a remnant of his people shall continue in the world so long as it lasts. Now of each of the last 4, the book and the people exist to our day, but where is the Suhuf of Abraham, and where his followers? Does it not seem probable to you that the Suhuf is our Avesta, that Abraham is but another name for Zoroaster, and that we are his people? As further proof of this contention, Ardashir declared that mention was made of Barahim, who was evidently the same as Ibrahim, Abraham, in the Shahnameh, and I think he strove to connect this word with Brahman and Bahram, for he was capable of much in the way of etymology and comparative philology. I do not suppose that in their hearts many of the Zoroastrians really believe this nonsense, but it has always been a great object with them to get themselves included among the Ahlul Kitab, or people to whom a revealed book recognized by the Mohammedans has been vouchsafed, inasmuch as these enjoy many privileges denied to the pagan and idolater. My first introduction to the Bahá'ís of Yazd I have already described. The morning after I had taken up my quarters in Ardashir's garden, I received a message from Haji Sayyid M. about 6 a.m, inviting me to take my early tea in a garden of his situated close at hand. Thither I at once repaired, and after a while found myself alone with the Bābī poet Andalib. "How was it," he began, "that the Jews, although in expectation of their Messiah, failed to recognize him in the Lord Jesus?" "Because," I answered, "they looked only at the letter and not the spirit of their books, and had formed a false conception of the Messiah and his advent." "May not you Christians have done the same," he continued, "with regard to him whose advent you expect, the promised Comforter? May he not have come while you continue heedless? Within a few miles of Acre is a monastery of Carmelite monks, who have taken up their abode there to await the return of Christ, because their books tell them that he will return there. He has returned there, almost at their very door, yet they recognize him not, but continue gazing up to heaven, whence, as they vainly suppose, he will descend. Consider the parable of the Lord of the vineyard," he resumed after a while, "which is contained in your gospel. First, he sent servants to demand his rights from those wicked men to whom the vineyard was let. These were the prophets before Christ. Then he sent his own son, whom they killed. This was Christ himself, as you yourselves admit. And after that, what shall the Lord of the vineyard do? He will come and destroy the husbandman, and will give the vineyard unto others." Mark 12:9. Do you then regard Bahá as the Lord of the vineyard, that is to say, as God himself? I inquired in astonishment. "What say your own books?" he replied. "Who is he who shall come after the Son?" "Well, but what then say you of Muhammad?" I demanded. "For if you accept this parable and interpret it thus, there is no place left for him, since he comes after the Son and before the Lord of the vineyard." "He was a messenger sent to announce the advent of the Lord of the vineyard," replied Andalib. "Then," said I, "he was less than the Son." "Yes," answered Andalib, "he was." He then spoke of other matters, of the devotion of the youth Badi, who came on foot from Acre to Teheran, there to meet a cruel death, with Bahá's letter to Nasiru'd-Din Shah, of the martyrs of Esfahan and the miserable end of their persecutors, Sheikh Baqir and the Imam Jum'eh, of the downfall of Napoleon III, foretold by Bahá in the epistle addressed to the French Emperor when he was at the zenith of his power, and read by himself 4 years before the accomplishment of the prediction. Concerning Badi, he remarked, "Even Christ prayed that, if possible, this cup might pass from him, while this lad joyfully hastened with unhalting and unswerving feet over many a weary mile of desert and mountain, bearing his own death warrant in his hand, to quaff the draught of martyrdom. As we were leaving the garden, he took me by the hand and besought me to go to Acre and see Bahá for myself. How noble a work might be yours, he said, if you could become assured of the truth of his claim in spreading the good news through your country. Next day I received a visit from a Sarhang, or colonel, who filled at that time a rather responsible post at Yazd, whence he has since been transferred to another important town in the south of Persia. He too proved to be a Bábí and conversed very freely about the new manifestation. In accordance with the injunction, address men according to the measure of their understanding, said he. It behoves every divine messenger to impart to his people only so much spiritual knowledge as they are capable of receiving. Wherefore, as mankind advances in education, the old creeds necessarily lose their significance, and the old formulae become obsolete. So if a child were to ask what we meant by saying that knowledge was sweet, we might give it a sugar plum and say, it resembles this, so that the child, liking the sugar plum, might desire knowledge, though as a matter of fact the two have nothing in common. To rough, uncultivated men, such as the Arabs with whom Muhammad had to deal, the pleasures of divine love cannot be more clearly symbolized than as a material paradise of beautiful gardens and rivers of milk and wine and honey, where they shall be waited on by black-eyed maidens and fair boys. Now we have outgrown this coarse symbolism, and are fitted to receive a fuller measure of spiritual truth and wisdom from him who is the fountainhead of wisdom and the wisest of all living men, Bahá. 2 days later I was invited by Haji Sayyid M to spend the day with him and his friends in one of his gardens situated outside the town, on the road to Taft. He kindly sent his servant with a horse to convey me thither, and I had lunch and tea there, returning home about sunset. There were a good many guests, all, so far as I could make out, being Bábís, including Andalib and a very vivacious little merchant, on whom, in consideration of the very humorous manner in which he impersonated, for our amusement, the venal conduct of a certain eminent mullah of Yazd on the judgment seat, the title of Sheikh was bestowed. The garden, with its roses, mulberry trees, pomegranates in full blossom, syringas, nastarjan, cool marble tanks, and tiny streams, was like a dream of delight, and I have seldom spent a pleasanter day anywhere. I conversed chiefly with Andalib, who read me some of his own poems, and also wrote down for me one of the beautiful odes attributed to the Bábí heroine and martyr Qurratul Ayn. The text of this, with a translation into English verse, will be found at pages 314 to 6 of Volume 2 of my Traveller's Narrative. He talked a good deal about the identity of all the prophets whom he regarded as successive manifestations or incarnations of the divine will or universal reason. If that is so, I urged, how can you speak of one manifestation as more perfect than another, or of one prophet as superior to another? From our human point of view, he replied, we are entitled to speak thus, although from the standpoint of the Absolute it is incorrect. It is the same sun which rises every day to warm and light us, and no one for a moment doubts this. Yet we say, the sun is hotter in summer than in winter, or warmer today than yesterday, or in a different sign of the zodiac now from that which it occupied a month ago. Speaking relatively to ourselves, this is perfectly true, but when we consider the sun apart from accidents of time, place, environment, and the like, we perceive it to be ever one and the same, unchanged and unchangeable. So is it with the Sun of Truth, which rises from the horizon of the heart and illuminates the spiritual firmament. Is it not strange then, I asked, that different prophets should advance different claims, one announcing himself as the friend of God, another as the interlocutor of God, another as the apostle of God, another as the Son of God, and another as God himself? No, he answered, and I will strive to make it clearer by means of a parable. A certain king, holding sway over a vast empire, desired to discover with his own eyes the causes of disorders which prevailed in one of his provinces, so that he might take effectual measures to remedy them. He determined, therefore, to go thither himself, and, laying aside his kingly state, to mix with the people on terms of intimacy. So he wrote a letter, declaring the bearer of it to be an officer of the king's household, sealed it with the royal seal, and, thus provided, went in disguise to the province in question, where he announced that he was an officer sent by the king to inquire into the disorders prevailing amongst the people, in proof of which he produced the royal warrant which he had himself written. After a while, when order had been in some degree restored, and all men were more loyally disposed, he announced himself to be the king's own minister, producing another royal warrant in proof of this. Last of all, he threw off all disguise and said, I am the king himself. Now, all the time he was really the king, though men knew him not, yet was his state and majesty at first not as it was at last. So is it with the divine will or universal reason, which, becoming manifest from time to time for our guidance, declares itself now as the Apostle of God, now as the Son of God, and at last as God himself. We are not asked to acknowledge a higher status than it sees fit to claim at any particular time, but the royal signet is the sufficient proof of any claim which it may advance, including that of the Supreme Majesty itself. But as Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi says, دیده باید که باشد شه شناس تا شناسد شاه را در هر لباس. It needs an eye which is king discerning to recognize the king in whatever garb. Later on, I asked Haji Sayyid M what he considered to be the difference between the Sufi saint who had attained to the station of annihilation in God, wherein, like Mansur Hallaj, he could cry, I am the truth, and the Prophet. What, in short, I concluded, is the difference between the I am God of Mansur and the I am God of Baha? For as your own proverb has it, there is no colour beyond black. The difference, said he, is as the difference between our sitting here and saying, see, this is a rose garden, and one saying, I am such and such a rose in that garden. The one reaches a point where, losing sight and cognizance of self, he wanders at will through the world of divinity, Awlam-i Lahut. The other is the throne on which God sits, as he himself saith, he set himself upon the throne. Quran 7:52, 10:3, etc. One is a perfect reflection of the sun, cast in a pure, clear mirror. The other is the sun itself. A few days later, after the month of Ramazan had begun, I paid another visit to Haji Sayyid M's house, where 3 of my Zoroastrian friends presently joined me. Andalib, as usual, was the chief spokesman, and amongst other things laid down the dogma that faith and unbelief were the root or essence of the whole matter, and good or bad actions only branches or subsidiaries. This position I attacked with some warmth. Suppose a Jew and a Christian, said he, the former merciful, charitable, benevolent, humane, pious, but rejecting and denying Christ, the latter cruel, selfish, vindictive, but accepting and reverencing him. Of these two, which do you regard as the better man? Without doubt the Jew, I answered. God forbid, replied he. Without doubt the Christian. God is merciful and forgiving, and can pardon sin. Can he not then pardon unbelief? I demanded. No, he answered. From those who do not believe is taken the spirit which once they had, to which the present wretchedness and abasement of the Jews bears witness. As it did not appear to me that the nations professing the Christian religion had suffered much abasement on account of their rejection of Muhammad, I said, thinking to get the better of the argument, do you consider that every people which rejects a new manifestation must be similarly abased? He did not fall into my trap, however. No, he answered, not unless they have been guilty of some special act of hostility or cruelty towards the bearer of the new gospel. What then, I demanded, of the Muhammadans? Can one conceive of greater hostility or cruelty than they showed towards the Bab and those who followed him? Shall they too be abased? Yea, verily, he answered, and grievous shall be their abasement. Look at these poor Gebers, pointing to my Zoroastrian friends. How miserable is their condition, and why? Because of the sin of Khosrow Parviz, who tore up the letter which the Apostle of God sent to him, inviting him to embrace Islam. Yet had he some excuse, for he was a great king, belonging to a mighty dynasty which had ruled for many generations, while the letter was from an unknown member of a despised and subject race, and was moreover curt and unceremonious in the extreme, beginning, "This is a letter from Muhammad, the Apostle of God, to Khosrow Parviz." What shall we say of the king, who not only tore up the letter, but slew with the most cruel torments the messenger of one greater than Muhammad, the letter being, moreover, written in the most courteous and conciliatory tone? But the Christians never acted thus towards Muhammad, and some, such as the Abyssinian Najawshi, did all in their power to succour and protect those who, for their belief in him, had become wanderers and exiles. I tried to ascertain 'Andalib's beliefs as to the future life, a subject on which I have always found the Bábís singularly reticent, and he told me that, according to their belief, the body, the vegetable soul, and the animal soul, all the lower principles in fact, underwent disintegration and redistribution, while the luminous spirit, Ruh-i Nurani, survived to receive rewards or punishments, whereof the nature was unrevealed and unknown. He then turned upon the Zoroastrians and upbraided them for their indifference in matters of religion. For all these years, he concluded, you have been seeing and hearing of Jews, Christians, and Muhammadans. Have you ever taken the trouble to ascertain the nature of their beliefs, or of the proofs and arguments by which they support them? If for a single week you had given half the attention which you devote to your worldly business to a consideration of these matters, you would, in all probability, have attained to certainty. What fault can be greater than this indifference and neglect? A few days after this, I returned the Sarhang's visit. He received me very kindly in his house, situated near the mosque of Mir Chakmauch, and though it was Ramazan, gave me tea, and himself drank a little hot water. The conversation at once turned on religion. He began by discussing the martyrdom of Imam Hussein, the chief of martyrs, and of Abbas Ali Akbar, and the rest of his relatives and companions at Karbala, declaring that had it not been for the wrong suffered by these, Islam would never have gained 1/10 of the strength it actually possesses. From this topic he passed to the Bábí insurrection, headed by Agha Sayyid Yahya of Darab, which was put down with great severity in the summer of 1850. Two of my relatives were in the army of the malignants, he began, so I know a good deal about what took place, and more especially how God punished them for their wickedness. When orders came from Tehran to Shiraz to put down the insurrection, my maternal grandfather, the Shuja'ul Mulk, received instructions to march against the Bábís of Nayriz. He was somewhat unwilling to go, and consulted 2 of the clergy, who reassured him, telling him that it was a jihad, or holy war, and that to take part in it would ensure him a great reward in the afterlife. So he went, and what was done was done. The malignants, after they had slain 750 men of the Bábís, took the women and children, stripped them nearly naked, mounted them on camels, mules, and asses, and led them forth through an avenue of heads severed from those who had been their husbands, brothers, fathers, and sons towards Shiraz. When they arrived there, they were lodged in a ruined caravansaray just outside the Esfahan gate, opposite to an Imamzadeh, near to which the soldiers encamped under some trees. There, exposed to all manner of hardships, insults, and persecutions, they were kept for a long while, during which many of them died. And now hear how God took vengeance on some of those who were prominent as persecutors of his saints. My grandfather, the Shuja'ul Mulk, when stricken down by his last illness, was dumb, till the day of his death. Just at the end, those who stood round him saw his lips move, and stooping down to hear what he was whispering, heard him repeat the word "Bābī" 3 times. Immediately afterwards he fell back dead. My great uncle, Mirza Naim, who also took part in the suppression of the Nayriz rising, fell into disgrace with the government, and was twice heavily mulcted. 10,000 tomans the first time, 15,000 tomans the second. His punishment did not stop here. He was made to stand bareheaded in the sun, with syrup smeared over his face to attract the flies. His feet were crushed in the Qajar boot, and his hands submitted to the el-chek, that is to say, pieces of wood were inserted between his fingers, round which whipcord was tightly bound, and on the whipcord cold water was poured to make it contract. Nor were these the worst or most degrading torments to which he was subjected. تخم مرغ‌های گرم در مقعدش فرو کردند. I will tell you another instance of divine vengeance. There was in Shiraz a certain Sheikh Hossein, who bore the honorific title of Nazimul Ulama, but who was generally known, by reason of his injustice, as Zalem, tyrant. He was not only concerned in the events I have described, but manifested a specially malignant hatred towards the Bab. So far did this hatred carry him, that when the Bab was before Hossein Khan, the governor of Fars, he drew his penknife from his pen case and cried, "If you will not order his execution, I will kill him with this." Later on, when the Bab had gone to Isfahan, he followed him thither, declaring that he would not cease to dog his footsteps till he had enjoyed the satisfaction of carrying out the death sentence on him, till at last the governor of Isfahan sent him back to Shiraz, telling him that whenever that time came, the Mir Ghazab, or executioner, would be ready to do his duty. Well, after his return to Shiraz, he became affected with a scrotal swelling, which attained so enormous a size that he could hardly sit his horse, and had to be lifted into the saddle. Later on, before he died, his face turned black, save that one side was flecked with white spots, and thus he lay in his bed, loathsome alike to sight and smell, smearing his countenance with filth, and crying upon God to whiten his face on the last day, when the faces of others should be black. So he died. A few days after this, I again paid a visit to Haji Sayyid M's house. Andalib, of course, was there, and took tea with me, explaining that as his throat was sore, he was not fasting that day. He had found the passages occurring in Bahá's epistle to one of the Turkish ministers who had oppressed him, wherein the catastrophes impending over the Ottoman Empire were foretold. The first, which was in Arabic, ran as follows: "And if he please, he will assuredly make you as scattered dust, and will overtake you with vengeance on his part. Trouble shall appear in your midst, and your realms shall be divided. Then shall ye lament and humble yourselves, and shall not find for yourselves any ally or helper." The second, in Persian, ran thus: "But wait, for God's wrath is made ready, and ye shall shortly behold that which hath descended from the pen of command." It was a pretty sight to see Haji Sayyid M. with his little child, to which he appeared devotedly attached, and which he would seldom suffer to be long out of his sight. When I had read the passage above translated, he took the book from me and held it out to the little one, saying, "Kitab ra mauch kon," kiss the book, which, after some coaxing, it was prevailed upon to do. A baby Bahá'í. End of section 32. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Section 33 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne, Section 33. On the following afternoon, I again visited the Sarhang. Another man, to whom he did not introduce me, was with him when I arrived, but soon left. The Sarhang upbraided me for wishing to leave Yazd so soon, saying that he had not seen nearly as much of me as he would have liked, and then asked me whether I had attained any greater certainty in the matter of the Bábí religion. I stated certain difficulties and objections, which he discussed with me. He also showed me some Bábí poems, including one by Janab-i Maryam, the sister of Mullah Hussein of Boshru'i, the Báb's first convert and missionary, written in imitation of a rather celebrated ode of Shams-i Tabriz. While we were examining these, a servant entered and announced the arrival of Khuda, God, and close on his heels followed the person so designated, a handsome but rather wild-looking man, whose real name I ascertained to be Haji Mirza Muhammad, commonly called Divaneh, the madman. The Sarhang introduced him as one controlled by divine attraction, Majzub, whose excessive love for God was proof against every trial, and who was deeply attached to the words of Christ, especially as recorded in the Gospel of St. Matthew, which would move him to tears. The madman, meanwhile, had taken up one of the volumes of Bábí al-Vawh, epistles, which the Sarhang had brought out, and began to read from it in a very melodious voice. "If you could understand all the beauties of these words," he said as he concluded his reading and laid down the book, "you would at once be firmly convinced of the truth of the new manifestation." I tried to put some questions on religious matters to them, but at first they would hardly listen to me, pouring forth torrents of rhapsody. At length, however, I succeeded in stating some of the matters on which I wished to hear their views, namely, the position accorded by them to Islam in the series of theophanies, and the reasons for its lower standard of ethics and morality, lower ideal of future bliss, and greater harshness of rule and practice as compared with Christianity. The answers which they returned made me realize once again how widely separated from each other were our respective points of view. They seemed to have no conception of absolute good or absolute truth. To them, good was merely what God chose to ordain, and truth what he chose to reveal, so that they could not understand how anyone could attempt to test the truth of a religion by an abstract ethical or moral standard. God's attributes, according to their belief, were twofold: attributes of grace, sifat jamal or lutf, and attributes of wrath, sifat jalal or qahr. Both were equally divine, and in some dispensations, as the Christian and Bahá'í, the former; in some, as the Mosaic and the Muhammadan, the latter predominated. A divine messenger or prophet, having once established the validity of his claim by suitable evidence, was to be obeyed in all things without criticism or questioning, and he had as much right to kill or compel as a surgeon has to resort to amputation or the actual cautery, in cases where milder methods of treatment would be likely to prove inefficacious. As for the Muhammadan paradise, with its jewelled thrones, its rivers of milk and wine and honey, its delicious fruits, and its beautiful attendants, it fulfilled its purpose, for every people must be addressed in words suited to the measure of their intellectual capacity, and the people to whom the Prophet Muhammad was sent could not have apprehended a higher ideal of future bliss. They could see nothing immoral or unsatisfactory in a man's renouncing pleasures forbidden in this life so as to enjoy them everlastingly in a future state. Wishing to ascertain the views of the Sarhang and his friend Divaneh on Sufism and its saints, I briefly described to them certain phases of thought through which I myself had passed, and certain conclusions as to the relation and significance of different religions which its teachings had suggested to me. In a well-known aphorism, I concluded, it is said that the ways unto God are as the number of the souls of the children of men. Every religion is surely an expression, more or less clear and complete, of some aspect of a great central truth, which itself transcends expression, even as Nizami says, ستاند زبان ز رقیبان راز که تا راز سلطان نگویند باز. He taketh the tongue from such as share the mystery, so that they may not repeat the king's secret. Thus in Islam, the absolute unity of God is above all insisted upon. In the dualism of the Zoroastrians, the eternal conflict between good and evil, light and darkness, being and not being, the one and the many, is symbolized, while the Christian Trinity, as I understand it, is the Trinity of the sun, the sunbeams which proceed from the sun, and the mirror, cleansed from every stain, wherein these falling produce, neither by absorption of the mirror into the sun, nor by the incarnation of the sun in the mirror, but by the annihilation of the mirrorhood of the mirror in the sun's effulgence, a perfect image of the sun. Even idolatry subsists only by virtue of a truth which it embodies, as Sheikh Mahmud Shabestari says, Musulman گر بدانستی که بت چیست بدانستی که دین در بت پرستی است. Did the Musulman understand what the idol is, he would know that there is religion even in idolatry. So in every religion there is truth for those who faithfully and earnestly seek it. And hence we find amongst the followers of religions apparently most divergent, living in lands and times so widely separated as to preclude all possibility of intercommunication, men who, led by that inner light, which lighteth every one who cometh into the world, have arrived at doctrines practically identical. Is not this identity a sign of their truth? Is it not, moreover, far more consistent with God's universal mercy to reveal himself thus inwardly to every pure soul than by a written scripture confided only to a comparatively small section of the human race? If salvation is only for the people of the Qur'an, then how hard is the lot of my people, to most of whom no more than its name, if so much, is known? If, on the other hand, only the people of the gospel are to be saved, what possible chance of eternal happiness has been given to the great bulk of your fellow countrymen? From a Sufi I should have confidently expected a cordial endorsement of these views, but not from a Bābī, and I was therefore surprised by the acclamations with which both of my companions received them, and still more so by the outburst of wild enthusiasm which they invoked in Divāne, who sprang from his seat, waving his arms and clapping his hands, with cries of "You have understood it! You have got it! God bless you! God bless you!" "Well then," I continued, "what do you consider to be the difference between a prophet and a saint, who by purification of the heart and renunciation of self has reached the degree of annihilation in God? For as your own proverb says, there is no colour beyond black." "The difference," they replied, "is this: the saint who has reached this degree and can, like Mansur the wool carder, say, 'I am the truth,' has no charge laid on him to guide and direct others, and is therefore not bound to be cautious and guarded in his utterances, since the possible consequences of these concern himself alone, and he has passed beyond himself, while the prophet is bound to have regard to the dictates of expediency and the requirements of the time. Hence it is that, as a matter of fact, most of the great Sufi saints were put to death, or subjected to grievous persecutions. I did not see the madman again, but the Sarhang paid me a farewell visit on the morrow, and brought with him another officer, who, as I was informed, belonged to the 'Ali Ilahi sect, and was, like many of that sect, very favourably disposed towards Bābīism, concerning which the Sarhang spoke freely before him. Meanwhile, the time of my departure was drawing near, and it was in some degree hastened by the kindly meant but somewhat irksome attentions of the Prince Governor. He, as I have already mentioned, had set his heart on visiting a certain waterfall in the mountains, without which, he declared, my journey to Yazd would be incomplete. As I had no particular desire to see this waterfall, and was anxious to avoid the trouble and expense in which the mounted escort which he wished to send with me would certainly have involved me, I determined to parry his proposals with those expressions of vague gratitude which I had already learned to regard as the most effectual means of defence in such cases, and meanwhile to complete my preparations for departure, and quietly slip away to Kirman with a farewell letter of thanks and apologies to be dispatched at the last moment. There was no particular difficulty about obtaining mules for the journey, but it appeared to be impossible to hire a horse for myself to ride. Personally, I was quite indifferent as to whether I rode on a horse or a mule, but my friends, both Bābīs and Zoroastrians, were horrified at the idea of my entering Kirman on the humbler quadruped. It would be so undignified, they said, so derogatory to my state, so incompatible with the idea of distinction. At first I was disposed to deride these notions, pointing out that the well-known Arabic proverb "Sharaful makan bil makan," the dignity of the dwelling is in the dweller, might fairly be paralleled by another, "Sharaful markab bil rakib," the dignity of the mount is in the rider. But they evidently felt so strongly on the subject that, seeing that I had received much kindness at their hands, and was the bearer of letters of recommendation to their friends at Kirman, I finally gave way, and asked them what they advised. "I advise you to give up the idea of going to Kirman altogether," said 'Andalib. "You will get no good by it, and you see the difficulties that it involves. Go to Acre instead. That will be easily done on your homeward journey, and therefrom far greater blessings and advantages are likely to result." "But," said I am in some sort pledged to go to Kirman, as I have written to Shiraz and also to my friends in England, stating this to be my intention." "You are quite right," said Ardashir, "and I, for my part, advise you to adhere to your plan, for to change one's plans without strong reason is to lay oneself open to a charge of indecision and a lack of firm purpose." "Well," I rejoined, "if I am not to go there on a mule and cannot hire a horse, what am I to do? Shall I, for instance, walk, or would it be more dignified to go on a camel?" "Post," said one. "Buy a horse," said another. "As for posting," I said, "I have had enough of that. I never understood the force of the proverb as-safar saqur, travel is travail. Literally, travel is hellfire. Between safar and saqur there exists that species of word play technically termed tajnis khatti, or linear pun, that is to say, the two words, as written in the Arabic character, are identical in outline, and differ only in diacritical points. This play is ingeniously preserved in Sir Richard Burton's translation or paraphrase of the proverb, which is here given in the text. "Till I posted from Shiraz to Dehbid. But as for buying a horse, that is a more practicable idea, supposing that a suitable animal is forthcoming at a moderate price. A friend of mine at Teheran told me that he kept a horse so as to be able to enjoy the luxury of going on foot, because, so long as he had no horse, it was supposed that the cause of his walking was either parsimony or poverty, but when it was known that he had one, his pedestrian progress was ascribed to eccentricity. Now, I do not wish to be regarded as poor, still less as parsimonious, but I have no objection to being credited with eccentricity, and I should greatly enjoy the liberty of being able to walk as much and as often as I please. After my guests had gone, I talked the matter over with Haji Safar, who was strongly in favour of my buying a horse, although he continued to recur with some bitterness to the fact that he had entered Yazd riding on a donkey. He was good enough to make no difficulties about riding a mule to Kirman. Next day, Bahman came, bringing with him the muleteer, who was to supply me with the 2 mules I needed for my journey. He also brought a horse belonging to a Zoroastrian miller, who was willing to sell it for 18 tomans, nearly £6. It was by no means an ill-looking animal, and both Haji Safar and myself, having mounted it and tried its paces, liked it well. However, with a view to forming a better idea of its capacities, I had it saddled again in the evening, and went for a short ride outside the town, from which I returned delighted, with a full determination to buy it. Shortly after my return, the owner came to the garden, and the bargain was soon concluded to the satisfaction of all concerned. Haji Safar
was especially delighted. "You will have to give me 3 or 4 tomans a month more now," he said, "to look after your horse." "Or else engage another servant," I suggested. His face fell. "Don't be afraid," I continued. "I have enough trouble with you already. You shall have the groom's wages in addition to your own, and you can either look after the horse yourself or engage someone else to do so. Only in the latter case, please to understand clearly that the selection, appointment, payment, and dismissal of the groom is to be entirely in your hands, and that in no case will I listen to any complaints on either side, or mix myself up in any way in the quarrels you are sure to have." Haji Safar was so elated by this arrangement that he launched out into a series of anecdotes about one of his former masters named Haji Kambar, who had held some position of authority, that of chief constable or governor, I believe, in Teheran some 15 years previously. Although his own morals do not seem to have been beyond reproach, he punished the offences of others with great severity. He ordered a dervish who had got drunk on arag to be bastinadoed for 3 hours, and even Sayyids were not protected from castigation by their holy lineage, for which nevertheless he would profess the greatest respect, causing the dark blue turbans and sashes, which were the outward sign thereof, to be transferred to a tree or bush, to which he would then do obeisance ere he bade his farrashes beat the unlucky owner of the sacred tokens within an inch of his life. "One evening," continued Haji Safar, "I and 3 others of his pishkhedmats pages were taking a stroll in the town, when we noticed in a coffee house a man accompanied by what we at first took to be a very handsome youth, round whose kolah a handkerchief was tied in Kurdish fashion, so as to conceal the hair. On looking more attentively, however, we were convinced that this seeming youth was really a woman in disguise, so we arrested the 2 and brought them to Haji Kambar's house. Then I went to him and said, 'Master, we have brought something to show you.' 'And what may that be?' he asked. 'Come with me,' I said, 'and I will show you.' So he followed me into the room where our prisoners were waiting. 'A nice looking boy, is he not?' said I, pointing to the younger of the 2. 'Well, what have you brought him here for?' demanded my master. 'And nicely dressed too,' I continued, disregarding his question. 'Look at the pretty Kurdish handkerchief he has wound round his kolah.' And as I spoke I plucked it off, and the girl's hair, escaping from constraint, fell down over her shoulders. When the Haji discovered that our prisoner was a girl dressed in man's clothes, he was very angry, reviled her in unmeasured terms, and ordered her to be locked up in a cupboard, on which he set his seal till the morning. In the morning she was taken out, placed in a sack, and beaten all over by the farrashes, after which her head was shaved, and she was released. I had not yet bought my horse or completed my preparations for departure when I was again sent for by the Prince Governor. This time I had not to go on foot, for one of my Bābī friends insisted on lending me a very beautiful white horse which belonged to him. I tried to refuse his kind offer, saying that the Dastur was to accompany me to the government house, and that as he could not ride, I would rather go on foot also. 'In our country,' I said, 'we are taught to respect age and learning, and the Dastur is old and learned, for which reason it appears to me most unseemly that I should ride and he walk beside me. He is a Zoroastrian, I am a Christian. Both of us are regarded by the Musalmans as infidels and unclean, and if they could, they would subject me to the same disabilities which are imposed on him. Let me, therefore, walk beside him, to show my contempt for those disabilities and my respect for the Dastur and his co-religionists. If you desire to better the Zoroastrians, replied my friend, it is advisable for you to go to the prince with as much state and circumstance as possible. The more honour paid to you, the better for them. The Dastur himself took exactly the same view, so there was nothing for it but to acquiesce. Half an hour before sunset, the horse and servant of my friend came to the garden, and immediately after them the usual band of government farrashes with a large lantern. I had arrayed myself in a new suit of clothes made by a Yazdi tailor of white shawl stuff on the pattern of an English suit. These were cool, comfortable, and neat, and though they would probably have been regarded as somewhat eccentric in England, I reflected that no one at Yazd or Kerman would doubt that they were the ordinary summer attire of an English gentleman. Haji Safar, indeed, laughingly remarked that people would say I had turned Babi. I suppose because the early Babis were wont to wear white raiment, but otherwise expressed the fullest approval. The first question addressed to me by the prince on my entering his presence was, "When are you going?" On hearing that I proposed to start on the next day but one, he turned to the Dastur and inquired whether he intended to accompany me. The Dastur replied that he could not do so, as one of the Zoroastrian festivals, which necessitated his presence in Yazd, was close at hand, and that as it lasted a week, I could not postpone my departure till it was over. Hearing this, the prince wished to rearrange my plans entirely. I must go on the morrow, he said, to visit the waterfall and the mountains, remain there 5 days, then return to the city to see the Zoroastrian festival, and after that accompany the Zoroastrians to some of their shrines and holy places. Protestations were vain, and I was soon reduced to a sulky silence, which was relieved by the otherwise unwelcome intrusion of a large tarantula and its pursuit and slaughter. After conversing for a while on general topics, and receiving for translation into English the rough draft of a letter which the prince wished to send to Bombay to order some photographic apparatus for his son, Manuchehr Mirza, I was suffered to depart. I now determined to carry into effect my plan of taking French leave of the prince, and accordingly, my preparations being completed, on the very morning of the day fixed for my departure, I wrote him a polite letter, thanking him very heartily for the many attentions he had shown me, expressing regrets that the limited time at my disposal would not suffer me either to follow out the programme he had so kindly arranged for me, or to pay him a farewell visit, and concluding with a prayer for the continuance of his kindly feeling towards myself and of his just rule over the people of Yazd. This letter I confided to the Dastur, who happened to be going to the government house, together with the English translation of the order which the prince wished to send to the Bombay photographer. I now flattered myself that I was well out of the difficulty, and returned with relief to my packing, but I had returned altogether without my host, for in less than an hour I was interrupted by the prince's self-sufficient Pishkhedmat, who brought back the letter to the Bombay photographer with a request that I would write a literal translation of it in Persian. This involved unpacking my writing materials, and while I was engaged in this and the translation of the letter, one of the servants of my Babi friends came with a horse to take me to their house. Towards this man the Pishkhedmat behaved with great insolence, asking him many impertinent and irrelevant questions, and finally turning him out of the room. At length I finished the translation, and, to my great relief, got rid of the Pishkhedmat, as I hoped, for good. I then proceeded to the house of my Bábí friends, bade them a most affectionate farewell, received from them the promised letters of recommendation for Kerman and the names of the principal Bábís at Nuuk, Bahramabad, and Neyriz, and returned about sunset to the garden. Here I found the Dastur, Ardashir, and Bahman awaiting me, and also, to my consternation, the irrepressible Pishkhedmat, who brought a written message from the prince, expressing great regret at my departure, and requesting me, if possible, to come and see him at once. As the hour of departure was now near at hand, I was weary and eager for a little rest before setting out on the long night march to Sar-e-Yazd. I would fain have excused myself, but, seeing that my Zoroastrian friends wished me to go, I ordered my horse to be saddled, and set out with the Pishkhedmat. We rode rapidly through the dark and narrow streets, but in crossing the waste ground in front of the government house, my horse stumbled in a hole and fell with me, luckily without doing much harm to himself or me. The prince was greatly concerned on hearing of my fall, and would hardly be persuaded that it was of no consequence. Indeed, I was rather afraid that he would declare it of evil augury for my journey, and insist on my postponing my departure. However, this, my farewell interview, passed off as smoothly as could be wished, and I sat for about an hour, smoking, drinking sherbet, and conversing. He paid me many undeserved compliments, declaring that the letter I had written to him was better than he could have believed it possible for a European to write, and that he intended to send it to the Prime Minister, the Aminos Sultan. I, in return, expressed the genuine admiration with which I regarded his just, liberal, and enlightened rule, prayed that God might prolong his shadow so long as the months repeated themselves and the days recurred, and finished up by putting in a good word for the Zoroastrians. So we parted, with mutual expressions of affection and esteem, but not till he had made me promise to accept the escort of a mounted Tofangchi or musketman, and further placed in my hands a letter of recommendation to the Prince Governor of Kerman. Of this, which was given to me open and unsealed, I preserved a copy, which, as it may be of interest to the curious, I here translate, premising only that the terms in which the Prince Emodo Dole was kind enough to describe me, exaggerated as they appear in English, are but the commonplaces of polite Persian. In the abode of security of Kerman, may it be honoured by the august service of the desirable, most honourable, most illustrious, nobly born lord, the most mighty, most puissant prince, His Highness Nasir-ud-Dawla, may his glory endure, governor and ruler of the spacious domain of Kerman. On the 14th of Ramazan was it dispatched. 2468. This mystic number, corresponding to the word Badu, is generally written under the address on a letter to ensure its safe arrival. Redhouse says it is the name of an angel who is supposed to watch over letters, but I never succeeded in obtaining a satisfactory explanation of it. May I be thy sacrifice. Please God, our religious devotions are accepted, and the care of God's servants, which is the best of service, on the part of the desirable, most honourable, most illustrious, most mighty and eminent Prince, may his glory endure, is approved in the divine audience hall of God, for they have said, by service and succour of men we win to the grace of the Lord, by this, not by rosary gown or prayer mat, we earn our reward. At all events, the bearer of this letter of longing and service is my respected and honoured friend, of high degree, companion of glory and dignity, Edward Browne Sahib, the Englishman, who, having come to visit this country, and being now homeward bound, hath set his heart on Kerman, and the rapture of waiting upon the servants of the nobly born prince. Of the characteristics of this illustrious personage it is needless for me to make any representation. After meeting him, you will be able to appreciate his good qualities, and the degree of his culture, and how truly sensible and well informed he is. For all his youth and fewness of years, the laudable traits which he possesses, indeed, are beyond what one can represent. Since he has mentioned that he is setting out for Kerman, my very singular devotion impelled me to write these few words to the blessed presence. I trust that the sacred person of your desirable, most illustrious, most mighty and eminent highness may be conjoined with health and good fortune. More were redundant. Sealed, Emad Dowleh. It was 2 hours after sunset when I returned to the garden, and finally got rid of the prince's pishkhedmat with a present of 2 or 3 tomans. Haji Safar said that he should have had a watch or some other gift of the kind rather than money, which he feared might be refused or taken amiss. However, I had no watch to spare, and I am bound to confess that he was condescending enough to accept the monetary equivalent with grace, if not gratitude. The farrashes having likewise been dismissed with presents of money, I was left in peace with my Zoroastrian friends, who, after drinking a farewell cup with me, departed, with the exception of Bahman, Ardashir's confidential clerk, who remained behind to give me a statement of my finances, and to pay over to me the balance still to my credit. The amount for which I had brought a cheque from Shiraz was 147.5 tomans, nearly £45, of which I found that I had drawn 45 tomans during my stay at Yazd. The balance of 102.5 tomans I elected to receive in cash to the amount of 32.5 tomans, and a cheque on a Zoroastrian merchant of Kerman for the remaining 70 tomans, both of which Bahman, who was as businesslike, careful, and courteous as any English banker could have been, at once handed over to me, receiving in return a receipt for the whole sum with which I had been credited at Yazd. Little now remained to be done but to eat my supper, put a few finishing touches to my packing, and distribute small presents of money to some of those who had rendered me service. They came up in turn, called by Haji Safar. Old Jamshid the gardener received 12 krans, his little son Khosrow 6 krans, another gardener named Khoda Daud 12 krans, and Haji Sayyid M's servant 20 krans. The farewells were not yet finished, for just as I was about to drink a last cup of tea, 2 of my Babi friends came, in spite of the lateness of the hour, to wish me Godspeed. Then they too left me, and only Bahman was present to watch the final departure of our little caravan as it passed silently forth into the desert and the darkness. End of section 33. End of chapter 14. Yazd continued. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England.
Section 34, Chapter 15, From Yazd to Kerman, of A Year Amongst the Persians, by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. رفتم و بردم داغ تو در دل، وادی به وادی، منزل به منزل. I journeyed on, bearing the brand of thy grief in my heart, from valley to valley, from stage to stage. 5 men and 5 beasts constituted the little company in which I quitted Yazd. Besides myself and my horse, there was Amir Khan, one of the Arab tribesmen of Ardestan, whom the prince had sent as a mounted escort to see me safely to the marches of his territory. The muleteer, with his 3 mules, 2 of which only were hired by me, my servant Haji Safar, and a young Tabrizi named Mirza Yusuf, who had formerly been his fellow servant, and to whom, at his request, and on the recommendation of my friend the Sarhang, I had given permission to accompany me to Kerman, where he hoped to obtain employment from Prince Nasir-ud-Dawla, and to ride on one of the lightly laden mules. Mirza Yusuf, a conceited and worthless youth, had, as I subsequently discovered, and as will be more fully set forth in its proper place, been passing himself off at Yazd as a Babi, so as to obtain help and money from rich and charitable members of that sect, and it was by this means, no doubt, that he had induced the Sarhang to bespeak my favour for him. Were all his fellow townsmen like him, no exaggeration would be chargeable against the satirist who wrote ز تبریزی به جز هیزی نبینی همان بهتر که تبریزی نبینی. From a Tabrizi thou wilt see naught but rascality. Even this is best, that thou shouldest not see any Tabrizi. Outwardly, however, Mirza Yusuf was sufficiently well-favoured and civil-spoken, and it was only after my arrival in Kerman that I detected in him any worse quality than complacent self-satisfaction and incurable idleness. Amir Khan, being well mounted, soon wearied of the slow march of the caravan and urged me to push on with him at a brisker pace. I did so, thinking, of course, that he knew the way, but this proved to be a rash assumption, for after traversing the considerable village of Muhammadabad, he lost the road and struck off into the open desert, where the soft sand proved very arduous to my horse, which began to lag behind. A halt with Amir Khan made, not to allow me to come up with him, but to say his prayers, brought us once more together, but the subsequent appearance of 2 gazelles at some distance to our left was too much for his self-control, and he set off after them at full gallop. I soon abandoned all idea of following him, and having now realized his complete uselessness both as a guide and a guard, continued to make my solitary way in the direction which I supposed to be correct. After some time, Amir Khan, having got a shot at the gazelles and missed them, returned in a more subdued frame of mind, and after again losing the way several times, we finally reached the post house of Sar Yazd about sunrise. The remainder of the caravan being far behind, I had nothing to do, after seeing to the stabling of my horse, but to lie down on the mud floor with my head on the rolled-up greatcoat, which I had strapped to the saddle at starting, and go to sleep. I was awakened about 3 hours later by Haji Safar for my morning tea, and passed the day in the post house writing and making up my accounts. About sunset I received a visit from a Zoroastrian who was coming up to Yazd from Kerman. He remained with me for about an hour, chatting and drinking tea, and informed me, amongst other things, that he had spent several years in Bombay and Calcutta, that the governor of Kerman, Prince Nasir-ud-Dawla, was a most enlightened and popular ruler, that Kerman was much cooler than Yazd, as proved by the fact that the mulberries were not yet ripe there, and that cucumbers were still scarcely to be obtained, that the poverty of the inhabitants, always great, had been increased by the depreciation in shawls, which fetched less than a third of their former price, but that as against this the crops, and especially the opium crop, had been remarkably good in the last year. We left Sar Yazd between 3 and 4 hours after sunset by the light of a nearly full moon, my Zoroastrian friend coming to bid me farewell and wish me Godspeed. Amir Khan, who kept dozing off in his saddle, again led us astray, and while we were wandering about amongst the sand hills, there reached our ears a faint cry, which in that solitary and ghostly desert caused us to start with surprise. Amir Khan, however, followed by myself, made for the spot whence it appeared to come, and there, huddled together between 2 sand hills, we presently discerned a group of about half a dozen persons, 3 men, 3 women, and I think 1 child at least, gathered round a diminutive donkey. As we approached, they again addressed us in tones of entreaty, but in a dialect which was to me quite unintelligible. Amir Khan, however, understood them. They were from the city of Barbar, Shahr Barbar, which, he explained, was near Sistan on the eastern frontier of Persia, and were bound for Karbala, drawn thither by a longing desire to visit the place of martyrdom of the Imam Hussein. They had lost their way in the desert and were sorely distressed by thirst, and the boon they craved was a draught of water. My heart was filled with pity for these poor people, and admiration for their faith and piety, and as I bade Haji Safar give them to drink from the leather bottle he carried, there ran in my mind the words of Hafiz: آنچه جان عاشقان از دست هجرت می کشد کس ندیده در جهان جز تشنگان کربلا. What the souls of thy lovers suffer at the hands of thy separation, none hath experienced in the world save the thirsty ones of Karbala. The wrath, and by the blessings and thanks which they poured forth as they gulped down the water, was my compassion still further moved, and I felt constrained to give them also a small piece of money. For this Amir Khan warmly applauded me as we rode off, telling the pilgrims that they were within a short distance of the village of Sar Yazd. Those who give, said he, of that which God hath given them will never want, and those who will not give are not profited even in this life by their avarice. Only yesterday a beggar asked me for money. I replied that I had none, though I had 3 qirans and a half in my pocket at that moment. But when I looked for these a little later, I found that they were gone, no doubt to punish me for my niggardly conduct. After this incident, the march continued in sleepy silence, but towards dawn Amir Khan, who was riding beside me, suddenly woke up from his doze and remarked, with complete irrelevance to anything that had gone before. No sect are worse than the Bahá'ís. Why? I inquired, wondering what had caused him to introduce spontaneously a subject generally avoided with the most scrupulous care by Persian Mussulmans. They worship as God, he replied, a man called Mirza Hussein Ali, who lives at Adrianople. A friend of mine at Yazd once told me that he was going there. I asked why. To visit God. Be ziyarat haq, he answered. When he got there, he was asked what work his hands could do. None, said he, save writing, for I am a scrivener by profession. Then said they, there is no place for you here, and we do not want you. He was not allowed to see Mirza Hussein Ali at all, but was given a handkerchief which he used and invited to make an offering of 3 tomans. So he returned thoroughly disgusted, for, said he, God does not take presents. While I was considering how I should meet this sally, and whether Amir Khan, knowing that I had had dealings with the Bahá'ís at Yazd, was anxious to warn me against them, he solved the difficulty by again dozing off into a fitful slumber, from which he awoke. Between the wolf and the sheep, miyan gurg o mish, as the Persians say, that is, at early dawn. As soon as he had collected his scattered wits, he cast his eyes round the horizon in hopes of being able to discern our next halting place, Zainuddin, and after some scrutiny declared that we had passed it during his sleep, and that it was over there, pointing to a dark line on the plain behind us, some distance off the track which we were following. Luckily, warned by previous experience, I paid no heed to his opinion, and, supported by Haji Safar, insisted on continuing our advance, for which we were rewarded by finding ourselves in less than half an hour at Zainuddin, where there is nothing but a caravanserai and a very good post house. I alighted at the latter, and after a cup of tea slept for about 6 hours. Zainuddin is the last halting place within the territories of Yazd, and consequently Amir Khan had been instructed to accompany me only thus far on my journey, and to obtain for me another mounted guard belonging to the jurisdiction of the governor of Kerman. I had, however, no desire to avail myself of this unnecessary luxury, and hinted as much to Amir Khan as I placed in his hand 10 qirans. He took the hint and the money with equal readiness, and we parted with mutual expression of esteem. The evening was cloudy, with occasional gusts of wind, and every now and then a great pillar of sand or dust would sweep across the plain, after the fashion of the jinnis in the Arabian Nights. The road presented little of interest, being ever the same wide, ill-defined track through a sandy plain enclosed between 2 parallel mountain chains running from the northwest to the southeast. At one place I noticed a number of large caterpillars, larvae of Deilephila euphorbia, I think, feeding on a kind of spurge which grew by the roadside. No trace of cultivation was visible till we came within a farsakh of Kermanshahan, when we passed 2 or 3 villages at about the same distance to the east of the road. We reached Kermanshahan half an hour before sunset and alighted at the post house, which was the best I had seen in Persia. There are also 2 caravansaries, one old and one new. As no meat was obtainable, I made my supper of eggs fried in oil and then went to sleep. I woke about 2 hours before dawn to find the people of the post house eating their morning meal preparatory to entering on the day's fast. Haji Safar and the muleteer, however, were sleeping so peacefully that it seemed a shame to wake them. So I lay down again and slept for another 2 hours, when I was awakened by Haji Safar. It was quite light when we started, but this was of little advantage, as the scenery was precisely the same in character as on the previous day. The road, however, hugged the western range of mountains more closely, and indeed at one point we passed inside a few outlying hills. Kermanshahan was in sight for 2 hours and a quarter after we had left it, and we had no sooner crossed a slight rise which finally hid it from our view than we caught sight of the caravanserai of Shemsh, which, however, it took us nearly 3 hours more to reach. A more dismal spot than Shemsh it would be hard to imagine. There is nothing but the aforesaid caravanserai and a post house, singularly good, like all the post houses between Yazd and Kerman, standing side by side in the sandy, salt-strewn plain. As I rode up to the latter edifice, I saw a little stream, very clear and sparkling, carefully banked up between mud walls which conducted it into a small pond. Being overcome with thirst, I flung myself from my horse and dipped my face into it to get a long draught of what I had supposed to be pure fresh water. To my disappointment, it proved to be almost as salt as the sea. There was no other water to be had, and Haji Safar had thrown away what was left from Kermanshahan, nor did my hope that boiling might improve it, and that a decent cup of tea might at least be obtainable, prove well-founded. No one who has not tried it can imagine how nasty a beverage is tea made in a copper teapot with brackish water. Luckily, my kind Zoroastrian friends had forced me to accept 2 bottles of beer from them as I was leaving Yazd, and these in that thirsty wilderness were as the very elixir of life. Even so, the day was a horrible one, and seemed almost interminable. Swarms of flies, distant thunder, and a violent gusty wind increased my despondency, and the only discovery in which a visit to a neighbouring mud ruin resulted was a large and very venomous-looking serpent. Altogether, I was heartily glad to leave this detestable place about 4½ hours after sunset by the light of a radiant moon. The monotony of the march to the next stage, Anar, was only twice broken. First, by meeting a string of 25 camels going up to Yazd, whose drivers greeted us with the usual "Fursat bashad," may it be opportune; and secondly, by the appearance of some wild beast which was prowling about by the road, but which on our approach slunk off into the desert. About dawn we arrived at Anar, a flourishing village containing a good many gardens and surrounded by fields in which men were busy reaping the corn. Here we alighted at the post house to rest and refresh ourselves before continuing our march to the next stage, Bahá'ís, which we reached without incident a little before sundown. Bahá'ís is a small hamlet containing a few trees, and not devoid of signs of cultivation. 3 or 4 camels were resting and taking their food in a field opposite the post house, where I alighted in preference to the large but dilapidated caravanserai. Soon after our arrival, a party of mounted ghulams rode up and bivouacked outside under the trees. One of these, as Haji Safar informed me, was anxious to challenge my horse. This practice, called Mu'azzab Bastan, I was surprised to find amongst the Persians, as I had hitherto only met with it in the pages of Mr. Sponge's sporting tour. For those not familiar with that entertaining work, I may explain how the transaction would have been conducted if I had given my consent, which, needless to say, I did not do. The ghulam who had challenged my horse suggested that the postmaster, Naib Chapar, should act as umpire between the two animals, and to this Haji Safar, acting as he chose to consider as my representative, agreed. Haji Safar then informed the Naib Chapar that I had bought my horse for 30 tumans. As a matter of fact, it had only cost me 16 tumans, but the latter valued it still higher at 35 tumans. However, he valued the ghulam's horse at 40 tumans. It was probably worth 12 at the outside, so that the award was that my horse should give the ghulam's horse 5 tumans, or, in other words, that I should give the ghulam my horse and 5 tumans in money for his horse. We left Bahá'ís about 4 hours before sunset, and continued our south-easterly march along a track so ill-defined that I felt impelled to make a wide detour towards the telegraph posts, which lay some distance to the east, in the expectation of finding something more like a high road. As dusk drew on, the whole character of the country began to change. Rivulets and streams intersected it in every direction. The air grew moist and damp, like that of a fen, and the night re-echoed with the shrill chirping of grasshoppers and the hoarse croaking of frogs. Once we lost our way amongst the ditches and cornfields, and floundered about for some time in the dark air. Rather by good luck than good management, we again struck the road. Flickering lights in the distance, probably will-o'-the-wisps, kept our hopes of speedy arrival alive, but it was only after repeated disappointments that the welcome outline of the post-house of Kushkuh loomed out, like some moated grange, through the darkness. We had to wake the postmaster ere we could gain admission, and no sooner was my bed spread in the porch of the balakhane, or upper chamber, than I fell sound asleep, lulled by a chorus of frogs and grasshoppers, till supper time, after which I again composed myself for slumber. When Haji Safar brought me my tea next morning, he informed me that the muleteer Zainul Abidin had decided to remain at Kushkuh to rest his beasts after their forced marches of the last day or two till sundown, so as to accomplish the 7 long parasangs which separated us from the considerable town of Bahramabad, the capital of the district known as Rafsanjan, during the night. I was not sorry for the rest, and though much pestered by flies, passed a tolerably comfortable day in the little post house. We started by starlight about 3 hours after sunset, but in about an hour the moon rose up to light us on our way. The night was quite chilly and the march very tedious, and even when soon after dawn we sighted Bahramabad, a weary length of wilfully sinuous and serpentine road remained to be traversed ere we finally alighted at the post house. At Bahramabad I had a letter of introduction from Haji Sayyid to the chief of the posts in that district, which after lunch I caused to be conveyed to him. He came to visit me without delay, and after sitting for a short time carried me off to his office in the caravanserai. While I was there, several persons came to see him, amongst them a fine-looking young Khan of Rafsanjan, who had just returned from Sirjan by way of Paris and Gadi Ahmar. He had with him the body of an enormous lizard, Bozmajeh, which he had shot on the road. About 3 hours before sunset my host took me to his house and gave me tea, after which I was waited upon successively by deputations of Zoroastrians and Hindus, both of which classes regard an Englishman as their natural friend and ally. The Zoroastrians were only 3 in number. One of them was Ardeshir Mehraban's agent, and of the other 2 one was an old man called Mehraban, and the other a young man named Ardeshir. They told me that there were in all about 20 or 25 Zoroastrians in Bahramabad, that their co-religionists in Kerman were much less subject to insult and annoyance, and in all ways better off than those in Yazd, and that the chief products of Rafsanjan were, besides cereals, almonds and pistachio nuts, which were exported to India. After the departure of the Zoroastrians, the whole Hindu community, save one who was ill, waited upon me. There were 14 of them, men and youths, all natives of Shikarpur, and they brought me as a present an enormous block of sugar candy. One of them had recently been robbed of a large sum of money, and as the Persian governor could not succeed in capturing the thief and would not make good the loss, he begged me to make a representation of the facts to the English embassy at Tehran. I promised to come and inspect the scene of the outrage, if I had time, without further committing myself, and shortly afterwards the deputation withdrew. I remained to supper with the postmaster, who made me eat to repletion of his excellent polo, washed down with a delicious sharbat, and strove to persuade me to stay the night with him, but I excused myself on the ground that the muleteer would probably wish to start. However, on arriving at the Chaparkhane, whither he insisted on accompanying me, I found that, as the morrow, Ramazan the 21st, was the anniversary of the Imam Ali's death, and consequently an unlucky day, neither Haji Safar nor the muleteer wished to continue the march till the following evening. End of section 34. Section 35 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I did not go out next day till about 3 hours before sunset, when the postmaster sent his servant to bring me to his house. I conversed with him for about 2 hours, and he inquired very particularly about the signs which should herald Christ's coming. but did not make any further allusion to the beliefs of the Babis, which I believe were his own. Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of one of the Hindus, who wished me to inspect the scene of the recent robbery, which I agreed to do. We found all the other Hindus assembled in the caravanserai where they lodged, and I was at once shown the inner room whence the safe, containing, as they declared, 400 tumans in cash and 14,000 tumans in checks and letters of credit, had been abstracted by the thieves, who, as it was supposed, had entered by the chimney. 10 or 15 men had been arrested on suspicion by the governor, Mirza Hidayatullah, but as there was no sufficient evidence against any of them, they had been released. I took notes of these matters and promised to bring them to the notice of some of my friends in the English embassy if I got the chance, and we then conversed for a time while I smoked a ghalyan which they brought me. They questioned me closely as to the objects of my journey, and refused to credit my assertion that I was travelling for my own instruction and amusement, declaring that I must be an agent of the English government. "Why don't you take Persia?" said one of them at length. "You could easily, if you liked." "I suppose the thief who took your money put the same question to himself with regard to it," I replied, "and yet you feel that you have a just ground of complaint against him. People have no right to take their neighbour's property, even if they think they can do so with impunity, and states are no more entitled to steal than individuals." The Hindus appeared to be still unconvinced, and my sympathy for their loss was considerably abated. I returned to the postmaster's house for supper, after which he caused soft pillows and bolsters to be brought, and insisted on my resting for a couple of hours before starting. At the end of this time, Haji Safar awoke me to tell me that the caravan was ready to start, and after a final cup of tea and a hasty farewell to my kind host, I was once more on the road. We lost our way at the very start and wandered about for some time in the starlight, until we came to one or two small houses. The Naib Chapar of Bahramabad, who had joined our party, hammered at the door of one of these till an old peasant, aroused from his sleep, came out and directed us on our way. But this did not satisfy the Naib Chapar, who compelled the poor old man to accompany us for a mile or so, which he rather unwillingly did, though 2 qirans which I gave him as he was leaving us more than satisfied him for the trouble he had incurred. About dawn, while still distant some 2 parasangs from our halting place, Kabutar Khan, we passed a company of men with a young girl enveloped in a white chador, who were going down to Kerman, and exchanged a few words with them. We reached the post house of Kabutar Khan, which seemed to be entirely in the charge of a very quaint old woman, about an hour after sunrise, and remained there till about 3 hours after sunset, when we again set out for Bahá'í. The man who had been our companion on the previous stage again joined us, being now mounted on a very small donkey which he had hired for 30 shahis, about 2 pence, to take him to Bahá'í. A little boy named Abbas accompanied the donkey, and several times the man dismounted to allow him to ride for a while, on which occasions he would break out into snatches of song in his sweet childish voice. Before we reached Bahá'í, the great broad plain running towards the south-east, which we had followed since leaving Yazd, began to close in, and mountains appeared in front of us as well as on either hand. Soon after dawn we reached Baghin, which is a small village surrounded by a considerable extent of cultivated ground, and as usual put up at the post house. Here we remained till 4 hours after sunset, when the mules were loaded up for the last time, for that night's march was to bring us to our journey's end. Our course now lay nearly due east, along a good level road, and when the dawn began to brighten over the hills before us, Kerman, nestling as it seemed at the very foot of their black cliffs, enwrapped like one of her daughters in a thin white mantle of mist and smoke, gladdened our straining eyes. My original intention had been to alight in the first instance at the post house, but as this proved to be situated at some distance outside the city walls, and as I was eager to be in the very centre of the town without further delay, I decided to take up my quarters instead at one of the caravansaries. It was fortunate that I did so, for events so shaped themselves that my sojourn at Kerman, instead of lasting only 10 days or a fortnight as I then intended, was prolonged for more than 2 months, and for reasons soon to be mentioned it would probably have been difficult for me to have quitted the post house if I had once taken up my abode there without offending my good friend the postmaster of Kerman. On entering the city we first made our way through the bazaars to the caravansaray of the vakil, which we were told was the best, but here there was no room to be had. So, after some delay, during which I was surrounded by a little crowd of sightseers, we proceeded to the caravansaray of Haji Ali Agha, where I obtained a lodging. While the beasts were being unloaded, I was accosted by 2 Zoroastrians, one of whom proved to be Ardeshir Mehraban's agent, Mullah Goshtas. All the Zoroastrians in Kerman are entitled Mullah, even by the Mohammedans. They came into my room and sat down for a while, and Goshtas told me that he had found a place for me to stay in during my sojourn at Kerman in a garden outside the town. They soon left me, and after a wash and a shave, I slept till nearly noon, when I was awakened by a farrash from the telegraph office, who was the bearer of a telegram from Cambridge which had been sent on from Shiraz. The original, which of course was in English, arrived by post the same evening and ran, "Please authorize name candidate for Persian readership, Neil." The Persian translation, made I believe at Kashan, where the wires from Shiraz and Kerman to the capital join, was as follows: خواهش دارم اذن بدهید شما را برای معلمی فارسی تکلیف کنم. نیل. I was rather overwhelmed by the reflection that even here at Kerman I was not beyond the reach of that irrepressible nuisance of this age of ours, electricity. Haji Safar had already succeeded in discovering a relative in Kerman, a cousin on his mother's side as I understood, a sleek, wily-looking man of about 50, generally known as Naib Hassan, whom he brought to see me. While he was with me, a Greek of Constantinople, who had turned Mussulman and settled in Kerman, joined the party and conversed with me a little in Turkish. Then came servants from the telegraph office to inquire on the part of their master, a prince as well as a telegraphist, but then, as I have already remarked, princes are not rare in Persia. How I did, and when I would come and visit him, for I had an introduction to him from my friends at Yazd, who had also written to him about me. And hard on the heels of these came the son of the postmaster of Kerman, to whom also I had letters of recommendation, so that I had hardly a moment's leisure. This last visitor carried me off to see his father at the central post office in the town. The postmaster, a kindly-looking man, past middle age, with a grey moustache and the rank of colonel, Sartip, gave me a most friendly welcome, but reproached me for being a day later than he had been led to expect by the postmaster of Bahramabad, who appeared to have sent him a message concerning me. "Although I am in poor health," said he, "and am, as you see, lame in one foot, I rode out nearly 3 parasangs to meet you yesterday, for I wish to be the first to welcome you to Kirman, and I also wanted to tell you that the chaparkhane, which is well built and comfortable and is intended for a residence, is entirely at your disposal, and that I hope you will stay in it while you are here." I next proceeded to the telegraph office to visit the prince, whom I found sitting at the instrument with his pretty little son opposite him. He in turn insisted that I should take up my abode at a new telegraph office which had just been completed for him, and it was with great difficulty that I got him to acquiesce in the plan which I had formed of inspecting the 3 residences chosen for me in advance by my kind friends of Kirman. Indeed, I was somewhat embarrassed by their hospitality, for I was afraid that whichever place I selected I could hardly hope to avoid giving offence to the owners of the other 2. As, however, it was clear that I could not live in all of them, I decided in my own mind that I would just choose the one I liked best, and accordingly, after I had conversed for a short while with the prince, I set off with the postmaster's son to visit the chaparkhane to the north and the Zoroastrian garden to the south of the town. The chaparkhane proved fully worthy of the praises bestowed on it by the postmaster, for the rooms in it were spacious, clean, and comfortable, and looked out on to a pleasant garden. We smoked a cigarette there while horses were saddled to take us to the garden of the Zoroastrians. Thither we rode through the town, which we entered by the north gate called Darwaze Sultan, and quitted by the south gate Darwaze Nasiriye. In the garden, which was just outside the latter, we found the 2 Zoroastrians who had first accosted me in the caravanserai, Ardashir's agent, Gostasp, and Feridun, a man of about 25 years of age, with both of whom I afterwards became very intimate. After sitting for a while in the Char Fasl, or summer house, which stood in the middle of the garden, and partaking of the wine, araq, and young cucumbers which the Zoroastrians, according to their usual custom, had brought with them, we returned together to the caravanserai. Naib Hassan presently joined us and outstayed all my other visitors. As he seemed inclined to take the part of confidential adviser, I informed him of the difficulty in which I was placed as to the selection of a lodging from the 3 proposals. After reflecting a moment, he said, "Sahib, you must of necessity run the risk of offending 2 out of 3 persons, and therefore, as you cannot avoid this, you need only consult your own inclination in the matter. If you accept the prince's offer and take up your abode in the telegraph office, you will be continually subjected to some degree of constraint, and will be always surrounded by inquisitive and meddlesome servants. If you go to the chaparkhane, you will be outside the city and will only see the friends of the Sartip of the post office. In the Ghebres garden, on the other hand, you will be your own master, and you will be free and unconstrained. My advice, therefore, is that you should select the last and make polite excuses to the prince and the Sartip." As this counsel seemed good to me, I determined to act in it without delay, and it was arranged, at Naib Hassan's suggestion, that I should transfer myself and my possessions to the garden on the following morning, so that ere my apologies should reach the prince and the Sartip, the transfer might be an accomplished fact admitting of no further discussion. Soon after this Naib Hassan departed, and I was left at leisure to enjoy the welcome letters which that day's post had brought me from home. The move to the garden was duly effected on the following morning, Wednesday, the 5th of June, or the 25th of Ramazan, with the help of Naib Hassan, Fereydun, and a Zoroastrian lad named Rostam, who was brother to my friend Bahman of Yazd. Of this garden, which was my residence for the next 2 months, I may as well give a brief description in this place. Its extent was several acres. It was entirely surrounded by a high but rather dilapidated mud wall. It was divided transversely, that is, in a direction parallel to the main road leading to the Darwaz-e Nasiriye, or southern gate of the city, which bounded it to the west, by another mud wall in which was a gap which served the purpose of a gate, and longitudinally by a stream, not one of the niggardly 3 hours a day streams of Yazd, but a deep, clear brook in which I was often able to enjoy the luxury of a bathe. Besides the summer house or charfast, of which I have already spoken, and which stood in the middle of the northern half of the garden, about halfway between the stream and the northern wall, there was a larger building consisting of 2 rooms and a small courtyard standing on the very edge of the stream. It was in this more spacious building that I established myself on my arrival, using the larger of the 2 rooms, which had windows to the east and south, the former looking out into the courtyard, the latter on to the stream, for myself, and leaving the smaller chamber at the back to Haji Safar and Mirza Yusuf. But afterwards, when the heat waxed greater, though it was at no time severe, I lived for the most part in the little summer house, which, being open to the air on all 4 sides, was cooler and pleasanter. From the larger building another wall ran westwards towards the main road leading to the Darwaz-e Nasiriye, partially cutting off the southwest portion of the garden from that which I occupied. This southwest or outer part of the garden appeared to be in some measure public property, for often as I passed through it to reach the gate, I saw groups of women washing their linen in the stream which traversed it. The garden had been originally planned and laid out by a former Wazir of Kerman, whose son Mirza Jawad, a man of about 50 years of age, occupied a house in another garden not far distant from this. But he, ere his death, so at least I gathered, having fallen into disgrace and comparative poverty, it had been neglected and suffered to run wild, and was now let to some of the Zoroastrians who used it chiefly for the cultivation of plants useful either as food or medicine. In truth, it was rather a wilderness than a garden, albeit a fair and fragrant wilderness, and never a calm, clear summer night, sweet with the scent of the rose and melodious with the song of the nightingale. But I am again transported in the spirit to that enchanted ground. Is there one who dares to maintain that the East has lost its wonder, its charm, or its terror? Then he knows it not, or only knows that outer crust of commonplace which, under the chill influence of Western utilitarianism and practical sense, has skimmed its surface. End of section 35.
Section 36 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Section 36. Chapter 16. Kerman Society. هر چند که از روی کریمان خجلیم، غم نیست که پرورده این آب و گلیم. در روی زمین نیست چو کرمان جایی، کرمان دل عالم است او ما اهل دلیم. Although we stand abashed in the presence of the noble, it matters not, since we have drawn nourishment from this earth and water. On the face of the earth there is no place like Kerman. Kerman is the heart of the world, and we are men of heart. In no town which I visited in Persia did I make so many friends and acquaintances of every grade of society and every shade of piety and impiety as at Kerman. When I left, I made a list of all the persons who had visited me or whom I had visited, and found that the number of those whom I could remember fell but little short of 100. Amongst these almost every rank, from the prince governor down to the mendicant dervish, was represented, as well as a respectable variety of creeds and nationalities. Baluchis, Hindus, Zoroastrians, Shiites and Sunnis, Sheikhis, Sufis, Babis, both Bahá'í and Azali, dervishes and qalandars belonging to no order, fettered by no dogma, and trammelled by but few principles. Hitherto I had always been more or less dependent on the hospitality of friends, whose feelings I was obliged to consult in choosing my acquaintances. Here in Kerman, the garden where I dwelt was open to all comers, and I was able without let or hindrance to pursue that object which, since my arrival in Persia, had been ever before me, namely, to familiarize myself with all, even the most eccentric and antinomian, developments of the Protean Persian genius. I succeeded beyond my most sanguine expectations, and, as will presently be set forth, found myself ere long in a world whereof I had never dreamed, and wherein my spirit was subjected to such alternations of admiration, disgust, and wonder as I had never before in my life experienced. All this, however, did not come to me at once, and would not, perhaps, have come at all, but for a fortunate misfortune which entirely altered all my plans, and prolonged the period of my stay at Kerman from the fortnight or 3 weeks which I had originally intended to a couple of months. For just as I was about to depart thence, having indeed actually engaged a muleteer for the journey to Shiraz by way of Sirjan, Khir, and Neyriz, I fell a victim to a sharp attack of ophthalmia, which for some weeks compelled me to abandon all idea of resuming my travels. And this ophthalmia, from which I suffered no little pain, had another result tending to throw me more than would otherwise have been the case into the society of dervishes, dreamers, and mystics. Judge me not harshly, O thou who hast never known sickness, ay, and for a while partial blindness, in a strange land, if in my pain and my wakefulness I at length yielded to the voice of the tempter, and fled for refuge to that most potent, most sovereign, most seductive, and most enthralling of masters, opium. Unwisely I may have acted in this matter, though not, as I feel, altogether culpably, yet to this unwisdom I owe an experience which I would not willingly have forfeited, though I am thankful enough that the chain of my servitude was snapped ere the last flicker of resolution and strenuousness finally expired in the nirvana of the opium smoker. I often wonder if any of those who have returned to tell the tale in the outer world have wandered farther than myself into the flowery labyrinths of the poppy land. For of him who enters its fairy realms, too true as a rule is the Persian opium smoker's epigram: Hazrat afyun ma har marazi ra revaست, لیک چو عادی شدی خود مرض بی دواست. Sir Opium of ours, for every ill is a remedy swift and sure, but he, if you bear for a while his yoke, is an ill which knows no cure. Although it was some while after my arrival in Kirman that I became numbered amongst the intimates of the aforesaid Sir Opium, he lost no time in introducing himself to my notice in the person of one of his faithful votaries, Mirza Hussein Qoli of Bam, a pleasant, gentle, dreamy soul of that type which most readily succumbs to the charm of the poppy, who came to visit me in Na'ib Hassan's company on the very day of my entry into the garden. Soon after this, too, I came into daily relations with another bondsman of the all-potent drug, one Abdul Hussein, whom Haji Safar, in accordance with the agreement made between himself and myself at Yazd, had hired to look after my horse. He was far advanced on the downward path, and often, when sent to buy bread or other provisions in the shops hard by the city gate, would he remain away for hours at a time, and return at last without having accomplished his commission, and unable to give any account of how the time had passed. This used to cause me some annoyance, till such time as I too fell under the spell of the poppy wizard, when I ceased to care any longer, because the opium smoker cares not greatly for food, or indeed for aught else in the material world save his elixir. Nay, I even found a certain tranquil satisfaction in his vagaries. But I must leave for a while these delicious reminiscences and return to the comparatively uneventful fortnight which my residence at Kirman began. Of this I shall perhaps succeed in giving the truest picture by following in the main the daily entries which I made in my diary. On the day of my instalment in the garden, Wednesday, 5th June, 25th Ramazan, I received several visitors besides the opium smoker of Bam. Chief among these was a certain notable Sheykh of Qom, whose doubtful orthodoxy had made it expedient for him to leave the sacred precincts of his native town for happy, heedless Kirman. Here he succeeded in gaining the confidence and esteem of Prince Nasr-ud-Dawleh, the governor, in whose society most of his time was passed, either in consultation on affairs of state or in games of chance, for which he cared the less because he was almost invariably the loser. He was a burly, genial, kind-hearted gentleman, with but little of the odour of sanctity so much sought after in his native town, and a fund of wit and information. I afterwards saw much of him, and learned that he was an Azali Bābī, so far as he was anything at all, for by many he was accounted a free thinker, lā mazhab. But in this first interview he gave no further indication of his proclivities than to inquire whether I had not a copy of Monakji's New History of the Bābī Theophany. With him came two brothers, merchants of Yazd, whom I will call Āgha Muhsin and Āgha Muhammad Sadiq. Of the former, who was an orthodox Shiite, I saw but little subsequently, but with the younger brother, a man of singular probity and most amiable disposition, I became rather intimate, and from him I met with the disinterested kindness which I shall not omit to record in its proper place. He too was a Bābī, but a follower of Behā, not of Azal, as also was a third brother, who, being but a lad of 15 or 16, was suddenly so overcome by a desire to behold the face of Behā that he soon ran away from Kirman with only 5 tumāns in his pocket, with the set purpose of making his way to Acre, on the Syrian coast, in which project, thanks to the help of kindly Zoroastrians at Bandar Abbas and the Bābīs of Bombay and Beirut, he was successful. I subsequently made the acquaintance of another lad whose imagination was so stirred by this exploit that he had determined to imitate it at the first opportunity, though whether or no his plan was realized I cannot say. Thursday, 6th June, 26th Ramazan. Soon after I was up I received a visit from Na'ib Hasan, who indeed lost no time in establishing himself in the position of my guide, philosopher, and friend, and who seldom allowed a day to pass without giving me the pleasure of his society for a good many hours, including at least one meal. With him came Rostam, the young Zoroastrian of whom I have already spoken, who on this occasion outstayed the Na'ib. This Rostam was a well-mannered and intelligent lad, whose only fault was an unduly deferential manner, which at times I found rather irksome. He asked me many questions about my country and about America, Yangi Dunya, the New World, in which, like several other Persians whom I met, he appeared to take an extraordinary interest. For what reason I know not, since he had not the excuse of supposing, like some Mohammedans, that thence by some underground channel Antichrist, Dajjal, shall reach the well in Esfahan from which at the end of time he is to appear. In the afternoon I went into the town, accompanied by Haji Safar and Mirza Yusuf, notwithstanding a message which I received from the Sardar of Sistan informing me of his intention of paying me a visit. We passed the walls not by the adjacent Darvaz-i Nasiriyye, but by another gate called Darvaz-i Masjid, the Mosque Gate, lying more to the west, from which a busy thoroughfare, thronged especially on Friday Eve with a host of beggars, leads directly to the bazaars, and paid a visit to my Zoroastrian friends in the caravansaray of Ganj Ali Khan, where for the most part their offices are situated, and to the post office. In the bazaars I met a quaint-looking old Hindu who persisted in addressing me in his own uncouth Hindi, which he seemed to consider that I, as an Englishman, was bound to understand. We returned about sunset by the way we had come, and met crowds of people who had been to pay their respects to a deceased saint interred in a mausoleum just outside the mosque gate, re-entering the city. On reaching the garden I found another visitor awaiting me, an inquisitive, meddlesome, self-conceited scion of some once influential but now decayed family, who, in place of the abundant wealth which he had formerly possessed, subsisted on a pension of 150 tomans allowed him by the Prince Governor in consideration of his former greatness. For this person, whose name was Haji Muhammad Khan, I conceived a very particular aversion. He manifested a great curiosity as to my rank, my income, and the object of my journey, and presently assured me that he detected in me a remarkable likeness to the Prince of Wales, with whom, he declared, he had struck up an acquaintance one evening at the Crystal Palace. " Don't attempt to deceive me," he added, with many sly nods and winks. " I understand how one of noble birth may for a time be under a cloud, and may find it expedient to travel in disguise, and to forego that state and circumstance to which he is justly entitled. I am in somewhat the same position myself, but I am not going to continue thus for long. I have had a hint from the Aminu Sultan, and am wanted at Teheran. There are those who would like to prevent me reaching the capital," he continued mysteriously, " but never fear, I will outwit them. When you leave Kirman for Shiraz, I leave it in your company, and with me you shall visit Shahr i Babak and many other interesting places on our way thither." Na'ib Hasan fooled him to the top of his bent, unfolding vast and shadowy pictures of my power and affluence, and declaring that I had unlimited credit with the Zoroastrian merchants of Kirman, which falsehoods Haji Muhammad Khan, whose copious libations of beer were rendering every moment more credulous and more mysterious, greedily imbibed. When he had gone, I remonstrated vigorously with the Na'ib for his mendacity. " I suppose it is no use for me to remind you that it is wicked to tell lies," I remarked, " but at least you must see how silly and how futile it is to make assertions whereof the falsity cannot remain hidden for more than a few days, and which are likely to land me in difficulties." But the Na'ib only shook his head and laughed, as though to say that lying was in itself an artistic and pleasurable exercise of the imagination, in which, when there was no reason to the contrary, he might fairly allow himself to indulge. So, finding remonstrance vain, I presently retired to rest in some disgust. Friday, 7th June, 27th Ramazan. In the morning I was visited by an old Zoroastrian woman, who was anxious to learn whether I had heard in Teheran any talk of Aflatun (Plato) having turned Musulman. It took me some little while to discover that the said Aflatun was not the Greek philosopher, but a young Zoroastrian in whom she was interested, though why a follower of the great Mazdayasnian religion should take to himself a name like this baffles my comprehension. In the afternoon I was invaded by visitors. First of all came a Baluch chief named Afzal Khan, a picturesque old man with long black hair, a ragged moustache, very thin on the upper lip and very long at the ends, and a singularly gorgeous coat. He was accompanied by two lean and hungry-looking retainers, all skin and sword-blade, but though he talked much, I had some difficulty in understanding him at times, since he spoke Persian after the corrupt and vicious fashion prevalent in India. He inquired much of England and the English, whom he evidently regarded with mingled respect and dislike. " Qal'at-i Nasiri is my city," he replied, in answer to a question which I put to him. " 3 months' journey from here, or 2 months if your horse be sound, swift and strong. Khan Khudadad Khan is the Amir, if he be not dead, as I have heard men say lately." He he informed me that his language was not Baluchi but Brahui, which is spoken in a great part of Baluchistan. The next visitors to arrive were the postmaster, Aka Muhammad Sadiq, the young Yazdi merchant of whom I have already spoken, and the eldest son of the Prince Telegraphist. The last upbraided me for taking up my abode in the garden instead of in the new telegraph office which his father had placed at my disposal, but his recriminations were cut short by the arrival of a Tabrizi merchant, two Zoroastrians, an Azali Babi, whom I will call Mullah Yusuf, to distinguish him from my Tabrizi satellite Mirza Yusuf, who appeared on this occasion as a zealous Musulman, and undertook to convince me on some future occasion of the superiority of Islam to Christianity, and a middle-aged man of very subdued demeanour. How deceptive may appearances be, dressed in a long jobbe, fez and small white turban, after the manner of Asiatic Turks, to whom, under the pseudonym of Sheikh Ibrahim of Sultanabad, I shall have frequent occasion to refer in this and the succeeding chapter. These in turn were followed by 4 more Zoroastrians, including Gushtasp, Feridun, and Rostam, who outstayed the other visitors, and did not depart till they had pledged me in wine after the rite of the Magians, after which I had supper with Na'ib Hasan, and sat talking with him till nearly midnight. Saturday, 8th June, 28th Ramazan. In the morning I visited one of the shawl manufactories of Kirman, in company with Rostam, Na'ib Hasan, and Mirza Yusuf of Tabriz. Our way lay through the street leading to the mosque gate, which, by reason of the Saturday market, Bazar-i Shanbeh, was thronged with people. The shawl manufactory consisted of one large vaulted room containing 11 looms, 2 or 3 of which were standing idle. At each loom sat 3 workers, 1 skilled workman in the middle, and on either side of him a shagird or apprentice, whom he was expected to instruct and supervise. There were in all 25 apprentices, ranging in years from children of 6 and 7 to men of mature age. Their wages, as I learned, begin at 10 tomans, about £3 a year, and increase gradually to 24 or 25 tomans, about £7 10s. In summer they work from sunrise to sunset, and in winter they continue their work by candlelight till 3 hours after sunset. They have a half holiday on Friday, from midday onwards, 13 days holiday at the Nowruz, and 1 or 2 days more on the great annual festivals, while for food they get nothing as a rule but dry bread. Poor little Kirmanis! They must toil thus, deprived of good air and sunlight, and debarred from the recreations and amusements which should brighten their childhood, that some grandee may bedeck himself with those sumptuous shawls, which, beautiful as they are, will evermore seem to me to be dyed with the blood of the innocents. The shawls manufactured are of very different qualities. The finest, of 3 or 3½ ells in length, require 12 or 15 months for their completion, and are sold at 40 or 50 tomans apiece. Others, destined for the Constantinople market, and of much coarser texture, can be finished in a month or 6 weeks, and are sold for 10 or 15 krans. Of late, however, the shawl trade had been on the decline, and the proprietor of this establishment told me that he was thinking of closing his workshops for a year and making a pilgrimage to Karbala, hoping, I suppose, to win by this act of piety the divine favour, which he would have better merited by some attempt to ameliorate the condition of the poor little drudges who toiled at his looms. I next visited the one fire temple which suffices for the spiritual needs of the Kirman Zoroastrians, and was there received by the courteous and intelligent old Dastur and my friend Feridun. I could not see the sacred fire because the Mobad, whose business it was to tend it, had locked it up and taken the key away with him. In general appearance, this fire temple resembled those which I had seen at Yazd. I inquired as to the manuscripts of the sacred books preserved in the temple, and was shown two: a copy of the Avesta of 210 leaves, transcribed in the year A.H. 1086 A.D. 1675-6, and completed on the day of Aban in the month of Bahman in the year 1044 of Yazdegerd, by the hand of Dastur Marzaban, the son of Dastur Bahram, the son of Marzaban, the son of Feridun, and a copy of the Yashts, completed by the hand of Dastur Esfandiyar, the son of Dastur Nushirvan, the son of Dastur Esfandiyar, the son of Dastur Ardashir, the son of Dastur Azar of Sistan, on the day of Bahman in the month of Esfandarmad in the year 1108 of Yezdegerd, corresponding to A.H. 1226 A.D. 1811. I found that the Dastur was much interested in the occult science of geomancy, Elme Ramal, which, he informed me, required the assiduous study of a lifetime ere one could hope to attain proficiency. He was also very full of a rare old book called the Jamasp Nameh, of which, he said, only one copy, stolen by a Musulman named Hussein from the house of a Zoroastrian in Yazd, existed in Kirman, though he had information of another copy in the library of the mosque at Mashhad. This book he described as containing a continuous series of prophecies, amongst which was included the announcement of the return of Shah Bahram, the Zoroastrian Messiah, to re-establish the good religion. This Shah Bahram, to whose expected advent I have already alluded at page 395 supra, is believed to be a descendant of Hormuz, the son of Yezdegerd, the last Sasanian king, who fled from before the Arab invaders with Peshutan and other fire priests to China, whence he will return to Fars by way of India in the fullness of time. Amongst the signs heralding his coming will be a great famine, and the destruction of the city of Shushtar. In the evening I went for a ride outside the city with Feridun, Rostam, and the son of the postmaster. We first visited a neighbouring garden to see the working of one of the dulabs, generally employed in Kirman for raising water to the surface. The dulab consisted of two large wooden wheels, one set horizontally and the other vertically, in the jaws of a well, cogged together. A blindfolded cow, harnessed to a shaft inserted in the axle of the former, communicated a rotatory motion to the latter, over which a belt of rope passed downwards into the well, to a depth of about 5 ells. To this rope earthenware pitchers were attached, and each pitcher, as it came uppermost on the belt, emptied its contents into a channel communicating with a small reservoir. The whole arrangement was primitive, picturesque, and inefficient. From the dulab we proceeded to the old town, Shahr Qadim, situated on the craggy heights lying, if I remember rightly, to the west of the present city, and said to date from the time of Ardashir Babakan, the founder of the Sasanian dynasty. There are a number of ruined buildings on these heights, including one known as the Qadamgah, where vows and offerings are made by the Kirmanis. From this place we proceeded to another valley, closed to the south by beetling cliffs studded with cavernous openings which are said to extend far into the rock. High up on the left of this valley is a little building known as Darya Qoli Beg, whither, leaving our horses below, we ascended, and there sat for a while drinking wine by the light of the setting sun. My companions informed me that formerly the mouth of the valley below had been closed by a band or dike, and all the upper part of it converted into a gigantic lake, whereon boat races, watched by the king and his court from the spot where we sat, took place on certain festal occasions. As we rode homewards in the gathering twilight, the postmaster's son craved a boon of me, which I think worth mentioning as illustrative of that strange yearning after martyrdom which is not uncommon amongst the Bábís. Bringing his horse alongside of mine at a moment when the two Zoroastrians were engaged in a private conversation, he thus addressed me: "Sahib, you intend, as you have told me, to visit Acre. If this great happiness be allotted to you, and if you look upon the blessed beauty, Jamal-i Mubarak, that is, Baha'u'llah, do not forget me, nor the request which I now prefer. Say, if opportunity be granted you, there is such an one in Kirman, so and so by name, whose chief desire is that his name may be mentioned once in the holy presence, that he may once, if it be not too much to ask, be honoured by an epistle, and that he may then quaff the draught of martyrdom in the way of the Beloved." Sunday, 9th June, 29th Ramazan. Today I received a demonstration in geomancy, Ilm-i Ramal, from a young Zoroastrian, Bahram-i Behruz, whom I met in Mullah Gushdast's room in the caravansaray of Ganj Ali Khan. The information about myself with which his science supplied him was almost entirely incorrect, and was in substance as follows: "A month ago you received bad news and suffered much through some absent person. 15 days ago some physical injury befell you. By the next post you will receive good news. In another month you will receive very good news. You are at present in good health, but your calorie is in excess and the bilious humour predominates. Your appetite is bad, and you should take some laxative medicine." This is a fair specimen of the kind of answer which he who consults the Rammal geomancer is likely to get. But it is fair to say that Bahram laid claim to no great proficiency in the science. However, he promised to introduce me to a Musulman who was reputed an adept of the occult sciences, including the Tashkhir-i Jinn, or command of familiar spirits, and this promise, as will presently be set forth, he faithfully kept. While Bahram was busy with his geomancy, a dervish boy, who afterwards proved to be a Bábí, entered the room where we were sitting, for the dervish is free to enter any assembly and to go wherever it seemeth good to him, and presented me with a white flower. I gave him a Qur'an, whereupon, at the suggestion of one of those present, he sung a ghazal, or ode, in a very sweet voice, with a good deal of taste and feeling. Later on in the day I visited Mirza Rahim Khan, the Farrash Bashi, and Sheikh Ibrahim of Sultanabad, whom I have already had occasion to mention. The latter, as I discovered, had, after the manner of Qalandars of his type, taken up his abode in the house of the former, till such time as he should be tired of his host, or his host of him. Thence I went to the house of the Sheykh of Qum, where I met 2 young artillery officers, brothers, one of whom subsequently proved to be an Azali Babi. I was more than ever impressed with the Sheykh's genial, kindly manner and wide knowledge. I inquired of him particularly as to the most authentic and esteemed collections of Shiite traditions, and he mentioned too the Mi'rajus Sa'adat, Ascent of Happiness, and a very large and detailed work in 15 or 16 volumes by Jamaluddin Hassan ibn Yusuf ibn Ali of Hellah, entitled Allama, the Great Doctor, called Beharul Anvar, Oceans of Light. We then talked for a while about metaphysics, and he expressed astonishment at the lack of interest in the subject generally prevalent in Europe, after which we passed by a natural transition to the doctrines of the Sheikhis and Babis, about which he gave me not a little information. It had been intended that I should visit the Prince Governor in company with the Sheikh, but the visit was postponed, as the Prince sent word that he was indisposed and wished to sleep. In the evening I received another visit from the garrulous Haji Muhammad Khan, who seemed to me rather less disagreeable than on the occasion of his first call. After his departure a temporary excitement was caused by the discovery of a theft which had been committed in the garden. A Shirazi muleteer, who intended shortly to return home by way of Sirjan and Neyriz, had greatly importuned me to hire his mules for the journey, and this I had very foolishly half consented to do. These mules were accordingly tied up in the garden near my house, and it was their coverings which, as the muleteer excitedly informed us, had been removed by the thief. The curious thing was that my horse's coverings, which were of considerably more value, had not been touched, and I am inclined to believe that the muleteer himself was the thief. He caused me trouble enough afterwards, for when, owing to the ophthalmia with which I was attacked, I was obliged to rescind the bargain, he lodged a complaint against the poor gardener, whom he charged with the theft. A farrash was sent by the vazir to arrest him, whereupon the said gardener and his wife, accompanied by the myrmidon of the law, came before me wringing their hands, uttering loud lamentations, and beseeching me to intercede in their favour. So, though my eyes ached most painfully, I was obliged to write a long letter to the vazir in Persian, declaring the gardener to be, to the best of my belief, an honest and worthy fellow, and requesting as a personal favour that he might be subjected to no further annoyance. I furthermore took the precaution of promising a present of money to the farrash when he returned with the gardener, in case the latter had suffered no ill treatment, and thanks to these measures I succeeded in delivering him from the trouble in which the malice of the muleteer threatened to involve him. But the effect of the exertion of my eyes in writing the letter was to cause a recrudescence of the inflammation, which had previously been on the decline. So the muleteer had his revenge, which I suppose was what he desired and intended. Monday, 10th June, 30th Ramazan. In the morning I visited several persons in the town, including 2 of my Zoroastrian friends, Shahriyar and Bahman. The shop of the former was crowded with soldiers just home from Jask and Bandar Abbas, so that conversation was impossible, and I left almost immediately. Bahman, on the other hand, had only one visitor, an old Sayyid named Agha Sayyid Hussein of Jandaq, of whom I afterwards saw a great deal, in fact rather more than I wished. He conversed with me in a very affable manner, chiefly of course on religious topics, and amongst other things narrated to me the following curious legend about Christ. Once upon a time, said the Sayyid, The Lord Jesus, upon whom be peace, entered into a certain city. Now the king of that city had forbidden any one of his subjects, on pain of death, to shelter him or supply him with food. Nevertheless, seeing a young man of very sorrowful countenance, he craved his hospitality, which was at once accorded. After the Lord Jesus had supped and rested, he inquired of his host wherefore he was so sorrowful, and eventually ascertained that he had fallen in love with the king's daughter. Then said the Lord Jesus, "Be of good cheer, thou shalt win her. Go to the king's palace tomorrow and demand her in marriage, and your proposal will not be rejected." So the young man, marvelling the while at his own audacity, repaired on the morrow to the palace, and demanded to see the king, into whose presence he was presently ushered. On hearing his proposal, the king said, "My daughter shall be yours, if you can give her a suitable dowry." So the young man returned sadly to his home, for he knew that such a dowry was far beyond his means, and told the Lord Jesus what had passed. Then said the Lord Jesus, "If you will go to such and such a spot, and search there, you will find all that you seek." He did so, and found much gold and silver, and many precious stones of great worth, diamonds, pearls, rubies, emeralds, and the like, beyond all that even the daughter of a king could expect or desire. So the king bestowed on him his daughter's hand. But after a time the Lord Jesus bade him leave all this and follow him. And he, knowing now that the great treasure, compared to which all that he had given as the princess's dowry was as mere worthless dross, was with Christ alone, abandoned all for his master's sake. And indeed, as this legend shows, amongst all the prophets there was none who taught the path, tariqat, like the Lord Jesus, and this remains amongst you Christians in some measure, even now, though the law, shari'at, which he brought, has little by little disappeared before Islam, so that no vestige of it is left. In the evening I received a visit from some of the leading members of the Hindu community, 13 or 14 in number, who begged me to let them know if, at any time, they could be of service to me in any way. "We owe you this," said they, "for it is through the protection of your government that we are able to live and carry on our business here in safety and security." Later in the evening I partook of supper with several of the Zoroastrians at the Dulab of the elder Goshtasp. Tuesday, 11th June, 1st Shawwal. In the morning I had a visit from Rostam, the young Zoroastrian. He told me, amongst other things, of the persecutions to which his co-religionists were occasionally exposed. "Formerly," said he, "it would often happen that they carried off one of our boys or girls and strove to compel them by threats and torments to become Musulmans. Thus on one occasion they seized upon a Zoroastrian boy, 12 years of age, carried him to the public bath, and forced him to utter the Mohammedan profession of faith and to submit to the operation of circumcision. On another occasion they abducted 2 Zoroastrian girls, aged 15 and 20 respectively, and by every means in their power strove to compel them to embrace the religion of Islam. One of them held out against their importunities for a long while, until at last they turned her out almost naked into the snow, and she was ultimately compelled to submit. In the afternoon I again went into the town to pay some visits. I entered it by the Darvaz-e Gabr to the east of the Darvaz-e Nasiriyeh, and visited an old mosque situated near to that gate. The mosque had, as I was informed, been wilfully destroyed by a former governor of the city, but it still showed traces of its ancient splendour. After visiting the Hindus and some of my Zoroastrian friends, I proceeded to the house of the Sheykh of Qum, with whom, as it had been arranged, I was to pay my respects to the Prince Governor. After drinking tea, we accordingly repaired to the Bagh-i Nasiriyeh, which is situated near to the gate of the same name. On the arrival of the Prince Nasir-ud-Dawla, we were conducted to an upper chamber, where he received me in the kindliest and most friendly manner. He talked to me chiefly about the condition of Baluchistan, which, as well as Kirman, was under his government, and declared that a very notable improvement had taken place during the last few years. I then presented my letter of recommendation from Prince 'Imad-ud-Dawla of Yazd, and took occasion to mention the forlorn condition of Mirza Yusuf of Tabriz, and his hope that the shadow of the royal protection might not be withheld from him, and that he might aspire to be numbered amongst the prince's servants. In the evening I was again entertained at supper by one of my Zoroastrian friends named Shahriyar. All the other guests were of the good religion, save myself, Na'ib Hasan, who still continued to accompany me everywhere, and to consider himself as invited to every feast whereunto I was bidden, and a singer named Farajullah, who had been summoned for our entertainment. Wednesday, 12th June, 2nd Shawwal. Towards evening I was visited by the Baluch chief Afzal Khan and his son Sayyid Hussein of Jandag, the Sheykh of Qum, and his friend the young Babi gunner, and Mullah Yusuf the Azali. Between the last and Sayyid Hussein a violent dispute arose touching the merits and demerits of the first three caliphs, so called, Umar, Abu Bakr, and Uthman, whereby the other visitors were so wearied that they shortly departed, and finally the Sayyid was left in undisputed possession of the field, which he did not abandon till he had prayed the prayers of sundown, Maghrib, and nightfall, Isha, and explained to me at length the significance of their various component parts, adding that if I would remain in Kirman for 1 month he would put me in possession of all the essentials of Islam. Na'ib Hasan and Feridun had supper with me in the Char Fasl, or summer house, on the roof of which I sat late in the latter, and finally fell asleep with the song of a nightingale, sweet-voiced as Esrafil, ringing in my ears. Thursday, 13th June, 3rd Shawwal. In the morning, while walking in the bazaars, I met Afzal Khan, the Baluch, with his ragged and hungry-looking retainers. He invited me to return with him to his lodging, situated near the Darvaz-e Rigabad, and I, having nothing else to do, and not wishing to offend him, accepted his invitation. On our arrival there, he insisted, notwithstanding my earnest protests, on sending out for sherbets and sweetmeats wherewith to do me honour, and he put me to further shame by continued apologies for the unfurnished condition of his abode and the humble character of his entertainment, repeating again and again that he was only a poor Baluch. Presently he got on the subject of his wrongs. The English government, so he declared, had taken into their service one of his relatives, who had forthwith made use of his new privileges to dispossess him of all his property, and, generally speaking, to make his life a burden to him. He had therefore come to Kirman to seek employment from Prince Nasir-ud-Dawla. If you will not help me, concluded Afzal Khan, I intend to go to Mashhad and seek assistance from the English officials residing there, and if they will do nothing for me, I will place my services at the disposal of the Russians." Shortly afterwards I rose to go, alleging, when Afzal Khan pressed me to stay, that I had letters to write. "What letters?" he enquired suspiciously. "Oh," I answered carelessly, "letters of all sorts, to Yazd, to Shiraz," and this, though true, was not said altogether without mischievous intent, "to Mashhad." Then Afzal Khan, as I had anticipated, became very perturbed, and anxiously inquired what acquaintances I had at Mashhad, evidently supposing that I intended to inform the English representatives there of his intentions, so that they might intercept him in case he should attempt to reach Russian territory. But indeed the poor fellow's services, on which he evidently set a high value, were not likely to be accounted as of much value by anyone else, Persian, English, or Russian. In the afternoon I visited Mullah Yusuf the Azali, who, though he talked about nothing else than religion, confined himself, much to my disappointment, to the Mohammedan dispensation. He admitted my contention that by many paths men may attain to a knowledge of God, and that salvation was not for the votaries of one religion only, but maintained that, though all roads led to the same goal, some were safe, short and sure, and others circuitous and perilous. "Wherefore," said he, "it behoves us to seek the shortest and safest way, whereby we may most speedily and with least danger attain the desired haven." We had a good deal of discussion, too, about the code of laws established by Muhammad, some of which, as for example the punishment of theft by amputation of the hand, I condemned as barbarous and irrational. To this he replied by arguing that the lex talionis was intended merely to fix the extreme limit of punishment which could be inflicted on an offender, and that forgiveness was as highly extolled by the Mohammedan as by the Christian religion. This discussion lasted so long that on reaching the gate on my homeward way I found it shut, and was obliged to creep through a hole in the city wall known to the cunning Na'ib Hasan. End of section 36. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Section 37 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Section 37. Friday, 14th June, 4th Shawwal. This afternoon, Mullah Yusuf the Azali and one of his friends came to visit me and continue the discussion of yesterday. They talked much about reason and the universal intelligence, which, according to the words أَوَّلُ مَا خَلَقَ اللَّهُ الْعَقْلَ, was the first creation or emanation of God, and which, at diverse times and in diverse manners, has spoken to mankind through the mouth of the prophets. Reason, said they, is of four kinds: aql bil quwwah, potential reason, such as exists in an untaught child; aql bil fi'l, actual or effective reason, such as belongs to those of cultivated intelligence; aql bil malaka, habitual reason, such as the angels enjoy; and aql mustakfi, all-sufficing reason. This last is identical with the first intelligence, aql awwal, or universal reason, aql kulli, which inspires the prophets, and indeed becomes incarnate in them, so that by it they have knowledge of all things, that is, of their essences, not of the technical terms which in the eyes of men constitute an integral part of science. Whosoever is endowed with this all-sufficing reason and claims to be a prophet must be accepted as such. But unless he chooses to advance this claim, men are not obliged to accord him this rank. Next in rank to the prophet, Nabi, is the saint, Vali, whose essential characteristic is a love for God which makes him ready to lay down his life willingly and joyfully for his sake. The love of the Vali is such that by it he often becomes insensible to pain. Thus it is related of Ali ibn Abi Talib, the first Imam, that he was once wounded in the foot by an arrow. Attempts made to extract it only resulted in detaching the shaft from the barb, which remained in the wound, and caused so much pain that it seemed impossible for Ali to endure any further operation. Then said one of his sons, "Wait till the time for prayer comes round, for when my father is engaged in prayer he becomes unconscious of all earthly things, being wholly absorbed in communion with God, and you can then extract the arrowhead without his so much as feeling it." And this they did with complete success. Mullah Yusuf told me another anecdote about Ali, which, though it is well known to students of Arabic history, see for instance Al-Fakhri, edition Alvart, page 54, will bear repetition. He had overthrown an infidel foe, and kneeling on his prostrate body was about to dispatch him with his sword, when the fallen unbeliever spat in his face. Thereupon Ali at once relinquished his hold on his adversary, rose to his feet, and sheathed his sword. On being asked the reason of this, he replied, "When he spat in my face, I was filled with anger against him, and I feared that, should I kill him, personal indignation would partially actuate me, wherefore I let him go, since I would not kill him otherwise than from a sincere and unmixed desire to serve God." At this point our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Mirza Yusuf of Tabriz, accompanied by one of the prince's servants, who in turn were followed by Feridun and Na'ib Hassan. The two last and Mirza Yusuf remained to drink wine after the others had gone, and Mirza Yusuf, who was in a boastful humour, began to say, "If you wish to know anything about the Bábís, I am the man to tell you, for I knew all their chief men at Yazd, and indeed professed myself a convert to their doctrines so as to gain their confidence. They gave me some of their books to read, including one, the book entitled Kalimat-i Maknuneh Fatimeh, Hidden Words of Fatima, is intended. See for a description of this book my catalogue of 27 Bábí manuscripts in the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society for 1892, pages 671 to 5, wherein the reader was addressed in such words as, "O child of earth, O child of my handmaid," and the like. And in fact Mirza Yusuf had succeeded in finding out a good deal about the Bábís, though his information was in some matters erroneous. He declared, for instance, that Qurratul Ayn was put to death by being cast from the summit of the citadel Arg at Tabriz, but that the first time she was launched into the air she was so buoyed up by her clothes that she escaped all hurt. Mirza Yusuf had evidently mixed together a real fact, the Báb's martyrdom in the square of the citadel at Tabriz, with a story referring to the miraculous escape of a woman cast from its summit, which story has been already referred to at page 58 supra. Endnote. My last visitor was Seyyid Hasan of Jandaq, whose arrival caused the other guests to conceal the wine, and, at the earliest possible opportunity, to depart. He was in a captious frame of mind, finding fault with the newspaper Akhtar, of which the Sheykh of Qom had sent me a recent issue, for talking about the zealous Sultan's resignation, isti'fa, instead of calling it, in plain Persian, his dismissal, azl, and taking exception to sundry idioms and expressions in a letter from the Prince Governor of Yazd, which, at his request, I allowed him to read. Saturday, 15th June, 5th Shawwal. Today, while I was sitting in the shop of a merchant of my acquaintance, Haji Abdullah of Shiraz, Bahram Behruz, hurried up to inform me that his friend the magician, Haji Mirza Mohsen, the controller of spirits and genies, was at that moment in his shop, and that if I would come thither he would present me to him. I wished to go at once, but Haji Abdullah and Na'ib Hasan strove to detain me, and, while we were engaged in discussion, the magician passed by the shop in person. Haji Abdullah invited him to enter, which he at first declined to do, and made as though he would pass on, but suddenly changing his mind, he turned back, entered the shop, and seated himself amongst us. " This Sahib," said Na'ib Hasan as soon as the customary greetings had been exchanged, " has heard of your skill in the occult sciences, and desires to witness a specimen of the powers with which you are credited." " What would it profit him ?" replied the magician, and then, turning to me, " Is your motive in desiring to witness an exhibition of my powers a mere idle curiosity ? Or is it that you seek to understand the science by means of which I can produce effects beyond the power or comprehension of your learned men ?"" Sir," I answered, " my object in making this request is, in the first instance, to obtain ocular evidence of the existence of powers generally denied by our men of learning, but which I, in the absence of any sufficient evidence, presume neither to deny nor to affirm. If, having given me such evidence of their existence as I desire, you will further condescend to acquaint me with some of the principles of your science, I need not say that my gratitude will be increased. But even to be convinced that such powers exist would be a great gain." " You have spoken well," said the magician with approval, " and I am willing to prove to you the reality of that science concerning which you doubt. But first of all let me tell you that all that I can accomplish I do by virtue of powers centred in myself, not, as men affirm, by the instrumentality of the jinn, which, indeed, are mere creatures of the imagination and have no real existence. Has any one of you a comb ?" Haji Abdullah at once produced a comb from the recesses of his pocket and handed it to Haji Mohsen, who threw it on the ground at a distance of about 3 feet from him to the left. Then he again turned to me and said, " Are your men of learning acquainted with any force inherent in the human body whereby motion may be communicated without touch to a distant object ?"" No," I replied, " apart from the power of attraction latent in amber, the magnet, and some other substances, we know of no such force, certainly not in the human body." " Very well," said he, Then if I can make this comb come to me from the spot where it lies, you will have to admit that I possess a power whereof your learned men do not even know the existence. Then the distance is in this case small, and the object light and easily movable is nothing, and does not in the least degree weaken the force of the proof. I could equally transport you from the garden where you live to any place which I choose. Now look." Then he moistened the tip of his finger with his tongue, leaned over to the left, and touched the comb once, after which he resumed his former position, beckoned to the comb with the fingers of his left hand, and called, "Biya, biya, come, come." Thereat, to my surprise, the comb spun rapidly round once or twice, and then began to advance towards him in little leaps, he continuing the while to beckon it onwards with the fingers of his left hand, which he did not otherwise move. So far one might have supposed that when he touched the comb with his moistened finger-tip he had attached to it a fine hair or strand of silk, by which, while appearing but to beckon with his fingers, he dexterously managed to draw the comb towards him. But now, as the comb approached within 18 inches or so of his body, he extended his left hand beyond it, continuing to call and beckon as before, so that, for the remainder of its course, it was receding from the hand, always with the same jerky, spasmodic motion. Haji Mohsen now returned the comb to its owner, and requested me for the loan of my watch. I handed to him the clumsy, china-backed watch which I had bought at Teheran to replace the one which I had lost between Erzeroum and Tabriz, and he did with it as he had done with the comb, save that, when he began to call and beckon to it, it made one rapid gyration and a short leap towards him, and then stopped. He picked it up, looked closely at it, and returned it to me, saying, "There is something amiss with this watch of yours. It seems to me that it is stolen property." "Well," I replied rather tartly, "I did not steal it at any rate. I bought it in Teheran for 3 tomans to replace my own watch, which I lost in Turkey. How it came into the hands of him from whom I bought it I cannot of course say." After this the magician became very friendly with me, promising to visit me in my lodging and show me feats far more marvellous than what I had just witnessed. "You shall select any object you choose," said he, "and bury it wherever you please in your garden, so that none but yourself shall know where it is hidden. I will then come and pronounce certain incantations over a brass cup, which will then lead me direct to the place where the object is buried." Hearing that I was to visit the Vazir of Kirman, he insisted on accompanying me. The Vazir was a courteous old man of very kindly countenance and gentle manners, and I stayed conversing with him for more than half an hour. A number of persons were present, including the Kalantar, or mayor, whose servant had that morning received a severe application of the bastinado for having struck the Kad Khoda, or chief man, of a village to which he had been sent to collect taxes or rents. Haji Mirza Mohsen, who lacked nothing so little as assurance, gave the Vazir a sort of lecture on me, as though I were a curious specimen, which he concluded, somewhat to my consternation, by declaring that he intended to accompany me back to my own country, and to enlighten the ignorance of its learned men as to the occult sciences, of which he was a master. On leaving the Vazir's presence I accompanied the magician to his lodging, and was introduced to his brother, a fine-looking man of middle age, dressed after the fashion of the Baghdadis in jubbeh, fez, and white turban, who spoke both Arabic and Ottoman Turkish with fluency. There were also present a number of children, belonging, as I gathered, to Haji Mirza Mohsen, who was still mourning a domestic tragedy which had recently led to the death of his eldest son, a lad of 16. " Ah, you should have seen him," he said. " Such a handsome boy, and so quick and clever. None of my other children can compare with him." He did not acquaint me with the details of his son's untimely death, which, according to Na'ib Hasan, were as follows. One of Mirza Mohsen's servants or disciples had a very beautiful wife, with whom his son fell madly in love. Mirza Mohsen, on being informed by the boy of his passion, promised to induce the girl's husband to free her by divorce. In this he succeeded, but instead of bestowing her hand on his son, he married her himself. The lad remonstrated vehemently with his father, who only replied, " It was for my sake, not yours, that her former husband divorced her." Thereupon the boy, in an access of passionate disappointment, shot himself through the head 2 stages out from Kirman, whither they were then journeying from Sirjan. Sunday, 16th June, 6th Shawwal. Today I was invited to take my midday meal, nahar, with the postmaster. On my way thither I encountered, near the Darwaz-e Masjid, one of my Zoroastrian friends, Kay Khosro, who informed me with some excitement that 2 Farangis had just arrived in Kirman. " Come and talk to them," he added, " for they are now in the street a little farther on." I accordingly followed him, though with no great alacrity, for I enjoyed the feeling of being the only European in Kirman, and had no wish to spoil the unmixedly Persian character of my environment by forming an acquaintance with 2 promiscuous Europeans, who might very likely, I thought, be mere adventurers, and whose presence I was inclined to resent. We soon found one of the newcomers, a little grey-bearded Frenchman, who was very reticent as to his object in visiting Kirman, and told me no more than his companion, also French, spoke English much better than himself, which I could readily believe, for his pronunciation was vile and his vocabulary most meagre, and that they had come to Turkistan, Bukhara, and Samarkand by way of Mashhad, and thence through the deserts by way of Tun and Tabas to Kirman. He then went on to inquire with some eagerness whether there were in the town any cafes or wine shops. Wine shops in Kirman! And seemed much disconcerted when he heard that there were not. I soon left him and proceeded to the postmaster's house. There I found one Mirza Muhammad Khan of the Shah Ni'matullahi order of dervishes, Sheikh Ibrahim of Sultanabad, and another, a parcher of peas, Nokhod Beriz by profession, whom, as I should have to say a good deal about him before I bid farewell to Kirman, and as I do not wish to mention his real name, I will call Usta Akbar. Till lunchtime we sat in the Tambal Khane, idler's room or drawing room, smoking kalyans and conversing on general topics, including, of course, religion. The postmaster told me that he had a book wherein the truth of each dispensation down to the present one, or Babi manifestation, was proved by that which preceded it, and this book he promised to lend me so soon as it was returned to him by a Zoroastrian in whose hands it then was. I asked him about the signs which should herald the manifestation of the end of time, and he said that amongst them were the following: that men should ride on iron horses, that they should talk with one another from great distances, that they should talk on their fingers, and that men should wear women's clothes and women men's, of which signs, he added, you will observe that the first clearly indicates the railroad, the second the telephone, and the third the telegraph, so that nothing is wanting to apprise men of the advent of the most great theophany. I inquired of him, as I had previously inquired of the Sheykh of Qom, as to the best and most authentic collections of Shiite traditions, and he mentioned with especial commendation the Usul-i Kafi, the Roze-i Kafi, and the Man la Yahzari of Faqih. After lunch, most of the guests indulged in a nap, but the parcher of peas came and talked to me for a while in a very wild strain, with which I subsequently became only too familiar. "If you would see Adam," he said, "I am Adam. If Noah, I am Noah. If Abraham, I am Abraham. If Moses, I am Moses. If Christ, lo, I am Christ." "Why do you not say at once, 'I am God'?" I retorted. "Yes," he replied, "there is naught but He." I tried to ascertain his views as to the future of the human soul, but could exact from him no very satisfactory answer. "As one candle is lit from another," said he, "so is life kindled from life. If the second candle should say, 'I am the first candle,' it speaks truly, for in essence it is indeed that first candle which has thrust forth its head from another garment." Presently we were interrupted by the arrival of visitors, the officious and meddlesome Haji Muhammad Khan and the Mullah Bashi. As soon as the customary forms of politeness had been gone through, the latter turned to me, saying, "Sahib, what is all this that we hear about you and Haji Mirza Mohsen the magician? Is it true?" "If you would kindly tell me what you have heard," I replied, "I should be better able to answer your question." "Well," he answered, "Haji Mirza Mohsen is telling everyone that you, being skilled in the magic of the West, had challenged him to a contest, that you gave what proofs you could of your power and he of his, but that he wrought marvels beyond your power, and amongst other things wrote a few lines on a piece of paper, burned it before your eyes, and then drew it out from your pocket. That thereupon you had said that if he could summon the spirit of your father and cause it to converse with you in the French language, you would embrace the religion of Islam, and that he had done what you demanded. Is this true, and are you really going to become a Mussulman?" "Really," I replied, "I am not, and were I disposed to do so, Haji Mohsen, whom, after what you have told me, I must regard as a liar of quite exceptional attainments, is not exactly the sort of person who would effect my conversion. As for his story, every word of it is false. All that actually happened was this." Here I described our meeting in Haji Shirazi's shop. "Furthermore, my father, by the grace of God, is alive and in good health. Neither do I see why, in any case, he should address me in French, since my language and his is English." On returning to the garden I found Afzal Khan the Baluch and his retainers Mullah Gushtasp and Agha Sayyid Hussein of Jandag awaiting my arrival. The first, somewhat overpowered by the Sayyid's theology probably, left very soon, but the Sayyid, as usual, stayed a long while and talked a great deal. He first of all produced a small treatise on physiognomy, Ilm-i Qiyafeh, of which he declared himself to be the author, and proceeded to apply the principles therein laid down to me. "You have a very long arm and long fingers," said he, "which shows that you are determined to wield authority and to exercise supremacy over your fellows, also that you take care that whatever work you do shall be sound and thorough." He next produced a collection of aphorisms which he had written out for me, of which the only one I remember is, "Eat the bread of no man, and withhold thine own bread from none." He then dictated to me 4 questions connected with religion, which he wished me to copy out on 4 separate pieces of paper and send to the Prince Governor, with a letter requesting him to submit them to 4 learned theologians whom he named, and to require them to give an immediate answer without consulting together or taking time to reflect. "You will see," the Seyyid remarked, with an anticipatory chuckle, "that they will all give different answers, and all wrong, so that the prince will recognize the inadequacy of their learning." I only remember one of these questions, which ran as follows: "Which of the 4 Gospels now in the hands of the Christians is the Injil mentioned in the Qur'an?" While we were engaged in this conversation, the present proprietor of the garden, Mirza Jawad, son of Agha Sayyid Rahim, the late Vazir of Kirman, was announced. He was a portly, pleasant-looking man of about 45 or 50, and was accompanied by his son, a very beautiful boy of unusually fair complexion, with dark blue eyes and long eyebrows and eyelashes, rendered even more conspicuous than they would naturally have been by a liberal application of surmeh, antimony. The Seyyid, however, did not allow their presence long to interrupt the unceasing stream of his eloquence, and began to catechize me about the Gospels, asserting that the very fact of there being 4 proved that they were spurious, and that the true Gospel had disappeared from the earth. He then inquired whether wine was lawful according to our law. I replied that it was, inasmuch as we knew that Christ himself tasted wine on several occasions. "I take refuge with God!" cried the Seyyid. "It is a calumny. This alone is sufficient to prove that your Gospels are spurious, for none of the prophets have ever drunk wine." "Well," I said, "I do not quite see your object in trying to disprove the genuineness of our Gospels. I imagine that you wish to convince me of the truth of Islam. But please to remember that if you could succeed in convincing me that the Gospels now in our hands are forgeries, you having no other and genuine Gospel to put in their place, you would be no nearer converting me to Islam, but rather further from it than at present. You would either make me disbelieve in revealed religion altogether, or you would drive me back on the Pentateuch and make me a Jew." "There is something in that," replied the Seyyid, "and I am now disposed to understand the matter in a different way. The word sharab originally means any kind of drink, since the verb sharibe, from which it is derived, is employed in a perfectly general sense. Your priests have not understood this, and have wrongly explained it as wine. The very miracle which you adduce as evidence proves my point, for you say that the attendants at the wedding feast were bidden to fill the jars with water. It is quite clear that what Christ wished to show was that water was the best and most exhilarating of drinks, and that it was lawful, not unlawful, like wine." The little boy seemed to take the liveliest interest in this discussion, and kept whispering suggestions to the Seyyid, for he, like his father, was imbued with the ideas of the Sheykhis, and was evidently not unwilling to make a display of his knowledge. The Seyyid outstayed the other visitors, and, squatting down by the little stream, proceeded to give me much advice, a thing whereof he was ever prodigal, mingled with hints and warnings which I was for some time unable to comprehend. don't cultivate an acquaintance of so-and-so, mentioning one of my Bábí friends, too much, he began, and don't visit his house more than you can help. The prince doesn't like him. Why doesn't he like him? I inquired. The prince had a very beautiful wife called Pambé, cotton, rejoined the Seyyid, and one day in a fit of temper he said to her, "Go to your father's house." But without explicitly divorcing her. Your friend Mirza lived next door to her father, saw her, was smitten with her charms, and took her in marriage. But when the prince, who soon repented of his hasty conduct, desired to take her back, he found that she was the wife of another. Naturally, he was greatly incensed with Mirza . Naturally, I said, but he would hardly be incensed with me for visiting him. You don't understand my point, said the Seyyid. The people of Kirman are the greatest gossips and scandal-mongers under the sun, and the people of Kirman will say that you go there to see Pambé, who is the most beautiful woman in the city. What nonsense! I exclaimed. Why, I never even heard of Pambé till this moment, and when I go to see Mirza , I am naturally not introduced to his wives. Never mind you that, said he. Take my advice and keep away from his house. You can't be too careful here. You don't know what the Kirmanis are like. It was a most unfortunate thing that Mirza Jawad found me here when he came to see you. It was very nice for him, I replied, no doubt, but why so specially fortunate? Because, answered he, seeing that I am your friend and associate, and hearing our improving conversation, he will think the better of you, and will be the slower to credit any slanders against you which he may hear. I am not aware, said I, that I have given any occasion for slander. Perhaps you do not know what people say about your servant, Haji Safar's Siqeh, returned he. What do you mean? I demanded sharply. I was not aware that he had a Siqeh. The Seyyid laughed, a little unpleasant, incredulous laugh. Really, said he, that is very curious. I should have supposed that he would have consulted you first. Anyhow, there is no doubt about the matter, for I drew up the contract myself. And men say that the Siqeh, though taken in his name, was really intended for you. Here I must explain what a Siqeh is. Note: for fuller details see Guéry's Droit Musulman, Paris, 1871, Volume 1, pages 689 to 695, from which admirable compendium of Shiite law I have drawn several of the particulars given in the text. End note. A Shiite may, according to his law, contract a temporary marriage with a woman of his own, or of the Jewish, Christian, or, though some contest this, Magian faith, for a fixed period of time, which may vary from a fraction of a day to a year or several years. Properly speaking, it is the contract drawn up by the officiating mullah, in which both the period of the duration of the marriage and the amount of the dowry, though this last may be no more than a handful of barley, must be specified, which is called the Siqeh. But the term is commonly applied to the woman with whom such marriage is contracted. This species of marriage, if it can be dignified by this name, though held in very proper detestation by Sunnite Mohammedans, is regarded by the Shiites as perfectly legal, and children resulting from it are held to be lawful offspring. Though prevalent to some extent throughout Persia, it flourishes with especial vigour in Kirman, where, owing to the great poverty of the people, The small dowry bestowed on the siqeh induces many parents to seek for their daughters such engagement. Bad as this institution is at the best, the mullahs, by one of those unrighteous legal quibbles of which they are so fond, have succeeded in making it yet more abominable. According to the law, a siqeh, on completing the contracted period, must, before going to another husband, wait for 45 days or 2 months, to ascertain whether or no she is with child by the former husband. This, however, only applies to cases where the marriage has been actually consummated. So, as many of these women are practically siqehs by trade, and do not wish to be subjected to this period of probation, the mullahs have devised the following means of evading the law. When the contracted period of marriage has come to an end, the man makes a fresh contract with the woman for another very short period. This second, purely nominal marriage, being with the same man as the first, is legal without any intervening period of probation, and is not consummated, so that, on its expiration, the woman is free to marry another man as soon as she pleases. The Sayyid's hints, whether intended maliciously or prompted by a friendly feeling, caused me a good deal of disquietude. For, absurd and false as the slander was, I clearly saw that if it gained the credence of the vulgar, it might become a source of actual peril. Haji Safar, who made no attempt to exculpate himself, was of the same opinion, and entreated me to leave Kirman as soon as possible. " Sahib," he concluded, " you do not know the malice and mischief of which these accursed Kirmanis are capable. If we stay here much longer, they will find some pretext for killing us both." " Nonsense," I said. " They are a quiet, peaceable, downtrodden folk, these same Kirmanis, though over fond of idle tattle. Besides, you know what Sheykh Sa'di says, ' An ra ke hisab pak ast, az muhasibah che bak ast.' To him whose account is clean, what fear is there of the reckoning? But in future I hope that you will be careful to avoid doing anything which may compromise my good name. I have no wish to interfere either with your religion or with such indulgences as are accorded to you by it, but I have a right to expect that you will avoid anything which is liable to discredit my character." And so the matter dropped, the quotation from Sa'di being more effective, as quotations from Sa'di or Hafiz always are with a Persian, than any quantity of argument. I have had occasion to allude to the unrighteous quibbles whereby the mullahs, while keeping the letter, contravene the spirit of the law, and I may here add an instance which was related to me today by one of my Bábí friends, of the gross ignorance which sometimes characterizes their decisions. A certain man in Kirman, wishing to expose this ignorance, addressed the following question to a distinguished member of the local clergy. " I agreed with a labourer," said he, " to dig in my garden a hole 1 yard square for 8 krans. He has dug a hole half a yard square. How much should I pay him ?"" Half the sum you agreed upon, of course," said the mullah. " That is to say, 4 krans." After thinking for a while, however, he corrected himself. " 2 krans is the sum which you legally owe him," he declared, and this decision he committed to writing and sealed with his seal. Then the inquirer demonstrated to him that the labour required to excavate a hole measuring half a yard in each direction was only an 1/8 part of that needed for the excavation of one measuring a yard in each direction. This conclusion the cleric resisted as long as he could, but, being at length compelled to admit its justice, he got out of the difficulty by declaring that, Though mathematically the labourer could only claim 1 kron, his legal due was 2 krons. End of section 37. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England.
Section 38 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Monday, the 17th of June, or 7th of Shawwal. This afternoon I visited a young secretary of the prince with whom I had become acquainted, and found him with a son of the prince telegraphist, Mullah Yusuf, and other congenial friends, all or nearly all Azali Babis, sitting round a little tank which occupied the center of the room and smoking opium. The discussion, as usual, turned on religion, and Mullah Yusuf gave me some further instances of the quibbles whereby the Shiite clergy and their followers have made the law of no effect. There are, said he, 6 obligations incumbent on every Mussulman, to wit, prayer, salat, fasting, siyam, pilgrimage, hajj, tithes, khums, alms, zakat, and under certain circumstances religious warfare, jihad. Of these 6, the last 3 have practically become null and void. Of religion's war they are afraid, because the infidels have waxed strong, and because they remember the disastrous results which attended their more recent enterprises of this sort. As for the tithes, khums, literally fifths, they should be paid to poor Sayyids or descendants of the Prophet. And how do you suppose they manage to save their money and salve their consciences at the same time? Why, they place the amount of the money which they ought to give in a jar and pour treacle (shire) over it. Then they offer this jar to a poor Sayyid, without, of course, letting him know about the money which it contains, and when he has accepted it, buy it back from him for 2 or 3 qirans. Or else they offer him 1 toman on condition that he signs a receipt for 50. I turned these admissions against Mullah Yusuf when he began to argue for the superiority of Islam over Christianity. You yourself, I said, declare that the essential characteristic of the prophetic word is that it has power to control men's hearts. And as you have just told me that out of 6 things which Muhammad made binding on his followers, 3 have become of non-effect, you cannot wonder if I question the proof of Islam by your own criterion. God knows that the mass of professing Christians are very far from putting into constant practice all the commands laid upon them by Him whom they profess to follow. But I should be sorry to think that his precepts and example had as little effect on my countrymen as those of Muhammad, on your own showing, seem to have on yours. On returning to the garden, I found a note from the officious Haji Muhammad Khan, inquiring whether I had learned anything more about the 2 Frenchmen who had arrived in Kerman. He had also left with Haji Safar a verbal message asking for some brandy, which message, by reason of Sayyid Hussein's presence, Haji Safar communicated to me in Turkish. Don't attempt to conceal anything from me, exclaimed the Seyyid, by talking a foreign language, for I perfectly understand what you are talking about. This, however, was, as I believe, a mere idle boast. From Mullah Yusuf I today obtained a more circumstantial account than I had yet heard of an event which some time ago created a good deal of excitement in Kerman, especially amongst the Babis. A lad of 15, the son of an architect in the city, who had been brought up in the doctrines of the Shaykhis, turned Babi, and inspired by that reckless zeal which is the special characteristic of the people of the Bayan, repaired to Langar, the headquarters of the Shaykhis, and the residence of the sons of Haji Muhammad Karim Khan, and there publicly addressed the assembled Shaykhis on the signs of the manifestation of Imam Mahdi and the general theory of the Theophanies. The Shaykhis, believing him to be one of themselves, at first listened complacently enough as he developed his doctrine, and were even pleased with his eloquence and fervour. But when, after declaring that in each dispensation there must needs be a point of darkness opposed to the point of light, an Nimrud against an Abraham, a Pharaoh against a Moses, an Abu Jahl against a Muhammad, an Antichrist or Dajjal against a Mahdi, he so described the point of light and point of darkness of this cycle as to make it clear that by the former he meant Mirza Ali Muhammad the Bab, and by the latter Haji Muhammad Karim Khan. The fury of his audience burst forth. They seized him, dragged him from the mosque, reviled him, cursed him, pelted him with stones, bound him to a tree, and scourged him most cruelly. In spite of all they could do, however, he continued to laugh and exult, so that at last they were obliged to release him. Tuesday, the 18th of June, the 8th of Shawwal. This afternoon I received another visit from Afzal Khan, the Baluch, who wished me to give him a letter of introduction to my friend the Nawab Mirza Hassan Ali Khan at Mashhad, whither he proposed to proceed shortly. Then he began to persuade me to accompany him thither, and thence onwards to Kandahar and Galat Nasiri, his home in Baluchistan. You say you are a traveller, concluded he, desirous of seeing as much as you can of the world. Well, Baluchistan is part of the world, and a very fine part too. Not Persian Baluchistan, of course, which is a poor, miserable place, but our own land. I declined his seductive offer, and thereupon he taunted me with being afraid. At this juncture the Sheikh of Qom and the postmaster's son arrived. Well, said the Sheikh, when the usual greetings had been exchanged, what do you make of these two Farangis who have come to Kerman? Hitherto, I replied, I have hardly seen them, and consequently am not in a position to form an opinion. They declare themselves to be Frenchmen, continued the Sheikh, but if so, it's a very astonishing thing that they should be so wanting in good manners as they appear to be, for we always suppose the French to be remarkable amongst European nations for their courtesy and politeness. Your supposition is correct as a rule, I answered, even though there be exceptions. But you know the aphorism, nadiru kal ma'dum, the exceptional is as the non-existent. In what way have they shown a lack of courtesy? Why, said the Sheikh, His Royal Highness the prince, may God perpetuate his rule, naturally wished to see them and ascertain the business which had brought them here. So he sent a message inviting them to visit him. They refused to come. He was naturally very angry, but seeing that they were Farangis, and so saving your presence not to be judged by our standards of good behavior, he swallowed down his annoyance and sent another message saying, "Since you do not wish to visit me, I must needs visit you." In answer to this second message, they sent back word that their lodging was not suitable for receiving so august a personage. His Royal Highness hesitated to punish their churlishness, as it deserved, but finding that they had with them a Persian attendant, lent to them by the governor of Mashhad, with whom Prince Nasir-ud-Dawla is not on the best of terms, he ordered him to come to the palace for interrogation on the following day. "For," thought he, "him at least I can oblige to speak." When the Farangis found that their fists were going to be opened in spite of them, they decided to accompany their man before the prince, and without giving any notice of their visit, in they marched with their great dirty boots, which they never even offered to remove. Neither would they give any satisfactory account of themselves or their business. We think it probable that they are come after walnut trees, which, as men say, they cut and polish in some manner known to themselves, in such a way that pictures or reflections of any scene which may have taken place in the neighbourhood of the tree appear in the polished surface of the wood. But of this you probably know more than we do. The question is, are they really Frenchmen, as they assert? "I don't know," said I. "All I can say is that they talk French so far as I can judge as though it were their native language." "Don't you believe a word of it?" broke in the Baloch. "They are no more French than I am. Who are the French that they should dare to act toward His Royal Highness as these men have done? No, they are either Russians or English, of that you may be sure." We laughed at the Baloch's ideas on the balance of power in Europe, while he continued with increasing excitement, "If His Royal Highness will but give me a hint, I will seek out these Farangis in their lodging, I and my companions here, and will kill them and cut off their heads, and lay them at the prince's feet." "And how would you do that?" asked the Sheykh, with difficulty suppressing his mirth. "Do it," rejoiced Afzal Khan, "easily enough. I would find out where they lodged, walk in one fine day with an Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you, and cut them down with this sword of mine before they had time to speak, or flee, or offer the slightest resistance." "Oh," said the Sheykh, "but that wouldn't be at all right. You shouldn't say peace be upon you to a man you're just going to kill." "Why not?" retorted the Baloch. "They're infidels, kafars, and such it is lawful to slay in any manner." "But he is a kafir too," slyly remarked the Sheykh, pointing towards myself. "Yes, I know he is," exclaimed the Baloch, "and if only—" Here he was interrupted by a general roll of laughter. "Oh, most excellent Khan," I cried as soon as the general merriment had somewhat subsided, "now your fist is opened. Now I see why you were so eager for me to accompany you to your interesting, hospitable country." A long journey, in sooth, would it have been, and one, as I think, on which I might have set out singing "دم رفتن است عرفی بی رخش نظاره‌ای کن که امید بازگشتن کس از این سفر ندارد." "This the moment of departure, O Orphi. take a last look at his face, for from this journey none may hope to return. The Baloch hung his head in some confusion, and then began to laugh gently. "You are quite right, Sahib," he said, "but I know very well that you are an agent of your government, engaged in heaven knows what mischief here." "Why, look at me," I replied. "I live, as you see, like a dervish, without any of the circumstance or having which befits any envoy of such a government as ours." "Ay," he retorted, "but you English are cunning enough to avoid ostentation when it suits your own ends to do so. I know you to my cost, and that is the way it always begins." And so the matter dropped, and that was the last I saw of my friend Afzal Khan. Later on several other visitors came, the Seyyid, of course, Haji Shirazi, who was immensely convivial, having, as he informed me, drunk half a bottle of brandy for his stomach's sake, and the parcher of peas. The last drew me aside out of the hearing of the Seyyid, between whom and himself subsisted a most violent antipathy, and said he had come to ask me to have supper one night with him, the postmaster, and some other congenial friends, so that we could converse quietly and without fear of intrusion. "Thank you," I said. "I shall be very pleased to come any evening that suits you, and I am no less anxious than yourself for an opportunity for some quiet conversation, for hitherto, though I know that many of my friends here are Bahá'ís, we have only talked on side issues and have never come to the main point, and it's about the Bab especially, and Qurratul Ain and the others, not about Bahá, that I want to hear. It was he whom I heard about and learned to admire and love before I left my native country, and since my arrival in Persia, though I have conversed with many Bahá'ís, it is always of Bahá that they speak. Bahá may be very well and may be superior to the Bab, but it's about the Bab that I want to hear." "Yes," he replied, "you shall hear about him, for he is worth hearing about. The Lord Jesus come back to earth in another form. He was but a child of 19 when his mission began, and was only 26 when they killed him because he was a charmer of hearts, and for no crime but this: در کدام ملت هستین، در کدام مذهب هستین، که کشند دلبری را، که تو دل ربا چرایی. In what church, in what religion is this lawful, that they should kill a charmer of hearts, saying, why dost thou steal hearts? Whose is that verse? I inquired. Oh, he replied, the original verse is Araqi's and runs thus: در کدام ملت هستین، در کدام مذهب هستین، که کشند عاشقی را، که تو عاشقم چرایی. In what church, in what religion is this lawful, that they should kill a lover, saying, why art thou my lover? But we have altered the verse to suit our purpose. At this point the Sayyid was seen approaching us, and the parcher of peas fled as from the angel of death. But Haji Shiraz, and after supper consumed as much brandy as he could get, observing repeatedly in a rather unsteady voice that no amount of it produced any effect upon him, because moisture so greatly predominated in his natural temperament. End of section 38.
Section 39 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Section 39. Wednesday, 19th June, 9th Shawwal. This morning I received a visit from a very melancholy person, who, I think, held the office of treasurer to the Prince Governor. He told me that he did not like Europeans, and would not have come to see me if he had not heard that I, unlike most of them, took an interest in religious questions, into which he forthwith plunged, arguing against the possibility of the use of wine being sanctioned by any true prophet, and defending the seclusion of women and the use of the veil. Against these last I argued very earnestly, pointing out the evils which, as it appeared to me, resulted from them. He was silent for a while after I had finished speaking, and then said, "It is true I admit the force of your arguments, and I cannot at this moment give a sufficient and satisfactory answer to them, though I believe there must be one. But I will not attempt to give an insufficient answer, for my sole desire is to be just and fair." Before he left he told me that he suffered much from indigestion, brought on by excessive meditation, adding, I fear greatly." I asked him what he feared, and he replied, "God." In the afternoon Feridun came to me while I was sitting in Haji Shirazi's shop to arrange a visit to the Dakhmeh, or Tower of Silence of the Zoroastrians. Haji Shirazi was most insolent to him, calling him a son of a dog, pedar sag, a gabr, and the like. I saw poor Feridun flush up with an anger which it cost him an effort to control, and would fain have given the drunken old Haji a piece of my mind had I been certain that he did not intend his rudeness for playful banter, and I had not further feared that in any case my remonstrances would only increase his spite against Feridun, which I could only hope to suppress so long as I remained at Kirman. I told Feridun this afterwards, and he not only approved my action, but begged me not to interfere in any similar case. It would do no permanent good, he said, and would only embitter them against us. But do not forget what we poor Zoroastrians have to suffer at the hands of these Musulmans when you return to your native land, and try, if you can, to do something for us." Towards evening I rode out with Gushdasp and Feridun to the lonely Dakhmeh, situated on a jagged mountain spur at some little distance from the town. Gushdasp rode his donkey, but Feridun, who was a bold and skilful rider, had borrowed a horse, for the Zoroastrians at Kirman are not subjected to restrictions quite so irksome as those which prevail at Yazd. We stopped twice on the way to drink wine at a place called Sar Pol, Bridge End, and at a sort of halfway house where funerals halt on their way to the Dakhmeh, or rather Dakhmehs, for there are two of them, one disused, and one built by Monakji, the late Zoroastrian agent at Teheran, a little higher up the ridge. At the foot of this we dismounted, Mullah Gushdasp remaining below to look after the animals, while I ascended with Feridun by a steep path leading to the upper Dakhmeh. Here Feridun, whose brother had recently been conveyed to his last resting place, proceeded to mutter some prayers, untying and rebinding his girdle or koshti as he did so, after which he produced a bottle of wine and poured 3 libations to the dead, exclaiming as he did so, Khuda biyamurzad hameye raftagan ra. May God forgive all those who are gone, and then helped himself and passed the wine to me. Observing an inscribed tablet on the side of the dakhmeh, which was still some 20 yards above us, I called my companion's attention to it and made as though I would have advanced towards it, but he checked me. " None," said he, " may pass beyond this spot where we stand, save only those whose duty it is to convey the dead to their last resting place, and a curse falls on him who persists in so doing." As he spoke he pointed to a Persian inscription cut on the rock beside us, which I had not previously observed, wherein a curse was invoked on anyone whom curiosity or a desire to molest the dead should impel to enter the dakhmeh. Near this was inscribed the well-known verse, Ey dust, bar jenaz dushman chu begzari, shadi makon ke bar to hamin majara bovad. O friend, when thou passest by the corpse of thine enemy, rejoice not, for on thee will the same fate fall. Below this was recorded the date of the dakhmeh's completion, Zilhijjah 20th, AH 1283, 25th April AD 1867, corresponding to the year 1236 of Yazdegerd. On returning to the garden, I found the inevitable Seyyid Huseyn, who had arrived soon after I had gone out, and in my absence had been inflicting his theological dissertations on Na'ib Hasan. It had been arranged that I should visit a certain Mirza Muhammad Ja'far Khan, a nephew of the great leader of the Shaykhis and antagonist of the Bábís, Haji Muhammad Karim Khan, who had called upon me a few days previously, and the Seyyid, hearing this, insisted on accompanying me. On reaching his house, which stood alone at some distance from the town, we were received by him and a stout pallid youth named Yusuf Khan, who I believe was his cousin or nephew, in the Tambal Khane, or lounging room, the walls of which were profusely decorated with a strange medley of cheap European prints and photographs representing scripture incidents, scenes from Uncle Tom's Cabin, scantily clothed women, and other incongruous subjects, arranged in the worst possible taste. The low opinion of my host's character with which this exhibition inspired me was not bettered by his conversation, which was, so far as I remember, singularly pointless. He evidently felt ill at ease in the presence of the Seyyid, who inquired very searchingly as to the reception which the eldest of Haji Muhammad Karim Khan's sons, the present chief of the Shaykhis, had met with at the holy shrines of Karbala and Najaf, whither he had recently gone. So far as we could learn, he had been anything but cordially received, and at Kausemain the people had not suffered him to preach in the mosque. On my return to the garden I had supper with Na'ib Hasan, who aspersed the character of my new acquaintance in a way which I cannot bring myself to repeat. Thursday, 20th June, 10th Shawwal. This morning I paid a visit to one of the most eminent members of the clergy of Kirman, the Mujtahid Mullah Muhammad Saleh Kirmani. He was a fine-looking man with a long black beard and deeply furrowed brow, and received me with a somewhat haughty courtesy. He conversed on religious topics only, pointing out the beauties of the law of Islam, and taking great exception to the carelessness of Europeans in certain matters of purification. On leaving his house I was taken to see an iron foundry, where I was shown 2 excellent-looking Enfield rifles manufactured by a Kirmani gunsmith in imitation of one of European workmanship, lent to him by the Prince Governor. In the afternoon I received a visit from the 2 Frenchmen, of whose arrival in Kirman I have already spoken. Haji Muhammad Khan, Mullah Yusuf, and Sayyid Hussein happened to come while they were with me, but the last, on a hint from Na'ib Hassan that wine was likely to be produced, fled precipitately, to the satisfaction of everyone. The Frenchmen appeared, from their account, to have had a very rough journey from Mashhad to Kirman, and not to enjoy much comfort even here. They were delighted with the wine, cognac, and tea which I placed before them, for they had not been able to obtain any sort of alcohol here, not knowing whither to go for it, and conversed freely on everything save the objects of their journey, of which they seemed unwilling to speak, though Haji Muhammad Khan, who really did speak French with some approach to fluency, endeavoured again and again to extract some information from them. He was so disgusted at his ill success that he afterwards announced to me his conviction that they were persons of no rank or breeding, and that he had no wish to see anything more of them. In the evening I supped with the Prince Governor, the party being completed by the Sheykh of Qum and the Prince Telegraphist. The meal was served in European fashion in a room in the Bagh-i-Nasiriyye palace, which was brightly illuminated. A great number of European dishes was set before us, no doubt in my honour, though, as a matter of fact, I should have greatly preferred Persian cookery. Wine, too, was provided, and not merely for show either. The prince, acting, I suppose, on the aphorism, "Address men according to the measure of their understandings," conversed chiefly on European politics, in which I felt myself thoroughly out of my depth. He was, however, extremely kind, and when I left, insisted on lending me a horse and a man to conduct me home. Friday, 21st June, 11th Shawwal. In the afternoon I returned Mirza Jawad's call, and found with him his son and his son's tutor, Mullah Ghulam Hussein, a Sheykhi, from whom I extracted the following account of the essential doctrines of his school. The Bala Saris, or ordinary Shiites, said he, assert that the essentials of religion are 5, to wit, belief in the unity of God, Tawheed; the justice of God, Adl; the prophetic function, Nubuwwat; the imamate, Imamat; and the resurrection, Ma'ad. Now we say that 2 of these cannot be reckoned as primary doctrines at all, for belief in the Prophet involves belief in his book and the teachings which it embodies, amongst which is the resurrection, and there is no more reason for regarding a belief in God's justice as a principal canon of faith than belief in God's mercy or God's omnipotence or any other of his attributes. Of their 5 principles or essentials, usul, therefore, we accept only 3, but to these we add another, namely, that there must always exist amongst the Musulmans a perfect Shiite, Shi'a Kamil, who enjoys the special guidance of the Imams and acts as a channel of grace, Wasita Faiz, between them and their church. This tenet we call the 4th support, Rukn Rabi', or 4th essential principle of religion. In the evening I was the guest of Usta Akbar, a parcher of peas, at supper, and stayed the night at his house. Amongst the guests were Agha Fathullah, a young Azali minstrel and poet who sung verse in praise of the Bab, composed by himself; Sheykh Ibrahim of Sultanabad, one of his intimates and admirers; a servant of the Farrash Bashi named Abdullah, a post office official whom I will call Haydarullah, and the pea parcher's brother. As the evening wore on, these began to talk very wildly in a fashion with which I was soon to become too familiar, declaring themselves to be one with the divine essence, and calling upon me by such titles as Janab i Sahib and Hazrat i Firangi, to acknowledge that there was no one but the Lord Jesus present. Wearied and somewhat disgusted as I was, it was late before they would suffer me to retire to rest on the roof. Saturday, 22nd June, 12th Shawwal. The party at Usta Akbar's did not break up till about an hour and a half before sunset, when I returned to the garden accompanied by Sheykh Ibrahim, who, from this time forth until I left Kirman, became my constant companion, though more than once, disgusted at his blasphemous conversation and drunkenness, I endeavoured to discourage his visits. But he was not one to be easily shaken off, and on these occasions, when my indignation had been specially kindled against him, he would make so fair a show of regret for his conduct that I was constrained to forget his unseemly behaviour. Moreover, he was a man well worth talking to, so long as he was sober or not more than half drunk, having travelled widely through Persia, Turkey, and Egypt, seen many strange things and stranger people, and mixed with almost every class and sect, as it is the privilege of his order to do. He was, indeed, one of the most extraordinary men whom I ever met, and presented a combination of qualities impossible in any but a Persian. Anarchist, antinomian, heretic, and libertine to the very core, he gloried in drunkenness and expressed the profoundest contempt for every ordinance of Islam, boasting of how he had first eaten pork in the company of a European traveller with whom he foregathered in Egypt, and quoting in excuse for his orgies of hashish and spirits this couplet from the Masnavi: Nang bang u khamr bar khod mi nahi, ta dami az khishtan to varehi. Thou disgracest thyself with bang and wine, in order that for a moment thou mayest escape from thyself. I have seen him, on an occasion when by the laws of Islam the minor ablution was incumbent on him, take up an empty ewer (aftabe), and, when warned by his friends that it contained no water, replied, "Bah! What do I care? I only carry it to blind these accursed dogs of orthodoxy, who, if they had but proof of 1/10 of the contempt which I entertain for them and their observances, would tear me to pieces." He professed to be a Bábí, and, as will be related in its proper place, had all but suffered death for his beliefs. When a youth, he had visited Bahá at Acre and Subh Azal in Cyprus, and declared himself to be a follower of the former, though in point of fact he paid no more attention to the commands and prohibitions of the Kitab i Aqdas than to those of the Qur'an, accounting all laws, human and divine, as made by the wise for fools to observe. In short, he was just a free-thinking, free-living, antinomian dervish or qalandar, a sort of mixture of Omar Khayyam and Iraqi, with only a fraction of their talent and culture, and 10 times their disregard for orthodox opinion and conventional morality. Yet was he lacking neither in originality, power of observation and deduction, nor humour, and his intelligence, now sadly undermined by narcotics and alcohol, must have originally been sufficiently acute. Such was the man in whose society it was my lot to pass a considerable portion of my remaining days at Kirman. Again and again, as I have said, I would have cast him off and been quit of him, but ever the interest of his extraordinary character and the charm of his conversation made me condone his faults and bear with him a little longer. He was a perfect repository of information concerning the roads, halting places, towns and peoples of Western Asia. You had but to ask him how to reach any town from a given starting place, and he would in a few minutes sketch you out 2 or 3 alternative routes, with the stages, advantages, disadvantages, and points of interest of each. To give an instance, I had at this time some idea of quitting Persia by Hamadan, and making my way thence to the Mediterranean, and I inquired of Sheykh Ibrahim whether this project was feasible. " Oh yes," he replied, " nothing can be easier. From Hamadan you will go to Sanandej, a march of 4 days, thence in 4 days to Sulaymaniyye, thence in 4 days more to Mosul, where you must certainly pay a visit to Zaynul Muqarrabin." " And who," inquired I, " is Zaynul Muqarrabin ?"" He is one of the most notable of the friends, Ahbab, that is, the Bábís," replied he, " and to him is entrusted the revision and correction of all copies of the sacred books sent out for circulation, of which, indeed, the most trustworthy are those transcribed by his hand. His real name is Mulla Zaynul Abidin of Najafabad. You may also see at Mosul Mirza Abdul Wahhab of Shiraz, the seal engraver, who will cut for you a seal bearing an inscription in the new writing, Khat Badi, and Mirza Abdullah Alaqiband, both of whom are worth visiting." " Are these the only Bábís at Mosul ?" I enquired. " Oh no," he answered, " you will find plenty of them there and elsewhere on your route. You can tell them by their dress. They wear the Turkish fez with a small white turban and a jubbeh. They do not shave their heads, but on the other hand they never allow the zulf to grow below the level of the lobe of the ear. Well, to continue, from Mosul you will go in 4 days to Jazireh, thence in 3 days to Mardin, thence in 4 days to Diyarbekr, thence in 4 days to Urfa, thence in 2 days to Sovarak, thence in 3 days to Awra, thence in 3 days to Birajik, and thence in 6 days to Iskanderun, Alexandretta, where you can take a ship for Constantinople or Alexandria, or your own country as you please. But you should by all means go to Acre and visit Bahá, so that your experience may be complete." " You have visited Acre, have you not ?" I enquired. " Tell me what sort of place it is, and what you saw there." " Yes," he replied, " I was there for 70 days, during which period I was honoured (musharraf) by admission to the Holy Presence 12 times. The first time I was accompanied by 2 of Behá's sons, by his amanuensis and constant attendant, Aka Mirza Aka Jan of Kashan, whom they call Janab Khadimullah, His Excellence the Servant of God, and by my fellow traveller. All these, so soon as we entered the presence chamber, prostrated themselves on the ground. But while I, ignorant of the etiquette generally observed, was hesitating what to do, Behá called out to me, " It is not necessary (lazim nist). Then said he twice in a loud voice, " Barakallahu alaykum, God bless you," and then, " Most blessed are ye, in that ye have been honoured by beholding me, which thing saints and prophets have desired most earnestly." Then he bade us be seated, and gave orders for tea to be set before us. My companion hesitated to drink it, lest he should appear wanting in reverence, seeing which Bahá said, "The meaning of offering a person tea is that he should drink it." Then we drank our tea, and Khadimullah read aloud one of the epistles, Al-Vāh, after which we were dismissed. During my stay at Acre I was taken ill, but Bahá sent me a portion of the pelo which had been set before him, and this I had no sooner eaten than I was restored to health. You should have seen how the other believers envied me, and how they begged for a few grains from my share, and this happened on 2 subsequent occasions. When I left Acre, Bahá commended me, but bade me preach the doctrine no more, because I had already suffered enough in God's way. Later on, Mirza Yusuf of Tabriz joined us, and, thinking to please Sheykh Ibrahim, pretended that he too was a Bābī. But when Sheykh Ibrahim feigned ignorance of the whole matter, expressing surprise, and in some cases mild disapproval, at what Mirza Yusuf told him of the doctrines and practices of the sect, the latter, thinking that he had made a mistake, changed his ground, and told us that he had only pretended to be a convert to the new religion, so as to get money from the rich and charitable Bābīs at Yazd. I could hardly contain my laughter as I watched Mirza Yusuf thus entangling himself in the snare set for him by the Sheykh, who meanwhile never so much as smiled at the success of his stratagem. I expected, of course, that the whole story would become known to all the Bābīs in Kirman, but I think the Sheykh kept his own counsel, being less concerned with the exposure of hypocrisy than with his own amusement. After Mirza Yusuf's withdrawal, the Sheykh, having communicated to me a great deal of very scandalous gossip about the postmaster, whom he was by way of considering as one of his best friends, began to disclose with high approval the character of the free-thinking poet Nasir Khusraw, whose poems and apocryphal autobiography he had been recently reading. The episode in the autobiography which had especially delighted him, and which he repeated to me with infinite relish, runs as follows. Note, I translate from the Tabriz edition of Nasir Khusraw's works, lithographed in AH 1280, AD 1864, pages 6, 7, endnote. After much trouble we reached the city of Nishapur, there being with us a pupil of mine, an expert and learned metaphysician. Now in the whole city of Nishapur there was no one who knew us, so we came and took up our abode in a mosque. As we walked through the city, at the door of every mosque by which we passed, men were cursing me, and accusing me of heresy and atheism. But the disciple knew nothing of their opinion concerning me. One day, as I was passing through the bazaar, a man from Egypt saw and recognized me, and approached me, saying, "Art thou not Nasir Khusraw, and is not this thy brother Abu Sa'id?" In terror I seized his hand, and engaging him in conversation led him to my lodging. Then I said, "Take 30,000 mesqals of gold, and refrain from divulging the secret." When he had consented, I at once bade my familiar spirit produce that sum, gave it to him, and thrust him out from my lodging. Then I went with Abu Sa'id to the bazaar, halted at the shop of a cobbler, and gave him my shoes to repair, that we might go forth from the city, when suddenly a clamour made itself heard near at hand, and the cobbler hastened in the direction whence the sounds proceeded. After a while he returned with a piece of flesh on the end of his bradawl. "What," inquired I, "was the disturbance, and what is this piece of flesh?" "Why," replied the cobbler, It appears that one of Nasir Khosrow's disciples appeared in the city and began to dispute with the doctors thereof. These repudiated his assertions, each adducing some respectable authority, while he continued to quote in support of his views verses of Nasir Khosrow. So the clergy tore him in pieces as a meritorious action, and I too, to merit a reward, cut off a portion of his flesh. When I learned what had befallen my disciple, I could no longer control myself, and said to the cobbler, "Give me my shoes, for one should not tarry in a city where the verses of Nasir Khosrow are recited." So I took my shoes and came forth with my brother from Nishapur. The Sheykh then recited to me the two following fragments of Nasir Khosrow's verse, which, it will be allowed, are sufficient to account for the lack of favour wherewith he was regarded by the clergy of Nishapur. Ilahi, rast guyam fitne az tost, vali az tars natvanam chakidan. Agar rigi be kafsh khod nadari, chera bayast shaytun afaridan. لب و دندان خوبان خطا را بدین خوبی نبایست آفریدن. به آهو میزنی هی هی که بگریز، به تازی میزنی هی بر دویدن. O God, although through fear I hardly dare to hint it, all our trouble springs from thee. Hadst thou no sand or gravel in thy shoes, what prompted thee to bid the devil be? 'Twere well an thou hadst made the lips and teeth of Tartar beauties not so fair to see. With cries of on thou bidst the hound pursue, with cries of on thou bidst the quarry flee. Nasir Khosrow be dashti migozasht, masti la yaqil ne chun meykharagan. مبرزی دید و مزاری روبرو، بانگ برزد گفت که نظارگان. نعمت دنیا و نعمت خور بین، اینچ نعمت خارگان. Dead drunk, not like a common sot, one day Nasir Khosrow went to take the air. Hard by a dung heap he espied a grave, and straightway cried, O ye who stand and stare, behold the world, behold its luxuries, its dainties here, the fools who ate them there. Ere evening was past, the Sheykh, like Nasir Khosrow, was dead drunk, not like a common sot, and finally, to my great relief, went to sleep, wrapped in his cloak in a formless heap on the floor, where we left him till morning. He awoke very late, and was sipping his morning tea with a begone air, which contrasted strangely with his vivacity of the previous day, when visitors were announced, and my disagreeable acquaintance, Haji Muhammad Khan, accompanied by a pleasant, well-informed mullah named Haji Sheikh Ja'far of Karbala, entered the room. He was more than usually impertinent and inquisitive, inquired when Sheikh Ibrahim had come to the garden, and, on learning from me that he had been there since the previous night, lifted his eyebrows in surprise, remarking that the Sheikh had said he came that morning early, and then proceeded to inquire pointedly how the postmaster was, and whether I had any fresh news from Adrianople or Acre, meaning of course to imply his belief that I was a Bábí. Finally, however, Na'ib Hassan came to the rescue, reminding me in a loud voice that I had accepted an invitation to visit Hormozyar, one of my Zoroastrian friends, at his garden. He omitted to mention that the engagement was for the evening, but the intimation had the desired effect of causing Haji Muhammad Khan to retire, taking the divine with him. I now wished to go out, but to this Sheikh Ibrahim objected, declaring that it was too hot, so we had lunch and then adjourned to the summer house, where he fell asleep over my Bábí history. On awakening from his nap, he was more like his usual self, and began to entertain me with his conversation. " So you met Sheykh S, the Babi courier, at Shiraz, did you ?" he began. " A fine old fellow he is too, and has had some strange experiences. Did he tell you how he ate the letters ?"" No," I replied. " Tell me about it." " Ah," he continued, " he is not given to talking much. Well, you must know that he goes to Acre once every year to convey letters from the friends in Persia and elsewhere, and to bring back replies. He takes Isfahan, Shiraz, Yazd, and the south, while Dervish Khavar takes Mazandaran, Gilan, and the northern part of Iraq, riding about on a donkey, selling drugs, and passing himself off as an oculist. The Sheykh, however, goes everywhere on foot, save when he has to cross the sea, and this, I fancy, he only does when he cannot well avoid it, at least since a ship in which he was a passenger was wrecked between Bushire and Basra, and everyone on board drowned save himself and another dervish, who managed to keep themselves above water by means of floating wreckage until, after 14 or 15 hours' exposure, they were drifted ashore. As a rule, he so times his return from the interior as to reach Bushire early in the month of Zil Hijjah, whereby he is enabled to join the pilgrims bound for Jeddah and Mecca. After the conclusion of the pilgrimage he makes his way to Acre, where he generally stays about 2 months, while the letters which he has brought are being answered. Though he is not perhaps honoured by admission to Behá's presence more than once or twice during this period, he is in many ways a privileged person, being allowed to go into the Andarun, women's apartments, when he pleases, and to sit with outstretched feet and uncovered head even in the presence of the masters, Aghayan, that is, Behá's sons. When the letters are all answered, he packs them into his wallet, takes his staff, and sets off by way of Beirut for Mosul, where he stays for about a month with Zaynul Muqarrabin, of whom I told you a few days ago. Thence he makes his way down the Tigris to Baghdad, and so across the frontier into Persia. He walks always off the beaten track to avoid recognition, and for the same reason seldom enters a town or village save to buy sufficient bread and onions. He is passionately fond of onions, to last him several days. These he packs away in his wallet on the top of the letters. At night he generally sleeps in a graveyard or in some other unfrequented spot where he is not likely to be disturbed, unless there be some of the friends in the place where he halts, in which case they are always glad to give him a night's lodging. Well, it was about his eating his letters that I was going to tell you. Once, in the course of his travels, he was recognized in a village near Yazd, arrested, locked up in an empty room to await examination by the Kad Khuda, or headman. The Kad Khuda chanced to be engaged when word was brought to him that the Babi courier had been caught. " Leave him locked up where he is," said he, " till I can come." Now the Sheykh is a man of resource, and, finding that the Kad Khuda did not immediately come to examine him, he began to cast about for some means of destroying the compromising letters in his wallet, for he knew that if these should fall into the hands of the enemy the writers would get into trouble. Unluckily there was no fire nor any means of making one, and the earth which formed the floor of the room was too hard to dig a hole in, even if it would have been safe to bury the letters in a place whence they could not afterwards be removed. There was only one thing left to do, namely, to eat them, and this the Sheykh proceeded to do. It was a tough meal, for their total weight amounted to several pounds, and some of them were written on thick, strong paper. In particular, there was one great packet from Rafsanjan which cost the Sheykh a world of trouble, and on the senders of which, as I have myself heard him say, he lavished a wealth of curses and expletives ere he finally succeeded in chewing it up and swallowing it. At length, however, the whole mass of correspondence was disposed of, and, when his persecutors arrived, there was the old Sheykh, with a very dry mouth, I expect, and likely enough somewhat uneasy within, sitting there as innocent looking as could be. The Kad Khuda and his men didn't pay much heed to that though, nor to his protestations, but when they had turned his wallet inside out and searched all his pockets and found not so much as the vestige of a letter to reward them for their pains, they were rather taken aback and began to think they had made a mistake. They gave him the bastinado to make all sure, but, as he continued to protest that he was no Bábí and no courier and knew nothing about any letters at all, they eventually had to let him go. We were interrupted by the unwelcome arrival of Seyyid Husayn of Jandag, and quickly as I pushed the Bábí history under a cushion, he noticed the movement, and forthwith proceeded to make himself disagreeable, an accomplishment in which he excelled, to Sheykh Ibrahim, persistently and pointedly asking him about wine, where the best qualities were manufactured, how and when it was usually drunk, and the like, on all of which points the Sheykh professed himself perfectly ignorant. The Seyyid, however, continued to discourse in this uncomfortable strain, concluding severely with the aphorism, "Man dana bidinin lazimahu ahkamuh." Whosoever professeth a faith, its laws are binding on him. Presently the Farrash Bashi's servant, Abdullah, who was one of the Sheykh's intimates, joined us, and we had tea. But the Seyyid continued to act in the same aggressive and offensive manner, inquiring very particularly whether the cup placed before him had been properly purified since last it touched my infidel lips. Mirza Yusuf of Tabriz, who had brought it, answered pertly enough, and put the old man in a still worse temper, so that I was very glad when Na'ib Hasan reminded me in a loud voice that it was time to set out for the garden of Hormozyar, whose guest I was to be that evening, and the Seyyid departed, grumbling as he went, "You have already forgotten the advice I gave you the other day. Eat no man's bread, and grudge not thine own bread to anyone." Sheykh Ibrahim, though uninvited, insisted on accompanying me and Na'ib Hasan to Hormozyar's entertainment. We found about 20 guests there assembled, all, with the exception of ourselves and Fathullah the minstrel, Zoroastrians, Rostams and Rashids, Shahriyars, Dinyars and Ormozdyars, Kaykhosrows and Khuda Murads, Bahmans, Bahrams, Esfandiyars and Mehrabans. The entertainment was on a magnificent scale, the minstrel sang well, and the pleasure of the evening was only marred by the conduct of Sheykh Ibrahim, who got disgustingly drunk and behaved in the most indecorous manner. "But that he came under your aegis," said Hormozyar to me afterwards, when I apologized for his behaviour and explained how he had forced his company upon me, "we would have tied his feet to the poles and given him the sticks. For if sticks be not for such drunken brutes as him, I know not for what they were created." I was constrained to admit that he was right, but for all that I was unable to shake off my disreputable companion, who accompanied us back to the garden when we said good night to our host, and slept heavily on the ground wrapped in his cloak. The next day, Monday, 14th Shawwal, 24th June, will ever be to me the most memorable, For thereon did I come under the glamour of the poppy wizard, and forge the first link of a chain which it afterwards cost me so great an effort to break. Thereon also was first disclosed to me that vision of antinomian pantheism which is the world of the Kalandar, and the source of all that is wildest and strangest in the poetry of the Persians. With this eventful day, then, let me open a new chapter. End of section 39. End of chapter 16, Kerman Society. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Section 40 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Section 40. Chapter 17. Amongst the Kalandars. How sweet it were, hearing the downward stream, with half-shut eyes ever to seem, falling asleep in a half-dream, to dream and dream like yonder amber light, which will not leave the myrbush on the height, to hear each other's whispered speech, eating the lotos day by day, to lend our hearts and spirits wholly to the influence of mild-minded melancholy. Tennyson. تو و ملک و جاه سکندری، من و رسم و راه قلندری، اگر آن خوش است تو در خوری، وگر این بد است مرا سزا. Sekandar's pomp and display be thine, the Qalandar's habit and way be mine, that if it please thee I resign, while this though bad is enough for me. Qurratul Ayn. This was how it came about. On the afternoon of this notable day, about 4 hours before sunset, I went into the town to pay some visits, leaving Sheykh Ibrahim asleep in the garden. I first went to see the Frenchmen, about whose health I had heard disquieting reports, which, fortunately, turned out to be exaggerated. Having remained with them for rather more than half an hour, I proceeded to the house of the young artillery officer, whose acquaintance I had made through the Sheykh of Qom. While I was sitting there conversing with him, and watching the grotesque antics of a large tame monkey, Antar, which he kept as a pet, I first became conscious of an uneasy sensation in my eye. My host, too, noticed that it appeared inflamed, and bade one of his servants bring a bowl of iced water that I might bathe it. So far from deriving any benefit from this treatment, however, it rapidly grew worse, so that, on my return to the garden, I was in considerable pain. Now, Usta Akbar, the pea-parcher, whenever I urged him to tell me more about the Bab and his religion, used to declare that he could not talk freely on this topic save in some place where there was no fear of his being overheard, and it had therefore been arranged a day or two previously that on this evening he and a select company of his Bábí friends, to wit, Sheykh Ibrahim of Iraq, the Farrash Bashi's man Abdullah, and the Azali minstrel Fathullah, should sup with me in the garden and spend the night there. Just as I was going out in the afternoon, Usta Akbar had come to the garden, bringing with him a Bábí merchant, whom I will call Agha Muhammad Hasan of Yazd, just arrived on business in Kirman from the little village in Rafsanjan where he dwelt. He, having heard from Usta Akbar an account of myself, was so curious to see me that he insisted on at once paying me a visit, and no sooner were they seated than the pea-parcher began to introduce him in his usual wild language. " Here is Agha Muhammad Hasan," said he, " come to do penance before you and entreat your forgiveness for his shortcomings, in that when you passed through Rafsanjan he neither came out to meet you, nor brought you into his house, nor set you on your journey. I have scolded him well, saying, ' Agha Muhammad Hasan, the Holy Spirit, Ruhul Quds, passed through Rafsanjan, and you had not so much as a word of welcome, nor advanced 1 foot from the other. Are you not ashamed of yourself?' He is now duly ashamed of himself, and will not be content till he receives from your lips the assurance of his pardon." I was in a hurry to get rid of my visitors, as I had to go into the town, so, half assenting to Agha Muhammad Hasan's proposal that I should spend a few days with him at the village before leaving the province of Kirman, and inviting him to join us at supper that evening, when we should be able to talk to our heart's content, I bade them farewell for the present. On my return to the garden, about an hour after sunset, I found these two and Sheykh Ibrahim awaiting me. My eye was now so painful that I determined to cover it with a bandage, which at once called the attention of my guests to its condition. They all expressed the greatest concern, and Usta Akbar begged me to allow him to try a remedy which he had never known to fail. In this request he was so importunate that at last I most foolishly consented. Thereupon he went out into the garden and gathered some leaves from the hollyhock or other similar plant, with which he soon returned. Then he called for an egg, broke it into a cup, removed the yolk, leaving only the white, and bade me lie down on the floor on my back, and, if possible, keep the inflamed eye open. Then he poured the white of the egg over the eye, covered it up with the leaves, and entreated me to remain still as long as I could, that the treatment might work. It did work. In 2 or 3 minutes the pain became so acute that I could bear it no longer, and called for warm water to wash away the horrid mess which half blinded me. Usta Akbar remonstrated, but I told him that the remedy was worse than the disease. " Ah," said he, " it is clear that I have made a mistake. When you told me that you had been bathing your eye in iced water, I assumed that this cold was the cause of the affection, and so I applied a hot remedy. Now it is evident that it is due not to cold but to heat, so that a cold remedy should be applied, and I know one which will not disappoint you." " Thank you," I rejoined. " If it is anything like the last, I should prefer to have nothing to do with it." " It is nothing like the last," he answered. " What I would suggest is that you should smoke a pipe of opium. That is a cold drug most potent in the treatment of hot maladies, and of its efficacy you cannot but have heard." Opium! There was something fascinating about the idea. The action on the mental functions exercised by narcotic drugs had always possessed for me a special interest, and though the extremely unpleasant results of an experiment on the subjective effects of cannabis indica (Indian hemp), which I had tried while a student at St. Bartholomew's Hospital, had somewhat cooled my enthusiasm for this sort of research, the remembrance of that dreadful evening when time and space seemed merging in confused chaos, and my very personality appeared to be undergoing disintegration, had now sufficiently lost its vividness to make me not unwilling to court some fresh experience of this kind. So after a few moments' reflection I signified my willingness to try Usta Akbar's new cure, and 10 minutes later my whole being was permeated with that glow of tranquil beatitude, conscious of itself, nay, almost exultant in its own peaceful serenity, which constitutes the fatal charm of what the Persians call par excellence the antidote, tiryaq. At this juncture the young Azali minstrel and soon afterwards Abdullah arrived, and we adjourned to the summer house, where Haji Safar had spread a cloth on which were disposed dishes of fruits, sweets, and aljil, pistachio nuts, melon seeds, and the like, strongly salted to whet the appetite, and bottles of wine and araq. The conversation, though it did not flag, was at first quite enough. My guests spoke in the usual strain of the succession of prophetic cycles, of the progressive character of revelation, and of the increasing strength of the theophanic sun in each appearance. The Lord Jesus, said they, was as the sun shining in the fourth heaven, which is the station of the spirit. Maqam Ruh. Muhammad was in the fifth heaven, which is the station of reason. Maqam Aql. The Nuqta Bayan, His Holiness our Lord the Supreme, that is the Bab, appeared yet higher, in the sixth heaven or station of love. Maqam Ishq. And Baha, in whom all previous manifestations find their fulfillment and consummation, occupies the seventh or highest heaven, and is a perfect manifestation of the unseen and incomprehensible essence of the divinity. Then suddenly someone bade the minstrel sing, and he, in high-pitched, plaintive voice, every modulation of which seemed to stir the soul to its very depths, burst forth with an ode of the Bábí heroine Qurratul Ayn, whereof the translation which I here give can but dimly reflect the passion and the fire. The thralls of yearning love constrain in the bonds of pain and calamity these broken-hearted lovers of thine to yield their lives in their zeal for thee. Though with sword in hand my darling stand with intent to slay, though I sinless be, if it pleases him, this tyrant's whim, I am well content with his tyranny. As in sleep I lay, at the dawn of day, that cruel charmer came to me, and in the grace of his form and face, the dawn of the morn I seemed to see. The musk of Cathay might perfume gain from the scent those fragrant tresses rain, while his eyes demolish a faith in vain, attacked by the pagans of Tartary. With you who contemn both love and wine for the hermit's cell and the zealot's shrine, what can I do for our faith divine you hold as a thing of infamy? The tangled curls of thy darling's hair and thy saddle and steed are thine only care. In thy heart the infinite hath no share, nor the thought of the poor man's poverty. Sikandar's pomp and display be thine, the Qalandar's habit and way be mine, that if it please thee I resign, while this, though bad, is enough for me. The country of I and we forsake, thy home in annihilation make, since fearing not this step to take, thou shalt gain the highest felicity. Note, this translation, together with the original text, I first published in the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society for 1889, the former at pages 936 to 7, the latter at page 991. For the benefit of those not accustomed to this style of mystical verse, in which the Persians so greatly delight, I may remark that by such terms as the beloved, the darling, the friend, and the like, God, or in this case the Bab, is intended; that the cruelty and tyranny attributed to him are not regarded as reproaches, but rather as praise of his independence, istighna; that Islam is the faith demolished by his eyes, though in vain attacked by the pagans of Tartary, and that couplets 5 and 6 are addressed respectively to the dry votaries of orthodox piety, and to such as care only for the world and its pleasures. When he had finished this ode, and the cries of Ey Ján, O my life, and Qurbanat gardam, may I be thy sacrifice, which, interjected more than once even in the course of the song, burst forth with uncontrollable enthusiasm at its conclusion, had ceased, the minstrel once more began to sing. I cannot recall the actual words of this song, save in a few places, but the general tenor of it was not far from the paraphrase which I here offer. As you gaze on the heaving ocean's foam, a myriad bubbles meet your eye. The raindrops fall from their heavenly home, to ascend no more, it would seem, on high. But all shall return when their race is run, for their source is one, their source is one. Through glasses of every tint and hue, fair and bright shine the rays of light. Some may be violet and some be blue, some be orange and some be white, but in essence and origin all are one, for the source of all is the radiant sun. Beaker and flagon and bowl and jar, of earth or crystal, coarse or fine, however the potter may make or mar, still may serve to contain the wine. Should we this one seek, or that one shun, when the wine which lends them their worth is one? Again the minstrel was silent, and Sheykh Ibrahim, with flushed face and glittering eyes, began to speak. Yes, said he, we are all one. What matter if the vessels differ in honour and degree from one another, when in truth their honour is but from the wine they hold, which perisheth not, though they be broken in pieces? And what is this wine which perisheth not, which pervadeth all things? God, you will answer. Then what, I say again, is God? An imaginary abstraction? A projection of your own personality and conceptions thrown on the sky above? هیچ اسم بی مسما دیده ای یا ز گاف و لام گلگل چیده ای اسم جستی رو مسما را بجو مه به بالا دان نه اندر آبجو. Didst e'er a name without an object see, or cull a rose from ROS and E? Thou seek'st the name, to find the object try. The moon's not in the stream, but in the sky. What then means the meeting with God spoken of in the Qur'an? Who are those who shall meet their Lord? Can you meet an abstraction? Nay, is not this abstraction after all but the creation of your own mind, and as such dependent on you and inferior to you? No, God is something real, visible, tangible, definite. Go to Accra and see God. Now God forbid! I exclaimed in utter horror of the frightful anthropomorphism thus suddenly laid bare before me. God forbid that it should be so! Why, the very verse which you cited from the Masnavi bears witness against you. The moon's not in the stream, but in the sky. That is to say, as I understand it, look for the reality outside and beyond this phenomenal world, not in these transient reflections whereby, clearly or dimly, it is mirrored amongst mankind. The mirror wholly depends on the original, and owes all to it. The original stands in no need of the mirror. Exalted is God above that which they allege. Then Fathullah, the minstrel, broke in. "O Hazrat Firangi!" he exclaimed, "all these ideas and thoughts about God which you have, yea, your very doubts and wonderings, are your creatures, and you are their creator, and therefore above them, even according to the verse you quote. Exalted is God above that which they allege. Jesus, who is the Spirit of God, Ruhullah, passed into his church and is manifested in them. Therefore was it that when His Holiness the Point of Revelation, that is, the Bab, was asked, 'What are the Firangis?' he replied, 'They are spirit. You are today the manifestation of Jesus. You are the incarnation of the Holy Spirit. Nay, did you but realize it, you are God.'" "God forbid!" I exclaimed again. "Speak not after this impious fashion, and know that I regard myself as the least of God's servants, and the most inconsistent and unworthy of those who profess to take the Lord Jesus as their pattern and exemplar." "Verily, I am a man like unto you," shouted Sheykh Ibrahim. Thus said the Prophet, whose object, like all the prophets who preceded and followed him, was to make us men. So said Bahá to me in Acre, "I desire that all men should become even as I am." If anyone says that Bahá has attained to anything whereunto we also may not attain, he lies and is an ignorant fool. Here he glared fiercely round the assembly to see if anyone would venture to contradict him, and as no one did so, continued, "On the forehead of every man is written, in that writing whereof you wot, either هذا mu'min, this is a believer, or هذا kafir, this is an infidel. On that side of your forehead, uncovered by the bandage which you have bound over your eye, I read هذا mu', and I know that were the bandage removed I should see min written on the other side. O Janab Sahib, O Hazrat Firangi, when you go back to Firangistan, you must stir up trouble and mischief, fitna fasad. You must make them all Bābīs." They talked much after this fashion, while I listened in consternation, half frightened at their vehemence, half disgusted at their doctrines, yet withal held spellbound by their eloquence. Was this, then, I thought to myself, the root of the matter, the heart of that doctrine which promised so fairly, whereof the votaries whom I have hitherto met seemed so conspicuous for their probity, piety, sobriety, and devoutness? Have I mistaken for a gleam of heaven-sent light, a will-o'-the-wisp, born of the dead, disintegrated creeds of Mazdak and El Muqanna', and the terrible old man of the mountain, before the daggers of whose emissaries the chivalry of East and West fell like the grass before the scythe of the mower, and have I tracked it onwards, step by step, only to find at last that its home is in this quagmire of antinomian anthropomorphism? Or are these indeed no more Bábís than they are Mohammedans, but men who, in true Persian fashion, disguise atheism in the garb of religion, and bedeck it with the trinkets of a mystical terminology? At length, long after midnight, we adjourned for supper in the other buildings, and, ere the conclusion of the meal, Sheykh Ibrahim's conversation grew so blasphemous and disgusting that on the first opportunity I arose and returned, distressed and angry, to the summer house, followed by my guests. The merchant from Rafsinjan, whose conversation had throughout been more moderate and reasonable than that of the others, and Fathullah, the minstrel, whose vehemence was the outcome of an emotional and excitable nature, not of wine, which he eschewed, noticed my disgust, and approached me to inquire its cause. "What is it that has offended me?" I replied. "What should it be but Sheykh Ibrahim's disgusting behaviour? The all-controlling influence exerted by the prophetic word over the hearts of men is one of the chief proofs to which you appeal in support of your religion. Is not wine forbidden in your religion as rigorously as in Islam? What is the use of your professing all this devotion to him whom you regard as the mouthpiece of God, and kissing the Kitab-i-Aqdas, which you regard as the word of God, if you condone so gross a violation of the laws which it contains, and of the laws whether of religion, ethics, or good taste?" Sheykh Ibrahim at this moment staggered up to us with cries of drunken defiance, and, laying his hand on my arm, demanded what we were talking about. I shook him from me with a gesture of uncontrollable loathing, and, followed by the other two, retired to a little distance from the summer house. "You are right," they rejoined, as soon as we were out of Sheykh Ibrahim's sight and hearing, "and the Sheykh's conduct is to be deplored. But then old habits will force themselves to the surface at times, and, after all, to know and recognize the truth is the great thing." "But action is better than assent," said I, "and to do is greater than to know. What think you of this parable which we find in our Gospels?" And I repeated to them the parable of the two sons bidden by their father to go and do his work, of whom the one said, "I go," and went not, and the other said, "I will not go," but afterwards went. "Ay," said they, "but for all that, both were sons. Knowledge is like a telescope, wherewith we view the distant land of promise. We may be standing in the mud, chilled by snow and sleet, or drenched with rain, yet with this telescope we may see and correctly describe the orange and myrtle groves of the promised land. And this knowledge the Sheykh has none the less, because at times he wallows, as now, in the mud of sin." "But this vision of the promised land," I replied, "is of no use unless you set out to reach it. Better is he who, without seeing it or knowing where it lies, faithfully follows one who will lead him thither, though he be compelled to walk blindly, than he who supinely gazes at it through this telescope." They were silent for a while, distressed, as it seemed, at my distress, and somewhat ashamed of the Sheykh's conduct. Then said the merchant of Rafsinjan, "Sahib, we will now bid you farewell and depart, for see, the dawn grows bright in the sky, and we had best return. Nay, I answered, fearing lest I had offended them, tarry at least till the city gates are open, and sleep for a while, and then depart in peace. But they would not be persuaded, and departed with sorrowful and downcast faces, all save Sheykh Ibrahim, who was in no condition to move, and Abdullah, who would not forsake his friend. So I left these two in the summer house, and went back to the room where we had eaten supper, and bathed my eye, which had again become very painful, and, after a time, fell asleep. It was the afternoon of the next day when I awoke, and learned with some relief that Abdullah had departed soon after the other guests, and the Sheykh about noon. My eye was so painful that it was impossible to think of going out, and there was nothing to distract my attention from the pain which I suffered, for to read was, of course, impossible, till, about 3 hours before sunset, a telegram from my friend, the chief of the telegraph at Yazd, was brought to me, informing me that he had just received my letter, and had answered it by the day's post, and inquiring after my health. The telegram must have travelled very slowly, or the letter very fast, for hardly had I finished writing the answer to the former when the latter was brought by the postmaster of Kirman, who was accompanied by the young Babi merchant, Agha Muhammad Sadiq. In the letter, which was most kindly worded, were enclosed copies of 2 poems for which I had asked, the one by Qurratul Ayn. Note of this poem, which is written in the same rhyme and metre as that translated at page 490 supra, the text and translation will be found at pages 314 to 16 of volume 2 of my Traveller's Narrative. Endnote. The other by Janab-i Maryam, the sister of the Bab's first apostle, Mullah Husayn of Bushrawey. These I showed to my visitors, who read them with manifest delight, and, the subject being thus introduced, the conversation turned on the Babis, and especially on Qurratul Ayn, of whose death the postmaster gave me the following account, which he professed to have had from the lips of her jailer, Mahmud Khan the Kalantar. The day before she suffered martyrdom, said the postmaster, she told those about her that her death was to take place, saying, "Tomorrow evening the Shah will send after me, and his message will come riding, and will desire me to mount behind him. This I do not wish to do, wherefore I pray you to lend me one of your horses, and to send one of your servants to escort me." Next day all this came to pass. When she was brought in before the Shah in the palace of the Nigaristan, and bidden to renounce the Bab, she refused, and persisted in her refusal. So she was cast into a well which is in the garden, and 4 large stones were thrown down upon her, and the well was then filled up with earth. As for Mahmud Khan, he was, as you know, strangled by order of the father of Prince Nasir-ud-Dawla, our governor, during the bread riots in Teheran, and his body dragged by the feet through the streets and bazaars. Note, the accounts of Qurratul Ayn's death are very various, but this one, at least, I do not regard as having any claims to authenticity. Compare Gobineau's
Religions et philosophies dans l'Asie centrale,
pages 292 to 95, Polak's Persian, volume 1, page 353, and My Traveller's Narrative, volume 2, pages 313, 314. Endnote. The postmaster also talked a little about the Azalis, saying that they were more numerous at Kerman than anywhere else, and that, even in Kerman, they were but few in number. Amongst them he mentioned Fathullah the minstrel, and a certain Mullah whom I will call Mullah Hadi, but the Sheykh of Qum he would not include in his enumeration, for, said he, though he sympathizes with the Azalis and courts their society, he is in point of fact a freethinker and a materialist. After the departure of these guests I was visited by my Zoroastrian friends Gushtasp and Feridun, who came to condole with me and to inquire after the ophthalmia, repeating over and over again, "Bad naboshad," may it not end ill, till I was depressed not a little. Monday, 8th July, 28th Shawwal. This morning I received a visit from one Murtaza Quli Khan Afshar, who, soon after his arrival, produced a great roll of verse in manuscript, from which he proceeded to read me selections. This verse was, I fancy, his own composition, but about the writer I could learn no more than that his poetical pseudonym, Takhallus, was Binawa, and that he was still living. My visitor was very anxious to give me the manuscript, so that I might take it back with me to Europe and get it printed, but I excused myself, assuring him that it could be better and more conveniently published in Persia. In point of fact, it was not worth publishing anywhere, being remarkable only for its monotonous harping on the topics of death, corruption, and the torments of hell, and for its badness of taste and poverty of style. Over and over again was this idea repeated in substance. How many moon-faced beauties, whose stature was as that of the cypress tree, have gone down into the grave with only scorpions, snakes, worms, and ants for their companions in their narrow bed. Only one poem, in praise of the reigning king, offered the least variety. This began with an account of the Shah's travels in Europe, which was followed by a description of the Bábí rising and its suppression, a long passage being devoted to Qurratul Ayn. My visitor remained with me for some time, after I had succeeded in checking this recitation of doggerel, but his conversation was not much more lively than his verse, for he talked of nothing else but the horrors of hell and the delights of paradise, both of which he depicted in the crudest and most grossly material colours. Tuesday, 9th July, 29th Shawwal. This evening I was again the guest of the Zoroastrians at the garden of Mullah Serush, and sat down to supper with some 25 followers of the good religion. The evening passed much as usual, with wine, song, and minstrelsy, save that one Firuz by name, having taken rather more to drink than was good for him, a rare thing amongst the Zoroastrians, favoured the company with a rather vulgar imitation of the performances of dancing boys. There was some talk of Zoroaster and the miracles ascribed to him, and of the descent to earth of 10 flames, Awzar, distinguished from fire, Tash, by being devoid of all property of scorching or burning. 3 of these, so my hosts informed me, had returned to heaven, and one had in recent times migrated from Khurasan, where it suffered neglect, to Yazd. It was not till after midnight that I was suffered to depart, and then only on giving a promise that I would return first thing the next morning. It was on this night that a jerk of the chain which I had suffered Sir Opium to wind round me first made me conscious of the fact that I had dallied over long with him. 8 days had now elapsed since this dalliance began, and, though I had smoked what may well be termed the pipe of peace pretty regularly during this period, The fact that once or twice I had abstained from smoking it at the usual time without suffering inconvenience had lulled me into a false sense of security. After all, I said to myself, a great deal of exaggeration is current about these things, for how few of those in England who talk so glibly about the evils of opium smoking and waste their time and other people's money in trying to put a stop to it have any practical acquaintance at all with it, and on the other hand, how many of my friends here, when they feel depressed and worried, or want to pass a quiet evening with a few congenial friends in discussing metaphysics and ontology, indulge in an occasional pipe. However, this resolution I make, that on the day when I shall be well enough to go out of this garden again, I lay aside my pretty opium pipe, Vafur, and its sikh, cleaning rod, and its anbor, charcoal tongs, which shall be to me thenceforth but as curiosities to hang up in my college rooms when I get back to Cambridge. Well, tonight, as I reluctantly admitted to myself, the time had come to put my resolution into practice. And how did I do it? I kept it, after a fashion, just for that one night, and what a night it was! In vain I longed for sleep, in vain I tossed to and fro on my couch till the stars grew pale in the sky, for an indefinable craving, to which was presently superadded a general sense of uneasiness pervading all the facial nerves, warred with the weariness which possessed me. I was ashamed to wake my servant and bid him kindle a fire, else had my resolution not held even for one night. Indeed, as it was, it can hardly be said to have held, since at last, in desperation, I drenched some tobacco in laudanum taken from the little medicine chest I had with me, rolled it into a cigarette, and tried, though with but little satisfaction, to smoke it. And this is the way of opium. You may smoke it occasionally at long intervals and feel no after craving. You may smoke it for 2 or 3 days consecutively and abandon it without difficulty. Then you may, after an interval of 1 or 2 days, do the like once more, and again forsake it. And then, having smoked it once or twice again, you will try to put it from you as before, and you will find that you cannot, that the fetters are forged, which, likely enough, you will wear forever. So next day I relapsed into bondage, and when a few days later I told my plight to a friend of mine, the prince's secretary and an Azali Babi, who was a confirmed Vafuri, opium smoker, he clapped his hand on his thigh and exclaimed, "Hala digar gozasht, Vafuri shode id." Now, at any rate, it is all over. You have become an opium smoker. Neither did he say this without a certain air of contentment, if not of exultation, for it is a curious fact that, although the opium smoker will, as a rule, never tire of abusing his tyrant, he will almost always rejoice to see another led into the same bondage, and will take the new captive by the hand as a brother. End of section 40. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Section 41 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Section 41. Thursday, 11th July, 2nd Zil-Qa'dah. Last night I received a telegram from Shiraz informing me that a telegram addressed to me there had arrived from England, in which I was requested to signify my acceptance of the post of Persian lecturer, to which I had been appointed at Cambridge. Accordingly, I went into the city an hour or two after sunset to dispatch an answer. Near the mosque gate I met Usta Akbar, the pea-parcher, who invited me to lunch with him when I had completed my business. I readily accepted his invitation and walked with him to his shop, where I stayed talking with him for a few minutes. A young Tabrizi named Rahman Beg was there, and Usta Akbar, pointing at him, asked me jestingly whether I could make this Turk a Bahá'í. My business at the telegraph office did not take long. The telegram, though destined for England, had, of course, to be written in Persian, and I managed to condense it, including the address, into 7 words, for which I paid 20 krons and 13 shahis, about 16 shillings 6 pence, the tariff having luckily been reduced within the last few days. I then returned to Usta Akbar's house and had lunch with him, after which I wrote some letters, including one to Prince Nasir-ud-Dawla, the governor. In this I ventured to say a few words in favour of Mirza Yusuf of Tabriz, at whose urgent request, supported by Sayyid Hussein of Jandag, I had been induced to take what certainly was rather a liberty, asking the prince, in case he could not find him employment, whether he would give him the means of reaching his native town of Tabriz, where he had friends and relatives. I stayed to supper with Usta Akbar, Fathullah, the Azali minstrel, being the only other guest. We ate our meal on the roof, for it was a beautiful moonlight night, and sat so late talking, drinking tea, and smoking opium, that, as the time for shutting the city gates had long passed, I agreed to my host's proposal that I should spend the night there. Bolsters, pillows, and quilts were accordingly brought up to the roof, but though our host soon composed himself to sleep, I sat late, talking to the Azali. I asked him to tell me how he had become a Bahá'í, and he related as follows. "A year or 2 ago," he began, "I fell desperately in love, so that, on the rare occasions when my good fortune suffered me to pass a few moments in the presence of my beloved, I was, for the most part, as one annihilated and overcome with bewilderment, submerged in the ocean of adoration, and repeating in the language appropriate to my condition Sheikh Sa'di's lines: عجب است با وجودت که وجود من بماند تو به گفتن اندر آیی او مرا سخن بماند. The wonder is that I survive the while I gaze on thee, that thou shouldst speak, and power of speech should still be left to me. Or, as another has said, اگر خواهم غم دل با تو گویم جا نمیابم اگر جایی کنم پیدا تو را تنها نمیابم اگر تنها تو را یابم و جایی هم کنم پیدا ز شادی دست و پا گم میکنم خود را نمی یابم. I find no place where I to thee my passion may declare, or if I find the place, with thee I find my rival there, or if at length I find a place, and find thee there alone, in vain I seek myself, for self has melted into air. But more often it happened that I was compelled to bear with separation, and then I would console myself as best I might by reading and singing the odes of Sa'di, which seemed to me specially applicable to my condition. Now one day a friend of mine begged me to lend him my Divan of Sa'di, promising to give me instead another and a better book. With some reluctance I consented to the exchange, and received from him the mystical Masnavi of Jalaluddin Rumi. When I began to read this, I at first bitterly repented the bargain. What is all this, I asked myself, about the flute-making lamentation because of its separation from the reed-bed, and what has it to do with me? But gradually the inner meaning began to dawn upon me. The love of the true and eternal Beloved displaced from my heart the earthly passion which had filled it, and I realized the meaning of what the mystics say. Al-majazu qantaratul haqiqat. The phenomenal is the bridge to the real. Yes. Emruz shah anjuman dilbaran yakist. دلبر اگر هزاران بود دلبر آن یکیست. من بهر آن یکی دو جهان دادم به باد. عیبم مکن که حاصل هر دو جهان یکیست. Today, as the feast of fair ones, to one is assigned the throne. For though of the fair there are thousands there, in beauty he stands alone. For him I forsake this world and that, and am counted in both undone. Withhold your blame, nor think it shame, for the sum of the worlds is one. One day, passing by the city gate, I heard a man reading from a book which he held in his hand. The sweetness of the words and their dignity charmed me, and I stopped to ask him what book it was. At first he appeared unwilling to tell me, but at length, yielding to my persuasion, he told me that it was the Bayan of Mirza Ali Muhammad, the Bab. He consented to lend me the book for a while, and as I read it, my assurance increased that this indeed was the word of God. What then think you of Baha? I demanded, for these would make him greater than the Bab. I know not, he replied. For me the Bab sufficeth. Neither can I comprehend a station higher than his. Friday, 12th July, 3rd Zil-Qa'dah. I woke late and found that Fathullah and Usta Akbar had both gone out, the latter leaving word that he would return soon. An old man named Mirza Ja'far, a dervish of the Zahabi order, presently arrived. He told me that he was at present engaged in fasting and other religious exercises, and that he had an inner light. Presently Usta Akbar returned with a shoemaker of his acquaintance, named Usta Ghulam Reza, who brought with him a book of verses composed in praise of Baha by the Bābī poet Nabil. These, which in their eulogies were fulsome beyond belief, he proceeded to read, the pea-parcher encouraging him with occasional exclamations of "Ziba mikhonad," he does read nicely. During a momentary pause, the Zahabi dervish ventured to make some remarks concerning an allusion to his inner light, whereupon the shoemaker turned savagely upon him, crying, "Who cares for your inner light, owl and bat that you are? The sun of truth shines radiant in the mid-heaven of the theophany, and do you dare obtrude your foolish fancies and vain imaginings, or seek to distract us thereby from that which will truly advantage us?" At this arrogant and insolent speech, anger overcame me, and I said to the shoemaker, "Silence! How dare you speak in so unseemly a manner to this old man, who, according to his belief, is seeking to draw near to God? After all, age is revered, and courtesy of demeanour approved in every religion, and you do but ill commend to others the creed which you profess by conduct such as this." Then the shoemaker hung his head and was silent. On my way home I called on Agha Muhammad Sadiq, the young Babi merchant, at the caravansaray where he dwelt, and he, on learning that I had taken to smoking opium, entreated me to abandon it ere it was too late. He also begged me to lend him the manuscript of the Kitab-i-Aqdas, Most Holy Book, which had been given to me at Shiraz, that he might transcribe it for himself, and this request, at least, I was ready to grant, though the other, as I began to fear, came too late. When I returned to my garden about sundown, I found that Seyyid Husayn of Jandak had been several times to see me, and had inquired most persistently as to my whereabouts, and that Sheykh Ibrahim, his friend Abdullah, and a dervish who had brought me a present of apples were still patiently awaiting my arrival. I found them sitting by one of the streamlets near the summer-house, and half a glance sufficed to show me that the Sheykh, at least, was a good deal the worse for drink. As I approached he greeted me with a loud screech of welcome, and strove to stagger to his feet, but quickly subsided into the expectant arms of Abdullah, crooning out a couplet from the Masnavi, which, when he was in this state, he never tired of repeating. باد نی در هر سری شر می کند آنچنان را آنچنان تر می کند. 'Tis not in every head that wine works ill, that which is so, it maketh more so still. After informing me with some incoherence that he was charged with a message to me from one of the principal physicians of Kirman, inviting me to lunch with him on the following day, he continued, chuckling to himself at the reminiscence, "Your friend, the Seyyid of Azqand," so he chose to call him, confounding this place with Jandag, which was in reality his birthplace, "has been here, but I, your most humble servant and sincere friend, Sheykh Ibrahim, now, as you perceive, not quite himself, have put him to flight, together with another rascally Seyyid whom he brought with him." "I wish you would not insult my guests," said I. "Who was this other Seyyid?"
"How do I know?" he shouted defiantly. "All I know is this, that just outside the garden gate he was attacked by a singularly intelligent dog, and came in here shaking with fright. When he had somewhat recovered, he and the Azghandi Sayyid began talking about you. What like is this Firangi? Inquired he. Not a bit like other Firangis, replied the Azghandi, inasmuch as, instead of going after old tiles and other rubbish such as they mostly love, he goes after religions, and consorts with Musulmans, Sheikhis, and Balasaris, Sufis, and even Zoroastrians. How about Bahá'ís? Asked the other. How should I know? Says the Azghandi. My brother, when on a journey, once occupied the opposite litter, Qajave, to the chief of their gang, continued he. Then I felt it was time to put him to rights a bit, so I said, You ugly, wizened old fox, for in the world of similitudes I behold you as such. And so did that most sagacious dog who wished to tear you in pieces at the door, in which wish I hope he may be more successful when you depart. What do you know about Bahá'ís, and how dare you speak of one whose greatness and glory far transcend your mean comprehension in such disrespectful terms? I saw him change colour, and soon after he left, without waiting for the tea which your excellent servant Haji Safar was preparing for him. Haji Safar? Haji Safar? Where is Haji Safar? Haji Safar approached. He was sulky and morose, offended, as it appeared, at having remained so long away without telling him where I had gone, and grumbled accordingly. I bade him be silent, and Sheikh Ibrahim continued in a loud and aggressive tone. I have heard from the postmaster how he surprised you in close confabulation with those foul and benighted Azalis at the house of the Sheikh of Qom. Mullah Hadi, a noted Azali, was there, and you were talking glibly enough when the postmaster entered, but on seeing him you at once changed the conversation. Presently, to my great relief, Sheikh Ibrahim and Abdullah rose to depart. As they were leaving, Haji Safar met us, and again complained of my want of consideration for him in leaving him ignorant of my whereabouts. Sheikh Ibrahim loudly applauded his solicitude, which I, on the other hand, was inclined to resent as impertinence. In consequence we had words, and he threatened to leave me on the morrow and return to Teheran. But later on, when he brought my supper, he had repented of his decision, and offered an apology for his conduct, explaining it by saying that he had just had news that his mother was seriously ill, and that this had greatly disturbed his mind and caused him to forget himself. Saturday, 13th July, 4th Zil-Qa'dah. According to my promise, I lunched today with the physician of whom I have already spoken. On my arrival I found Sheikh Ibrahim already much disguised in liquor, and Abdullah, together with my host and his little boy, a pretty child of 8 or 9 years of age, who amused us by repeating Obeid Zakani's celebrated poem of the cat and the mouse, Mush o Gorbe. In the evening I was the guest of my host's rival, a physician of the old Galenic school, with a splendid contempt for the new-fangled doctrines of pathology and treatment which are beginning to make way amongst the medical men of Teheran. His son was a determined Bābī, and confided to me his intention of running away from Kirman and setting out on foot for Acre. Usta Akbar joined us presently, and after supper we sat late, talking, drinking tea, and smoking opium. Sunday, 14th July, 5th Zil-Qa'dah. Soon after we had drunk our morning tea, I left, and paid a visit to one of my Azali friends, the Prince's secretary, who invited me to stay to lunch. In the intervals of conversation he amused himself by making the tea glasses float in the little tank which occupied the middle of the room, pushing them from one side to the other, and objurgating them with shouts of "Gure pedarash la'nat!" curses on the grave of its father, when, receiving too violent a push, they filled with water and sank to the bottom. On returning to the garden about sunset, I found that a number of visitors, including the postmaster and 2 of his men, the Prince telegraphist, the insufferable Haji Muhammad Khan, and Mullah Yusuf and Fathullah the Azalis, had been to see me, while the Sheikh of Qum and one of his friends were still waiting my arrival. The Sheikh brought me a photograph of Prince Nasir-ud-Dawla, bearing an inscription in his own hand, together with a very kind answer to the letter which I had addressed to him some days previously concerning Mirza Yusuf of Tabriz. This letter, even after making a large deduction for Persian politeness, was so gratifying that I cannot forbear translating it. My dear and respected friend, from the receipt of your letter and the perusal of the pleasing contents of your script, I derived the utmost gratification. My delight at the handwriting and coherent diction of that honoured friend was chiefly owing to the fact that it is in Europe that you have thus perfectly acquired the Persian language, and have obtained so thorough a mastery of composition and style. May God, if it so please him, bring this dear friend of mine safely back to his native country, and gladden him with the sight of his honourable father and mother and kindred. I regret having met that dear friend so seldom, nor has your sojourn in Kirman been of any length. Yet such is the regard which I have conceived for you during this short period that it will never quit my heart. Hamishe dar barabar chashmam musawwari. Thy face will stand depicted forever in my sight. I shall ever supplicate God for your safety and advancement, and I shall be much pleased if now and then a letter from you should reach me from Firangistan. As for Mirza Yusuf, the request of that honoured friend is of course most gladly granted by me, and I have ordered that he shall receive money for the expenses of his journey. I send a portrait of myself as a keepsake for that dear friend. When I had read this letter, the Sheikh of Qum informed Mirza Yusuf of Tabriz that 15 tumans, about £5, was the sum assigned to him by the prince. Mirza Yusuf was, of course, overjoyed, and Sayyid Hussein of Jandab, who had interested himself a good deal in the matter, was also very pleased. But, said he to me, don't suppose that these 15 tumans were given to Mirza Yusuf. They were given to you, and the obligation lies on your neck. For so much money was not raised in Kerman, save at the price of blood. This, of course, was a mere figure of speech, yet it somewhat damped my joy, and would have done so more had I known how worthless Mirza Yusuf would prove himself. Monday, 15th July, 6th Zil-Qa'dah. Today I lunched with the Sheikh of Qom, where I met the young Azali artillery officer, of whom I have already spoken. After lunch the prince's head cook dropped in. He was an amusing fellow, and had seen something of the world, having been for some time a servant of the Persian embassy in London, in the remembrance of which he gloried. It was he, I found, who had prepared the elaborate meal of which I had partaken with the Prince Governor, for he had learned the art of European cookery while in London, though, as he told me, the ambassador, unless he had company, generally preferred to have Persian dishes set before him. I asked him whether the materials for these were generally forthcoming in London. "Oh yes," he replied, "I found them without much difficulty in the shops, but of course I made the ambassador pay well for them. I would buy eggplants, badinjan, for instance, at a few pence each, and when I returned I would tell him, with a long face, that things were terribly dear here, and that I had paid a shilling apiece for them. Yes, those were fine times, and I wish I were back in London again." The cook presently departed, and the Sheikh began to speak more freely about Bahá than he had hitherto done. He produced a copy of the lithographed Bombay edition of the Iqan, which he told me had been sent him by the Bahá'ís, and pointed out with great disapproval a passage where the Shiites are called "that foul and erring sect." He also showed me some letters addressed to him and other Azalis by Bahá, and took great exception to several passages in them, especially the one where Bahá said, "A child who has been blessed by beholding me is greater than all the people of the Bayan." Then he gave me an account of the attempt on the Shah's life by the Bábís in 1852, which I will not repeat here, as I have already published it in the second volume of my Traveller's Narrative, pages 323 to 4. The young artillery officer told me that for 4 years he had in vain sought to enter into relations with the Bábís, and had only succeeded at last by acquainting himself with a part of their terminology, and so leading some of his acquaintances, whom he believed to be adherents of the sect, to make open confession of their doctrines in his presence. Tuesday, 16th July, 7th Zil-Qa'dah. This afternoon I paid a visit to Mirza Javad's house. He himself was away, but I found his son and 1 or 2 other boys reading with their tutor, Mullah Ghulam Hussein, who on my arrival at once dismissed the class. I made some further inquiries of him concerning the Sheikhi literature, and he gave me the following supplementary list of books: by Sheikh Ahmad Ahsa'i, the commentary on the Visitation, Sharh Ziyarat, and the Fara'id, text and commentary in Arabic, and the Aphorisms, Jawami'ul Kalam, in Persian, by Haji Sayyid Kazem of Rasht, the commentary on Ali's sermon called the Khutbeh Totunjiyeh, and the commentary on the Qasideh, by Haji Muhammad Karim Khan, the Faslul Khitab on tradition, the Irshadul Avam, direction of the common people, the Tariqun Najat, way of salvation, the Ezhaqul Batil, crushing of falsehood, and the Tir Shihab, meteor bolt, both directed against the Bābīs, the Fitratus Salime, sound disposition, the Nusratud Din, help of religion, and the Sultaniyye, an apology for Islam, written in Persian. Wednesday, 17th July, 8th Zil-Qa'dah. This morning, before I was dressed, Sayyid Hussein of Jandak came to see me. While he was with me, an old man named Mashhadi Ali, who keeps a shop just outside the city gate, came to lodge a complaint against Na'ib Hassan's brother, a muleteer whom I had some thoughts of engaging for the journey to Shiraz. He was accompanied by a farrash sent by the vazir, who, in the absence of the Prince Governor, was administering justice, and his complaint was that he had been subjected to a violent and unprovoked attack on the part of Na'ib Hassan's brother, for which he demanded redress. He had been before the vazir, who said that, as the defendant was in some sort under my protection, he would prefer to leave his punishment to me, but that he hoped I would inflict the bastinado upon him, if the complainant could prove his case to my satisfaction. Now, I have no doubt that the vazir meant kindly, but I could not help wishing he would execute whatever he conceived to be justice according to his own lights, without making me a judge and arbiter over his subjects, a position which I was very far from coveting. The Seyyid, however, who saw only an unhoped-for opportunity of displaying his Solomon-like wisdom and delivering some epoch-making decision, was delighted, and bade Haji Safar bring the complainant, the defendant, the farrash, and any witnesses who might be forthcoming before us. The defendant was luckily away in the country, and as the only witness, if such he could be called, for it did not appear that he knew anything more about the case than that the defendant was his cousin, and therefore in his view to be exculpated was Haji Safar, our little tribunal was of very modest dimensions. The case, however, lasted some time, the complainant, the witness, and the farrash all talking at once, and the two first swearing to everything and at everybody, so that even the loquacious Seyyid could hardly make himself heard. At last, however, silence was obtained, and the Seyyid, with great gravity, gave it as his decision that Na'ib Hassan's brother should give the defendant a new shirt as a token of regret for his alleged violence, on condition that the charge should be suffered to drop, and that the farrash should receive a present in money from me for his trouble. And as this seemed the easiest way out of the difficulty, it was unanimously agreed to. I hope the old man got his shirt, but I cannot be sure of it, as the farrash, having received his money, naturally lost all further interest in the case. I wished to give the old man the price of his shirt, but this the Seyyid would not permit, declaring that the farrash would certainly take it from him. End of section 41. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England.
Section 42 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Section 42. I had lunch when the Seyyed left, and then began to write in Persian an account of my travels for the Prince Governor, who had requested me to furnish him with a brief narrative of my journey. About 2 hours before sunset, however, the Seyyed came back, bringing with him 2 books. One, a book of his own composition called Viraniyye, and the other one of Haji Muhammad Karim Khan's refutations of Bábí doctrine, from both of which he read to me aloud. I was laughing in my sleeve at the garbled account given by the Sheikhi leader of his rival's life and pretensions, when suddenly the Seyyed stopped reading, pricked up his ears, and began to gaze intently in the direction of the gate, whence arose mirthful peals of laughter, mingled with the notes of a flute. "What is this unseemly noise?" he inquired angrily. The question was answered a moment later by the appearance of Mirza Yusuf of Tabriz, mounted on a white ass, fully caparisoned and laden with saddlebags and other properties. He advanced towards the summer house at a rapid amble, and, after displaying himself before us to his satisfaction, dismounted, seated himself before us with a conceited smirk, and awaited our congratulations. At this juncture, almost before the Seyyed had recovered power of speech, Sheikh Ibrahim joined us. "Listen to the flute when it tells its tale," cried the Seyyed as soon as he could speak. "What does all this mean, Mirza Yusuf? Where did you get that donkey?" "I bought it," replied Mirza Yusuf, "with the money His Royal Highness the Prince, may God prolong his life, bestowed upon me." "Bought it?" exclaimed the Seyyed. "Why, you were a pauper, and this money, only granted you at the urgent request of the Sahib, on whose neck lies the burden of obligation to the Prince, was intended to convey you to Tabriz, and the saddlebags, your smart kamarband, and your other gear, how did you get them?" "I bought them too," answered Mirza Yusuf pertly enough. "How else should I come by them? You don't suppose I stole them?" "You bought them too?" repeated the Seyyed. "And may I ask how much money you have left out of the 15 tumans the Prince gave you?" Mirza Yusuf pulled out 3 or 4 krans from his pocket. "So much," he replied. "And how are you going to get to Tabriz, may I ask, with 3 krans?" demanded the Seyyed. "On my donkey," retorted Mirza Yusuf with a laugh. "What else did I get it for?" No doubt he cherished hopes of extracting further sums of money from the charitable Bábís of Yezd, according to the plan which he had exposed with such refreshing simplicity to Sheikh Ibrahim and myself, but he could hardly allude to this in the Seyyed's presence. "You impertinent little fool!" cried the Seyyed angrily. "Is it for this that I have interested myself in your case? You, who 2 days ago were so humble, a poor orphan whom none would pity. You, who would make me believe that you were so careful about your religious duties that Haji Safar's occasional neglect of his prayers pained your tender conscience, and who now come prancing into my presence on your precious ass, deafening me with your unrighteous flute-playing."
You don't understand these things, Master Sayyid, rejoined Mirza Yusuf. You are not a man of the world, but a recluse, a man of the pen and the pulpit, a votary of the rosary and the reading desk. And he made a grimace aside to Sheikh Ibrahim, whom he expected to enlist on his side against the common enemy. For once, however, the Sheikh was at one with the Sayyid. It is related, said he sententiously, that once the ass complained to God, saying, Why hast thou created me, seeing that thou hast already created the Turk? Answer came, Verily, we have created the Turk, in order that the excellence of thine understanding might be apparent. Mirza Yusuf is a Turk, a Tabrizi. What would you have? So Mirza Yusuf, somewhat abashed, withdrew, and thereupon, as I anticipated, the Sheikh and the Sayyid began to quarrel about the manner in which the former had seen fit to treat the friend of the latter on the previous Friday. The Sayyid, for his part, was politely sarcastic. I said to my friend, quoth he, You have had the misfortune to displease the worthy Sheikh, no doubt inadvertently, by talking of one whom he affects to revere with unbecoming levity, and applying to him an appellation generally used of robber captains and the like. It would be best for you to propitiate him by presenting to him one of those inlaid and enamelled pen cases in the manufacture of which you are so skilful. He promised to follow my advice, and you may expect to receive his gift shortly. You are too considerate, rejoined the Sheikh, but really I am unworthy of so great an honour. Then, suddenly losing control of his tongue, And who, I should like to know, is this rascally brother of his who enjoyed the unmerited and unappreciated honour of travelling in the company of one whose greatness and holiness are as much beyond his comprehension as the splendour of the sun is beyond the comprehension of the bat or the mole? I will tell you who he is. He is now at Teheran, and makes his living by buffoonery of the lowest kind, and the Shah, who loves buffoonery, especially in a Sayyid, has given him the title of Pevamos Saudaut. There is another younger brother, who is in high favour with certain of the nobles about the court, and whose influence has conducted, in no small degree, to the exaltation of his family. And do you mean to say, inquired the Sayyid, aghast at the scandalous details of Persian court life furnished by the Sheikh, that this is the state of things prevailing in Teheran, the abode of the Caliphate, Darul Khilafat, at the court of him whom we account the defender of the faith and protector of religion? Assuredly I do, replied the Sheikh, and I can tell you more surprising things than this, if you care to hear them, from which you will be better able to judge of the claims which Nasiruddin Shah has to these titles. And thereupon he launched out into a variety of scandalous anecdotes, which it is to be hoped had no foundation in fact, and which in any case are best unrecorded. Neither could he be diverted from this topic till the Sayyid departed in consternation, an object at which, in all probability, he had from the first aimed. And now, Sheikh, I said, when we were alone, will you tell me more fully about the murder of the 7 Azalis who were sent with Bahá and his followers to Acre? You mentioned the fact a few days ago, and added that you had seen the assassins yourself during your stay there,
and that they still received their prison allowance though at large, and wore gyves on their ankles. Yes, replied the Sheykh, who had drunk enough 'araq to render him communicative, and not enough to make him incoherent. They were 12 in number who slew the Azhalis, and 9 of them were still living when I was at Acre. This was the way of it. When Baha advanced his claim at Adrianople, and his half-brother Subh-i-Azal refused to admit it, the Bábís were divided into 2 factions, some going with the former, and some holding fast to the latter. So high did the feeling run that the matter ended in open strife, and 2 Azalis and 1 Bahá'í were killed. So the Turkish government determined to separate the 2, and arranged to banish Mirza Yahya Subh-i-Azal and his followers to a town in Cyprus near the seashore, of which I cannot now remember the name, and Mirza Hussein Ali Baha'u'llah with his family and adherents to Acre. But knowing the 2 factions to be on the worst possible terms, it occurred to them that it would be advantageous to themselves to keep a few of each in the stronghold of the other, so that, should any Persian or other traveller come to Acre or Cyprus with the intention of visiting Baha or Azal, these adherents of the rival claimant to supreme power might cooperate with the government in throwing obstacles in his way. So they sent 3 of Bahá's followers, one of whom, Mushkin Qalam, so called from his extraordinary skill in calligraphy, is still alive, to Cyprus with Azal, and 7 Azalis with Bahá to Acre. Now, as far as concerned Azal, this plan worked well enough, for Mushkin Qalam set up a little coffee house at the port, where travellers must need arrive, and whenever he saw a Persian land, he would invite him in, give him tea or coffee and a pipe, and gradually worm out of him the business which had brought him thither. And if his object were to see Subh-i-Azal, off went Mushkin Qalam to the authorities, and the pilgrim soon found himself packed out of the island. But at Acre it was different. The 7 Azalis, Agha Jan, called Kaj Kolah, Skew Cap, who had served with distinction in the Turkish artillery, Haji Sayyid Muhammad of Isfahan, one of the original companions of the Bab, Mirza Reza, nephew of the last, and a scion of the same royal race of the Safavis, for both were descended from Shah Abbas the Great, Mirza Haydar Ali of Ardistan, a wonderful firebrand, Al-Tashi Qarib, beside whom our mutual friend, Mirza Muhammad Baqir of Bavanat, was no more than a spark, Haji Sayyid Hussein of Kashan, and 2 others, whose names I forget, lived all together in a house situated near the gate of the city. Well, one night, about a month after their arrival at Acre, the 12 Bahá'ís of whom I have spoken determined, but without having received instructions from Bahá, to kill them, and so prevent them from doing any mischief. So they went at night, armed with swords and daggers, to the house where the Azalis lodged, and knocked at the door. Agha Jan came down to open to them, and was stabbed before he could cry out or offer the least resistance. He was a young man, but very strong, so that once in the Russian war he had without aid picked up a cannon ball and thrown it into the mouth of the gun. Then they entered the house and killed the other 6. When the Turks heard what had been done, they imprisoned Bahá and all his family and followers in the caravanserai, but the 12 assassins came forward and surrendered themselves, saying, "We killed them without the knowledge of our master or any of our brethren. Punish us then, not them." So they were imprisoned for a while, but afterwards, at the intercession of Abbas Effendi, Bahá's eldest son, were suffered to be at large, on condition only of remaining in Acre and wearing steel fetters on their ankles for a time. "It was a horrible deed," I remarked. "Nay," said the Sheykh, "it was soon over for them. I have seen worse than that myself. Love cannot exist without strife, and as has been said, affliction is the portion of affection." "What do you allude to," inquired I, "when you say that you have seen worse than this yourself?" "To an experience which befell me when I was a mere lad." Note the date of this occurrence, so far as the Sheykh could recollect it, was about A.H. 1278, A.D. 1861-2. Answered the Sheykh, "and had but recently entered into this circle. I was in Sultanabad then, my native place, and the friends used to meet regularly at night time, the men in one room and the women in an adjoining apartment, to read the holy books and hold spiritual converse. All went well for a while. Our conventicles escaped the notice of the authorities, and might have continued to do so, had it not been for a traitor, Mullah 'Ali, now pishnamaz of one of the mosques of Sultanabad, as his father Mullah Huseyn was then, who, to insinuate himself amongst us and compass our destruction, feigned belief in our doctrines, and for 5 or 6 months continued to frequent our assemblies until he knew us all, and discovered where our books were concealed. Now this wretch used to be a constant visitor at the house of one of the chief adherents of our faith, a theologian named Mullah Muhammad 'Ali, with whom he used to read the sacred books. One day he requested permission to borrow a copy of the Bayan, which was at once granted him. Having thus secured possession of the book, he forthwith proceeded to the house of Haji Agha Muhsin, the philosopher Hakami, and laid it before him. Agha Muhsin, whom a study of philosophy had rendered comparatively tolerant, invited Mullah Muhammad 'Ali to his house to discuss the matter with him, intending, should he not succeed in convincing him and inducing him to renounce his opinions, to do no more than expel him and his associates from the city. He further summoned another leading Bábí, Mullah Ibrahim, the author of commentaries on the Kubra, Shamsiyyah, and other treatises on logic, and at that time tutor to Prince Nasir-ud-Dawleh, governor of this city, whose father, Prince Nusrat-ud-Dawleh, was then governor of Sultanabad. He was the first to arrive, and while these two were engaged in discussion, Haji Sayyid Muhammad Baqir Mujtahid suddenly entered the room with a knife concealed under his cloak, and, seeing Mullah Ibrahim, cried out, "Do you hold converse or engage in controversy with this viper?" Even as he spoke, he drew forth his dagger and smote the Bábí thrice, on the side of the head, the back of the neck, and the back of the chest, so that he fell dead to the ground. A moment later, the other Bábí, Mullah Muhammad 'Ali, ignorant of what had passed, entered the room and was in turn stabbed by the Mujtahid, as was also a third, named Karbala'i Rahmatullah, who followed him.
When news of these doings was brought to Prince Nusrat-ud-Dawla the governor, he sent a message to the Mujtahid saying, "Leave this matter alone, for I will see to it." Then he sent and arrested all the Bábís whose names were known to Mullah 'Ali the traitor, and furthermore caused a number of those whose opinions were suspected to pass before him, so that he might identify those whom he had seen at the Bábí conventicles. Some 20 or 30 of us in all, including myself, were denounced, and forthwith cast into a loathsome underground dungeon, where we lay, chained together in a row, hardly able to move, and in dire suspense for that night and the whole of the next day. It was on the second night of our captivity that we heard a tramp of feet without. Then the key grated in the lock, the door opened, and the executioner, accompanied by several of his assistants, bearing lanterns and the implements of his ghastly craft, entered. "I am come to kill the Bábís," said he, and the farrashes set down the lanterns on the floor, and we of course supposed that one and all we were doomed to die. I was 7th in the row. Passing the first and second, the man of blood halted before Usta Mahmud, the pea-parcher, Nukhud Beris of Kashan. They forced open his mouth, crammed a wet handkerchief rolled into a ball into his gullet, and drove it down his throat with a wooden peg and a mallet. For a minute or two, with gaping mouth, blackening face, and eyes starting from his head, he continued to struggle. Then he fell back on the floor, and one of the executioner's assistants sat on his face till the last quiver died away. They next came to Karbala'i Haydar, the furrier, Pustin Duz of Kabul, whom they slew in like manner, and we seeing this, for he was 4th in the row next to Usta Mahmud, made sure that all of us were to die. We were mistaken, however, for they passed by the 5th and 6th in the row, and myself the 7th, and did not halt again till they came opposite to Mirza Hasan of Sultanabad, the surgeon, who was next beyond me. And when they had made an end of him, and of Mirza Ahmad of Tafrish, who sat next beyond him, they gathered up their instruments of death, together with the lanterns, and, without saying another word, left us there in the darkness, the living and the dead chained together. It was an awful night, as you may imagine, for us who lay beside our murdered companions, expecting to share their fate, or one yet worse, on the morrow. But amongst us was one poor, hunchbacked cobbler, who, during the horrible scenes which had just been enacted, had not once changed colour, and he continued to console us, reciting poems suitable to our situation, chanting verses from the sacred books, and crying, "A strange paradise is this! Yet if we are to die tomorrow, it is at most that we shall eat so many pounds less of bread and meat, ere our bodies return to the dust, and our souls to the source whence they came." He grew more excited as he talked, and at last, "Let us kill one another now," he said. "I will show you how it may be done. I will press and press so gently that you shall hardly know it on the veins of the neck, and life will ebb quietly away. How much better to die thus in all love and affection by the hands of our friends than as these did by the hands of the headsman. It was only with the greatest difficulty that we could restrain him from carrying out his purpose, and so continue anxiously awaiting the morning. No more of us, however, were doomed to suffer death on this occasion, save one old woman, nearly 70 years of age, the wife of Haji Agha Mohsin's paternal uncle. Her they sent to Teheran, and when they asked the Shah what should be done with her, he said, "It is not good for a woman to be imprisoned." Wherefore they strangled her in the women's apartments of the palace and cast her body into a well. The rest of us were released about a fortnight later, after the governor had extorted from us as much money as he could, in my case 300 tomans. I was not a little moved by this horrible story, and regarded the Sheykh with increased interest and respect. For after all, a man who has looked death in the face, and such a death, for conscience' sake, is worthy of respect, though he be a drunkard and a libertine. I could not help thinking what a strange combination of good and evil he must be, such a combination as would be almost impossible save amongst the Persians. But I only said, "You have suffered much for your faith, it would seem." "Aye," he said, "nor was that the only time, though it was the most terrible. I was imprisoned in the jail, Anbar, at Teheran, for 3 months and 17 days, along with 5 other Babis, Agha Jamal of Borujerd, son of Mullah Ali, who was entitled the Proof of Islam, Hujjatul Islam, Mirza Abul Fazl of Gulpaigan, the secretary of Monakji, the Zoroastrian agent at the Persian court, and the compiler, under his directions and instructions, of the new history of the most great theophany. Note, this is a mistake. Mirza Hossein of Hamadan was Monakji's secretary, and he it was who, with the help of Mirza Abul Fazl, compiled the new history. See the introduction to my translation of that work, pages 34 to 42. End note. Usta Ahangar, Mullah Ali Akbar of Shemran, and Haji Mullah Ismail Zabi. For the first 3 days and nights our captivity was very grievous, for in the hopes of extorting money from us or our friends, they subjected us by day to various torments, and by night put our necks in the collar, tawq, and our feet in the stocks, khalil. But we determined to bear our sufferings rather than appeal for money to our friends, knowing that to produce money would be only to increase the zeal of our tormentors. And after thus enduring for 3 days, we were rewarded by an abatement of our torments. Sheykh Ibrahim next related to me what had once passed between himself and the Shah's eldest son, the zealous Sultan, and the account given to him by the prince of the death of the martyrs of Isfahan, which, as I have already published it in the notes to the 2nd volume of my Traveller's Narrative, pages 401 to 3, I will not here repeat, especially as I have already referred to this episode more than once in the course of these pages. I then again attempted to ascertain his views on the future life and on the nature of the divinity ascribed to Baha.
but the araq which he had drunk was beginning to take effect, and he was growing gradually incoherent. Concerning the soul, he said that it was imperishable, and that when the body died it looked calmly and unconcernedly on at the preparations for interment. Pure and impure souls, he added, were like clean and dirty water. The pure poured back into the brook, the impure cast forth upon the ground to become mingled with it. As for Bahá, the Sheykh said, I have heard him say in my presence, I do not desire lordship over others. I desire all men to become even as I am. When I remarked that many of his followers declared him to be divine in quite another sense than those who, according to the Sufi doctrine, had escaped from self and become merged in God, the Sheykh simply remarked, then they are in error. He added that Bahá had forbidden him from preaching or making any attempts at proselytizing, saying that he had already suffered enough for his faith. And after this, the last rational remark to which he gave utterance, he relapsed into ribaldry and incoherence, and presently fell asleep. Thursday, 18th July, 9th Zil-Qa'dah. Towards evening I went into the town and called at the post office, where the postmaster lent me a poem in praise of Bahá, composed by one Na'im of Abadeh, a poor man of no education, whose power of verse writing is regarded by his co-religionists as a divine gift and little short of miraculous. His verses are partly in Persian, partly in Arabic, and of the latter, at any rate, it may truly be said that they are of the most miraculous character. Usta Akbar, the pea-parcher, was also there. He was, after his wont, very mysterious, and informed me that a relation of the postmaster's, who was a mullah and who possessed some of Qurratu'l 'Ayn's poems, was anxious to see me, but that I must not mention this to the postmaster, as he might be displeased. I was somewhat surprised at what appeared to me to be so unnecessary a stipulation, but attributed it to Usta Akbar's love of mystery. It was only afterwards, for the pronouns in Persian do not distinguish gender, that I discovered that the mullah in question was a lady, who regarded herself as a manifestation, mazhar, or reincarnation of Qurratu'l 'Ayn. It was accordingly arranged that I should meet this mullah on the next day but one, at the house of one of the officials of the post office. As I did not know where he lived, I inquired as to how I should find my way thither. Usta Akbar naturally selected the most cumbrous and mysterious method he could think of. I was to walk slowly past his shop at a certain hour on the Saturday in question, and he would tell his apprentice to be on the lookout for me, and as soon as he saw me to run out, pass me, and precede me at a distance of 20 or 30 yards to the rendezvous. This plan was duly carried out, and on the afternoon of the appointed day I found myself in a room in the house of Haydarullah Beg, the postman, where, besides my host, were seated the manifestation of Qurratu'l 'Ayn and a Bábí dervish, the former engaged in smoking a kalyan, the latter an opium pipe. I was filled with astonishment at seeing a lady in the room, and my astonishment was increased when I heard the others address her as a mullah, and ascertained that she was the learned Bábí who had expressed a wish to make my acquaintance. she greeted me very politely, bowing repeatedly as she exclaimed, Musharraf, Muzayyan, Chashme ma roshan. You have made the house honoured and adorned, our eyes are brightened. And then asking me how long it was since I had believed. I was somewhat embarrassed by this question, and tried to explain that I was an inquirer only, whereupon she began to give a long and rather garbled version of Christ's prayer in the Garden of Gethsemane, which she concluded by bidding me not be like that disciple who denied his master. By this time 8 or 9 other persons had joined us, including Sheykh Ibrahim and his friend Abdullah, in consequence of which the recitation of Qurratul Ayn's poems, which I had been so eager to hear, was postponed. Several Bábí books, however, were shown to me, including one containing the Kalimat-i Maknuneh, or Hidden Words of Fatima. Note see Volume 2 of my Traveller's Narrative, pages 123 to 6, and Note 2 at foot of page 123, and catalogue and description of 27 Bábí manuscripts, JRAS, for 1892, pages 671 to 4, endnote, of which the surpassing eloquence was greatly praised by all present. Will you not smoke a kalyan? Inquired Sheykh Ibrahim, turning suddenly to me. I signified assent, and he called for one to be brought. A good one, mind, for the Sahib, he cried, as the servant left the room. In a minute or two the kalyan was brought, and as I took it, and according to the customary etiquette, offered it in turn to all present, before putting my lips to it, I fancied that I watched with a certain attention and subdued amusement for which I could not account. The first whiff of smoke, however, explained the cause of this. My experience with cannabis indica while I was a student at St. Bartholomew's Hospital had not been altogether fruitless, since it had indelibly impressed on my memory the taste of this hateful drug, which now again, for the 3rd time in my life, struck on my palate. Oh, thought I to myself, so this is the trick you thought to play on me, is it? But I continued to smoke on slowly and deliberately, till the Sheykh, unable any longer to control his curiosity, asked me how I found this kalyan. Nice enough, I answered, but I fear it somewhat, for, unless I am much mistaken, you have put Master Sayyid into it. Note, hashish is thought so badly of in Persia that it is usually spoken of, even by those who use it by some nickname, such as Aghay Sayyid, Master Sayyid, Tuti Asrar, the Parrot of Mysteries, or simply Asrar, Mysteries, the two first alluding to its green colour. One of the odes of Hafiz, beginning Alaya Tuti Guyay Asrar, Mabada Khawliyat Shakkar Zemenqar. O parrot, who discoursest of mysteries, may thy beak never want sugar, is addressed to the drug. Endnote. I do not think that during the whole time I was in Persia I ever scored so great a success as by this simple remark, that I, a mere European, should be able to recognize the taste of hashish was much, but that I should know it, so to speak, by its pet name was indeed to prove myself well matured, porté, by travel and the society of persons of experience. How ever did you know that? Inquired the Sheykh amidst the laughter and applause of the others. Because I am a Firangi, must I needs be an ass? I demanded with a show of indignation.
Sheikh Ibrahim was delighted, and proceeded to unfold to me many mysteries connected with the use of narcotics in Persia. He told me of an oil called rogan hashish, oil of the Indian hemp, prepared from a plant named tature, datura, of which half a nokhod would render a man insensible for 24 or 36 hours. This, he said, was often employed by Persian adventurers in Turkey and Arabia, especially in Mosul and Mecca, to stupefy persons whom they wished to rob. Mixed with the food intended for the victim's consumption, its flavour is imperceptible, and the protracted insensibility to which it gives rise allows the thief ample time to decamp. These revelations were, however, interrupted by the arrival of a murshid, or spiritual director, of the Shah Ni'matullahi order of dervishes, who asked me point blank what my religion was, and was much annoyed when I answered him with the well-known tradition: Ustur dhehebeke wa dhihabeke wa madhhabek. Conceal thy gold, thy destination, and thy creed. Monday, 22nd July, 13th Zil-Qa'dah. Today another threatened collision between Sayyid Hussein of Jandag and Sheikh Ibrahim was with difficulty averted. The former had dropped in during the afternoon to read me selected extracts from Haji Muhammad Karim Khan's attack on the Bábí doctrines, when the latter most importunely joined us. The two glared at one another for a while, and then the Sayyid, who had a really remarkable faculty for making things disagreeable, began to ask the Sheikh whether he had been to Acre lately, and other similar questions. I interposed, and to my great relief succeeded in changing the conversation and getting the Sheikh to talk about his travels. He told us about the Yazidis, the so-called devil worshippers of Mosul and its environs. They extend for a distance of 3 stages west of Mosul, said he, and a strange folk they are, uglier than you can imagine, with immense heads and long unkempt beards, and dressed in white or crimson clothes. They refuse to regard any sect or any person, even the devil, whom they call Malakita'us, the peacock angel, as bad. And if any unwary traveller curses him, or Omar, or Shemr, or anyone else whom most men are wont to curse, or if he spits on the ground, they consider it incumbent on themselves to kill him, though every man of them should suffer death in retaliation. They have a sort of temple whither they repair for their devotions, and there, as I have heard, for none save themselves may enter, they from time to time spread a banquet and then let loose a cock. If the cock eats the food, they consider their offering as accepted, but if not, as rejected. Tuesday, 23rd July, 14th Zil-Qa'dah. In the afternoon I rode into town and visited the Sheikh of Qum. He called to his little daughter, a child 6 or 7 years of age, who was on the roof, to come down and speak to me, but she, with precocious modesty, hid her face with a corner of her shawl and refused. " Why wilt thou not come down and speak to the Firangi Sahib ?" inquired her father. " Because I am shy," cried the little one from the roof, peeping out from behind her extemporized veil. " Thou art not wont to be so shy before others," he continued. " Why then before this one ?"" I do not reckon them as men,"
she replied with a toss of her head, and ran away to hide, while we both burst out laughing, and I remarked that such a complaint from the lips of a child was indeed gratifying. The Sheykh talked rather freely about Bábíism. "The allegations made by the Mussulmans about the Bábís," said he, "though untrue, are in most cases founded to some extent upon fact. They say, for instance, that the Báb wrote Arabic which violated all the rules of grammar. This is not true, but it is true that he made use of grammatical forms which, though theoretically possible, are not sanctioned by usage, such as wahad from wahid and farrad from farid, and the like. So too they accuse Qurratul Ayn of unchastity. That is a lie. She was the essence of purity. But after His Holiness the Point, that is, the Báb, had declared the law of Islam abrogated, and ere he had promulgated new ordinances, there ensued a period of transition which we call fetrat, the interval, during which all things were lawful. So long as this continued, she may very possibly have consorted, for example, with Mullah Muhammad Ali of Barfurush, as though he had been her husband, though afterwards, when the new law was revealed, she and all the others were most rigorous in its observance." At this point we were joined by a certain Mullah whom I knew to be the chief Azali in Kirman, and to have an enormous collection of Bábí books. I was extremely anxious to draw him into conversation on this topic, when, to my great chagrin, the postmaster, who was, as will be remembered, a determined Bahá'í, was announced. He looked at us suspiciously, evidently guessing the subject which occupied our thoughts, and forthwith there fell upon us a sense of constraint which soon brought about the dispersion of the assembly. On leaving the Sheykh's house, I was making for the telegraph office to condole with the Prince Telegraphist on the death of his eldest son, the poor lad whom I had last seen smoking opium at the house of my friend, the secretary of the governor, when I was met with Mirza Ali Naqi Khan, the brother of the chief of the Farrashes, and by him detained in conversation. While we were talking, a murmur suddenly arose that the Prince Governor was coming, and everyone began to bow down with arms folded across their breasts in humble obeisance. When the Prince saw me, he called me to him, brought me with him into his garden, and bade his servants bring tea, kalyans, and cigarettes. He did not talk much, being busy reading a packet of letters which had just been placed in his hands, and examining a fine gold repeater which had arrived by the same post. So, when I had sat for a short time, I asked permission to retire, which was accorded me. I then proceeded to the telegraph office, where I found the Prince Telegraphist looking very sad and dejected, and surrounded by 5 or 6 Bábís of note, who, like myself, had come to offer condolence. On returning to my garden, about 2 hours after sunset, I found the pea-parcher and a rather notable dervish of the Shah Ni'matullahi order, named Shahrukh, awaiting me. They had supper with me, and stayed all night. The dervish smoked a great quantity of opium, and recited a vast amount of mystical poetry, of which his memory appeared to contain an inexhaustible store. The pea-parcher retired for a while, leaving us alone, and presently returned in a state of boastful intoxication. "I am Adam," he cried again and again.
I am Moses, I am Jesus, I am Muhammad. What say you to that?" I was so disgusted that at last I could not refrain from answering, "Since you ask my opinion, I should say that you have had too much to drink, and are now talking blasphemous nonsense." Wednesday, 24th July, 15th Zel Qa'dah. My guests departed early, soon after sunrise, Usta Akbar awakening me to communicate the message which had brought him to the garden on the previous evening. "There is a poor opium kneader, Tiryag Mal, of my acquaintance," said he, "one of the friends, who is most anxious to entertain you at his house, and has so importuned me to bring you that for the sake of peace I had to promise that I would do so. He wanted you to sup with him and stay the night at his house, but, having regard to its meanness, I told him that this would not be convenient to you. So it has been arranged that we shall lunch there tomorrow and spend the day. Come, therefore, in 2 hours' time to the caravansaray of Ganj Ali Khan, and there one shall meet you who will conduct you to the opium kneader's house." I fell asleep again when Usta Akbar had gone, and did not awake for several hours. Just as I was going out with Abdul Hussein, I met the opium kneader, who, poor man, had already come once to the garden that morning to guide me to his house, whither we at once proceeded. Haydarullah Beg and Nasrullah Beg of the post office, a dervish named Habibullah, and the pea parcher were the other guests, and later we were joined by the Prince Telegraphist's secretary and Sheikh Ibrahim, who, though uninvited, had by some occult means discovered that an entertainment was in progress, which I suppose he considered would not be complete without his presence. Soon after my arrival, the dervish boy, whose sweet singing had so delighted me one day in the caravansaray of Ganj Ali Khan, entered the room with a kalyan, which he presented me with the Babi salutation, "Allahu Abha." All those present indeed were Babis, and after lunch, as we sat sipping our tea and taking an occasional whiff of opium, quantities of Babi poems by Qurratul Ain, Suleyman Khan, Nabil, Roha, a woman of Abade, and others were produced and handed round or recited, together with the Bab's 7 proofs, Dala'il Sab'eh, Bahá's Lawh-i Nasir, and other tracts and epistles. Before my departure, I succeeded in arranging with the Prince Telegraphist's secretary that he should copy out for me a selection of these treasures, which the owners kindly consented to place at my disposal. End of section 42. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Section 43 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Section 43. Thursday, 25th July, 16th Zel Hijjah. In the afternoon I went into the city by the mosque gate, through which crowds of people were pouring forth to visit the cemetery, the eve of Friday, Shab-i Jum'ah, being the favourite time
for the performance of this pious act. The Bábí dervish boy was amongst the crowd, and, dervish fashion, placed a sprig of mint in my hand as he passed, but without asking or waiting for the small sum of money which is generally expected in return for this compliment. In the square of the caravansaray of Ganj Ali Khan I saw Usta Akbar standing, and approached him to speak with him. While we were conversing, there came up to me a certain dervish who had once visited me in my garden, and craved an alms for the sake of Bahá. Now, in general, I made it a rule to respond, as far as possible, to such calls, but against this particular dervish I cherished some resentment, for this reason. On the day when he visited me in the garden, Sheykh Ibrahim chanced to be with me, and him, either from previous knowledge or from some chance remark which he let drop, the dervish recognized as a Bábí. So when he had sat with us for a while, drunk several cups of tea, and pocketed a gran and half a stick of opium, he went out, found Sayyid Hussein of Jandag performing his ablutions at the stream by the gate, and told him that I was certainly a Bábí, or in a fair way to become one, since I was continually in the society of notorious Bábís. All this, of course, was repeated to me, and as I had treated this not very agreeable or intelligent dervish thus courteously, rather on Sa'di's principle that, the dog's mouth is best stopped with a morsel, I was naturally incensed at his indiscretion. So when he asked me, for the sake of Bahá, to give him money, I bade him begone with scant ceremony, and when he continued to importune me, declaring that he had no bread for that night's supper, I turned angrily upon him, saying, "No opium, I suppose you mean?" "Ay," said he, "no opium, neither bread nor opium. For the sake of Bahá, give me some money." "You ingrate! Namak haram!" I exclaimed, exasperated at his pertinacity and indiscreetness, for already a little crowd was gathering round us to listen to our dialogue, and to stare at the Farangi Bábí from whom alms were demanded for the sake of Bahá. "How dare you come to me again for money after what you have done?" "I am no ingrate," he answered, "and whoever says so wrongs me. What have I done that you should be thus angry with me?" "What have you done?" I retorted. "When you came to the garden, did I not give you money and tea and opium and speak you fair? And did you not, with the money and the opium in your pocket and the taste of tea in your mouth, go out and make mischief against me, spreading idle and damaging reports?" Then at last he slunk away with some appearance of shame. Friday, 26th July 17th Zel Qa'dah. During the greater part of the day I was occupied in writing for the Prince Governor the brief account of my journey which he had requested me to compose for him. Towards evening, Sheykh Ibrahim, Abdullah, and the self-sufficient and conceited cobbler, whose rudeness to the old Zahabi dervish had so displeased me, arrived simultaneously. Abdullah soon went off, thinking that he might be wanted by his master, and I was left with the other two. Both talked, and Sheykh Ibrahim drank a great deal, but as regards the talking, the cobbler had at first the best of it, and presently he demanded my copy of the Iqan, and said he would read aloud to us, an accomplishment on which he greatly prided himself. Sheikh Ibrahim bore with this reading, or rather chanting, as long as he could, gulping down his rage and his araq together, till finally one or both of these proved too much for him, and he suddenly turned ferociously on the unsuspecting cobbler. " Beast and idiot !" he cried, " cannot you be silent when there are men present, and let them talk without interrupting them with your abominable gabbling? Your silly head is so turned by Usta Akbar and others who listen to your reading and applaud it with cries of Ziba mi khwanad, how nicely he reads, that you are conflated with conceit and do not see that this Firangi here, who knows 10 times as much Arabic as you do, is laughing at you under his lip, because in every word of Arabic which you read you violate a rule of grammar. Silence, then, and be no more intoxicated with Usta Akbar's Ziba mi khwanad." The poor cobbler was utterly taken aback by this unexpected sally. " Forgive me, O Sheikh," he began. " I am only a poor ignorant man." " Man !" cried the Sheykh, waxing more and more wroth. " I spit on the pates of the father and mother of this dog mamma." Note: a slightly refined translation of the Persian. Ridam be kelle pedar u madar nenne sag, a form of abuse which was a great favourite with the Sheykh, who was not given to mincing words. Endnote. Man, forsooth, you are like those maggots (kharatin) which thrust forth their heads from rotten fruit and wave them in the air under the impression that they are men. I count you not as belonging to the world of humanity." " Oh, Sheykh," exclaimed the poor cobbler, " whatever you may please to say is right. I have eaten dirt. I have committed a fault. I am the least of your servants." " But I will not accept you as my servant," shouted the Sheykh. " You are not in my world at all. I take no cognizance of your existence." And so he stormed on till the wretched cobbler, now reduced to tears, grovelled at his feet, begging for enlightenment and instruction, and saying, " You are a great and a wise man. Your knowledge is far beyond ours. You have travelled and seen the world, and looked on the Blessed Beauty, Jamal-i Mubarak, that is, Baha'u'llah, the Babi hierarch at Acre. Tell me what to think, and what to believe, and what to do, and I will accept it." Finally the Sheykh was appeased, and they embraced and made up their quarrel. Saturday, 28th July, 18th Zil Qa'dah. This day was chiefly notable to me because, for the first time for several weeks, I succeeded in resisting the growing craving for opium which possessed me. This had now begun to cause me some anxiety, for I felt that the experiment had gone quite far enough. It is all very well, I thought to myself, to enter into the world of the opium smoker, and the experience was needed to complete my view of dervish life. But if I do not take care, I shall become a dervish in reality, living from hand to mouth, engrossed with smoking opium and weaving metaphysic, irfan bawfi, and content if I can but postpone the business or trouble of today till tomorrow, a tomorrow which never comes. It is high time I took measures to put an end to this state of things. The plan which I devised for putting an end to my servitude was based upon the observation that it is not so much the smoking of opium as the regular smoking of opium at a fixed time that is dangerous. I believe that, speaking generally, anyone may indulge in an occasional pipe with impunity, but I had accustomed myself to smoke opium regularly after supper, and so soon as this time came round, an indescribable craving came upon me, which only the drug could assuage. It therefore seemed to me that the first step towards emancipation must be to alter and gradually to increase the interval which, so far as I remember, I effected somewhat in the following way. One day, instead of waiting till after supper, I smoked a small amount of the drug at the time of afternoon tea. Next day I waited till supper time, thus extending the interval of abstinence from 24 to 30 hours. On the third day I sat up very late and smoked a very little opium just before retiring to rest, and on the fourth day I went to bed in reasonable time and succeeded in falling asleep before the craving came upon me, not returning to the drug till the afternoon of the fifth day, thus farther extending the interval from 30 to 40 hours. Thus gradually did I free myself from a thraldom which, as I believe, can hardly be broken in any other way. Sunday, 28th July, 19th Zel Qa'dah. Today I lunched with Usta Akbar to meet the postmaster of Kirman, the chief of the telegraph at Rafsanjan, who was on a visit to Kirman, and several other Bábís of the Bahá'í faction. On my entrance they greeted me with an outburst of raillery, induced, as it appeared, by their belief that I was disposed to prefer the claims of Subh-i Azal to those of Bahá, and that I had been influenced in this by the Sheykh of Qum and his friends. I was at first utterly taken aback and somewhat alarmed at their vehemence, but anger at the unjust and intolerant attitude towards the Azalis which they took up presently came to my aid, and I reminded them that such violence and unfairness, so far from proving their case, could only make it appear the weaker. From the statement of Sheykh Ibrahim, I concluded, who is one of your own party, it appears that your friends at Acre, who complain so much of the bigotry, intolerance, and ferocious antagonism of the Mohammedans, and who are always talking about consorting with men of every faith with spirituality and fragrance, could find no better argument than the dagger of the assassin wherewith to convince the unfortunate Azalis who were their companions in exile, and I assure you that this fact has done more to incline me from Bahá to Azal than anything which the Sheykh of Qum or his friends have said to me. It would be more to the point if, instead of talking in this violent and unreasonable manner, you would produce the Bayan, of which ever since I came to Kirman, and indeed to Persia, I have been vainly endeavouring to obtain a copy, and show me what the Báb has said about his successor. The postmaster and Usta Akbar eventually admitted that I was right, and promised to try to obtain for me a copy of the Bayan. After this, amicable relations were restored, and the atmosphere seemed clearer for the past storm. On returning to the garden, I found Sayyid Hossein and one Mirza Ghulam Hossein awaiting my arrival. They stayed for some time, and, as usual, talked about religion. With Mirza Ghulam Hossein I was much pleased, though I could not satisfy myself as to his real opinions. He told me that he had read the Gospels attentively, and was convinced of their genuineness by the deep effect which the words of Christ recorded in them had produced on his heart. He added that he could interpret many of the prophecies contained in the Book of Revelations as applying to Muhammad, and would do so for my benefit if I would visit him in the Karavansaray Gulshan, where he lodged. Monday, 29th July, 20th Zil-Qa'dah. This evening there was another stormy scene in the summer house, of which, as usual, Sheykh Ibrahim was the cause. He and the parcher of peas came to visit me about sundown, bringing with them a poor scrivener named Mirza Ahmad, who had made for himself copies of certain writings of the Bábís, with which, as being a dangerous possession, he was, I was informed, willing to part for a small consideration. Now, to guard himself from suspicion, in case the book should fall into the hands of an enemy, he had placed at the end of the Kitāb-i-Aqdās, which stood first in the volume, a colophon, wherein he had described it as the book of the accursed, misguided, misleading sect of the Bábís. This colophon, which had not been seen by either of his companions, caught my eye as I turned over the pages, but I made no remark, and, fearing trouble if it should meet other eyes, quickly closed the book and laid it aside. Shortly afterwards, Usta Akbar, wishing to speak with me privately, drew me apart. When we returned, it was to find that the explosion which I dreaded had taken place, and that Sheykh Ibrahim, having taken up the book and seen the objectionable words, was pouring forth the vials of his wrath on the poor scrivener, who, overcome with shame and terror, was shaking like an aspen, and on the verge of tears. It was only with the greatest difficulty that I could stem the torrent of threatening and abusive language which the Sheykh continued to pour forth, and lead Mirza Ahmad out into the garden, where he sat down by the stream and began to weep. Finally I succeeded in comforting him a little with fair words and a larger sum of money than he had expected. But the evening was not a harmonious one, and the acquisition of a new manuscript was the only feature in it which caused me any satisfaction. Wednesday, 31st July, 22nd Zil-Qa'dah. In the morning Sayyid Hussein came, bringing with him a kindly and courteous old divine of the Sheykhi sect, named Mullah Muhammad of Jupar. When lunchtime came, I invited them to eat with me, although, I added with a smile, I am in your eyes but an unclean infidel. Now, God forbid that it should be so, exclaimed the old mullah. In his name, exalted is he, will we partake of your food. So Haji Safar set before them delicate and strange meats, whereof they ate with great contentment, and presently departed, well pleased with their entertainment. Thereupon I again set to work on the account of my journey, which I was writing for the Prince Governor, intending later to go into the city. But word came from Mirza Jawad's son that he should visit me with his tutor, and about 3 hours before sunset they arrived. I was greatly displeased at the conduct of the aforesaid tutor, Mullah Ghulam Hussein, on this occasion, for soon after his arrival there was placed in my hands a letter from one of my Bábí friends at Yazd, which he, with gross impertinence, requested me to show him. This I naturally declined to do, but he, unabashed, picked up the envelope from the ground where it lay and began to criticize the superscription, which ran as follows: Vosuluhu bel khair, در کرمان به ملاحظه عالی جناب فضائل نصاب جمیل السجایا و المعاب حکیم لبیب ادوارد صاحب زید فضله و زاد توفیقه مشرف شود, which being interpreted is, may its arrival be with good. In Kerman, by the perusal of Edward Sahib of lofty dignity, endowed with virtues, excellent of qualities and of resort, the discerning philosopher, may his excellence be augmented and his guidance be increased, may it be honoured. Discerning philosopher? Excellent of resort? Read Mullah Ghulam Hussain. What right have you, a Ferengi, to such titles as these? Either be this thing or that, a Ferengi or a Persian. An end was put to this unpleasant conversation by the return of Sayyid Hussain and the old Mullah of Jupar, who was soon followed by Usta Akbar and several other persons, mostly Bábís. In this ill-assorted and incongruous assembly, which threatened momentarily to terminate in an explosion, I was oppressed as by a thunderstorm, and I was almost thankful when the rudeness of Usta Akbar finally put the shaykhis to rout, leaving the Bábís in possession of the field. These also departed a little later, leaving me at last in peace. They wished me to go with them on the morrow or the following day to Mahan, to visit the shrine of the great Sufi saint Shah Ni'matullah. I told them that I had already promised to go with some of my Zoroastrian friends, whereupon they urged me to break with these Gabrhay Najas, unclean pagans as they called them, and would hardly take no for an answer. But at last, when, after listening in silence to their efforts to persuade me, I replied, "It is no use talking more about it. I have given my word to the Zoroastrians, and will not go back on it, for my word is one." They turned away impatiently, exclaiming, "Go with the Gubras, and God pardon thy father." Next day I had a telegram from Shiraz inquiring when I proposed to return thither, and urging me to leave Kirman without further delay. This caused me some annoyance, as I had no wish to leave it yet, and hoped to obtain permission from Cambridge to postpone my return to England till January, so that I might go by Bandar Abbas and the Persian Gulf to Baghdad, and thence to Damascus and Acre, which would be impossible till the cooler weather came. I therefore had recourse to the opium pipe, and deferred answering the message till the following day, when I visited the telegraph office and dispatched an answer to the effect that I had no intention of quitting Kirman at present. I found my friend, the Prince Telegraphist, still much cast down at the loss of his eldest son. His mind was evidently running much on the fate of the soul after its separation from the body, and he asked me repeatedly, "What think you of the matter? What have you understood?" He also talked more openly than he had hitherto done about the Bábí religion, saying that, as between the rival claimants to the pontificate, Bahá and Azal, he found it hard to decide, but that as to the divine mission of Mirza 'Ali Muhammad the Báb, there could, he thought, be no doubt. Then his secretary, who was an ardent believer in Bahá, read extracts from the epistles and treatises which he was copying for me, and asked if these were like the words of a mere man. But the poor prince only shook his head sorrowfully, saying, "It is a hard matter. God knows best." Next day a term was put to my uncertainty, though not in the way I wished, by the arrival of a telegram from England, which had been translated into Persian and sent on from Shiraz, bidding me be in Cambridge by the beginning of October. There was no hope for it then. I must leave Kirman, and that without much delay, and, abandoning all idea of Baghdad, Acre, and a camel ride across the Syrian desert, post to Teheran and return home by the Caspian Sea and Russia. It was a bitter disappointment at the time, and on the top of it came, as is so often the case, another, which, though small in comparison, gave me that sense of things going generally wrong which almost everyone must at some time have experienced. My Zoroastrian friend, who was to have taken me to Mahan, sent word that a misfortune had befallen him, the death of his brother in Teheran, as I afterwards discovered, which rendered this impossible, and my Bábí friends, who had previously so greatly importuned me to accompany them, had now made other arrangements, so that it seemed likely that I should have to leave Kirman without visiting the tomb of the celebrated saint Shah Ni'matullah. I had now no excuse for prolonging my stay at Kirman, yet still I could not summon up resolution to leave it. It seemed as though my whole mental horizon had been altered by the atmosphere of mysticism and opium smoke which surrounded me. I had almost ceased to think in English, and nothing seemed so good in my eyes as to continue the dreamy, speculative existence which I was leading, with opium for my solace and dervishes for my friends. Peremptory telegrams came from Shiraz, sometimes 2 or 3 together, but I heeded them not, and banished all thought of them with these 2 potent antidotes to action of which I have spoken above. Their influence must have been at its height at this time, for once or twice I neglected for a day or 2 even to write my diary, a daily task which I had hitherto allowed nothing to keep me from accomplishing. The record of the incidents which marked the day preceding the first break of this sort shows the elements of external disturbance and internal quietism in full conflict. On the one hand, a tripartite telegram from the English superintendent of the telegraph at Shiraz, the chief of the Persian office at the same place, the same whom I had known at Yazd, whence he had recently been transferred, and my former host, the Nawwab, strongly urging me to start at once. On the other, 2 wildly mystical poems given to me by a dervish murshid, a spiritual director, whom I had left in a state of unconsciousness produced by some narcotic compound which I had refused to taste, and of which he had offered to prove the innocuousness by eating it. Some decision, however, was imperatively called for, and could not much longer be deferred, for, amongst other things, my money had nearly come to an end, and I could only obtain a fresh supply in Teheran, Isfahan, or Bushire. In this strait my friends came to my assistance with a delicacy and a generosity which I shall not readily forget. I was making arrangements for borrowing, at 5% interest, a sufficient sum to take me at least as far as Isfahan or Teheran, when, almost simultaneously, by a Bábí and a Zoroastrian merchant, I was offered an advance that I might need. I was at first unwilling to borrow from either of them, remembering the Arabic proverb, El-Qardu miqradul muwaddat. Borrowing is the scissors of friendship. But they would take no denial, especially the Bábí, who said that he should feel deeply hurt if I refused to accept his offer. Finally I consented to avail myself of his kindness, and borrowed from him a sum of 60 or 70 tomans, about £20, for which he declined to accept any interest, and could only be prevailed upon with difficulty to take a receipt. This sum I duly remitted to his agent at Teheran on my arrival there. And now Haji Safar, who, in spite of occasional fits of perversity and sulkiness, had always shown himself a faithful and loyal servant, came to the rescue. He had been much troubled, and not without reason, at the state of indecision and inactivity into which I had lapsed, which state he ascribed to some spell cast over me by the Bábís, to whom he had even addressed threats and remonstrances. So one night, while waiting on me at supper, he unfolded to me a plan which he had formed as follows. "Sahib," he began, "you cannot stay on here for ever, and you know that you are wanted in England at the beginning of the month of Safar next, 7th October 1888. Now, I have been thinking how you can stay at Kirman as long as possible, see as much new country as possible, and still be back in your own country in time. If you return to Shiraz and go thence to Bushire, and there take ship, you will not arrive in time, even if we could start at once, which we cannot do, as it will not be easy to find mules for the journey. It is much better, then, that we should go to Teheran, and that you should return thence through Russia. The advantages of this plan are that you can have a week or 10 days more here, visit your friends at Rafsanjan on the way, see your friends at Yazd, Kashan, Qum, and Teheran again, be in the capital for the Muharram Passion Plays, which you will nowhere see so well performed, and traverse Mazandaran or Gilan, both of which, as I can assure you, are very remarkable countries which you ought to see before leaving Persia. I will undertake to sell your horse for not less than you gave for it, and before it is sold I will arrange for you to visit Mahan, as you wish to do. You can write to Shiraz for your things to be sent to meet you at Teheran, where also you will be able to buy any more books of which you have need. What do you think of my plan? Have I not spoken well?" That he had spoken well there was no doubt. His plan was the best that remained possible, and he had baited it cunningly. With a sudden sense of shame at my own lethargy, and gratitude to Haji Safar for his wise admonition, I determined once and for all to shake off this fatal quietism which had been so long growing on me, and at once to take the steps necessary for the execution of his plan. 2 days later, on 9th August, everything was in proper train. The expedition to Mahan had presented some difficulties, but they were overcome by Haji Safar's energy. He came to me about sundown on that day with a smile of triumph and satisfaction. "Sahib," said he, "it is all arranged. You will go to Mahan and perform your visitation to the shrine, and that without bearing the burden of obligation to anyone. I have found an old man, an uncle of the gardener's, and a regular desert walker, Biyaban Gasht, who will bear you company and show you the way, for I must remain here to complete our preparations for the journey. I will bring you your supper directly, and then you had better go to sleep for a while, for if you start 4 hours after sunset you will still be at Mahan by daybreak. You will remain there all tomorrow, travel back in the same way tomorrow night, and be here at daybreak on Sunday morning." The silent march to Mahan, for the old guide stalked on before me with swift untiring gait, only looking round now and again to see that I was following him, was pleasant in spite of its monotony. Never had my horse carried me so well as on this our last journey together. Once again my spirit was refreshed and rejoiced by the soft night air and the shimmer of the moonlight on the sand hills, until the sky grew pale with the dawn, and the trees and buildings of Mahan stood clear before us. We went straight to the shrine of the great saint Shah Ni'matullah, and were admitted without difficulty in company with other pilgrims. One of the dervishes attached to the shrine read the ziyarat, or form of visitation. Then he said to me, as the other pilgrims were kissing the tombstone, "Sahib, Shah Ni'matullah was a great man." I acquiesced. "In the world of the Gnostics there is no difference of sects," he continued. Again I agreed. "Then," said he, "seeing that this is so, it were not amiss for you to kiss his tombstone." I did as he desired, and then, having visited the various buildings connected with the shrine, returned with the dervishes to their kahve khane, coffee house or guest chamber, where I had tea and slept till noon. In the afternoon the dervishes took me to see some of the gardens which surround Mahan. In one of these, called the Gardan-i Shotor, Camel's Neck, a charming spot, I met my friend Serush the Zoroastrian, who was still mourning the death of his brother, and had come to Mahan for a day's solitude and quiet before starting for Teheran to wind up his affairs. About 2 hours before sunset, after another cup of tea, I bade farewell to the kindly dervishes, mounted my horse, and started homewards with my guide, well pleased with Mahan and its people, and disposed to regard as a gratuitous slander that cynical verse: "Behesht ruye zamin ast qit'e Mahan, be shart an ke takanash dehand dar duzakh." The district of Mahan would be an earthly paradise, on condition that it should be well shaken over hell. Note, that is, that all its inhabitants should be shaken from it into hell. Endnote. To our left lay the village of Langar, the headquarters of the Shaykhis, where live the sons of the Bab's great rival and antagonist, the late Haji Muhammad Karim Khan of Kerman. I asked my guide whether we could not visit it on our way. To this he consented, and in a short while we found ourselves in the quiet lane where dwell the Aghazades, sons of the Master. Here we met a Shaykhi divine, whom my guide accosted, telling him that I wished to pay my respects to the Aghazades, and before I had time to consider whether I should do well to thrust myself upon the leaders of a sect for which I had but little kindliness, I found myself in the courtyard of their house. At the farther end of this courtyard mats and carpets were spread, and on these sat in rows some dozen sour-looking, heavy-turbaned Shaykhi students, to whom 2 of Karim Khan's sons, seated in the place of honour, were expounding the text of a work of their fathers called the Faslul Khitab. Ashamed to retreat, I advanced and sat down on my heels like the others, in the lowest place. Of those nearest to me, some glared indignantly at me, and others edged away. But no other notice was taken of my arrival till the lecture was over, when one of the Aghazades addressed me, remarking that he had heard I was going after religions. Aqab mazhab mi gardid. I replied that he had been correctly informed. "Well," said he, "and have you found a religion better than that in which you were brought up?" "No," I replied. "What of Islam?" continued he. "It is a good religion," I answered. "Which is best," said he, "the law of Islam or your law?" "Why do you ask me this question?" I replied. "My apparel answers for me. If I thought Islam the better, I should not come here clad in this raiment, but rather in turban and abá." Thereat the younger students laughed, and the Ághazadés, remarking that it was the time for the evening prayer, went off to the mosque, leaving a cousin of theirs who wore the dress of a layman to entertain me till their return. He gave me tea, and would have had me stay to supper, so as to converse with the Ághazadés, but I excused myself, and soon after their return from the mosque took my departure. One of Karim Khan's sons accompanied me to the gate. I thanked him for his hospitality. "Our Prophet hath bidden us honour the guest," said he. "Even though he be an infidel," I replied, completing the quotation, whereat we parted with laughter. Another silent ride through the moonlit desert, and, as the sun rose above the horizon, I alighted for the last time from my honest old horse at the gate of my garden in Kirman. The arrangements for his sale had been already concluded, and that very day the servant of his new master brought me a cheque for 18 tomans, about £6, 1 toman more than I had paid for him, and led him away. And as I gave him a final caress, for I had come to love the beast after a fashion, I felt that now indeed I had finally broken with the pleasant Persian life of the last 3 months. End of chapter 17. Amongst the Qalandars. End of section 43. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Section 44 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Section 44. Chapter 18. From Kirman to England. يقولون أن الموت صعب وإنما مفارقة الأحباب والله أصعب. They say that death is hard, but by the name of God I swear that separation from one's friends is harder still to bear. شب شنبه ز کرمان بار کردم غلط کردم که پشت بر یار کردم. On Friday night I loaded up for Kirman. I did ill, for I turned my back on my friend. It was on a Sunday morning that I parted with my horse, and my departure was arranged for the following Tuesday. On that day, while paying a farewell visit to the young Bábí merchant who had so kindly advanced me the money which I needed for my journey back to Teheran, I met the postmaster's son. He appeared to be sulky with me for some reason, probably because of my friendliness with the Azalis and apologies for their attitude, and coldly observed that the sooner I left Kirman the better, and that if I could leave that very night it would be best of all. I answered that this was impossible, but that I would perhaps start on the morrow. Then you must go early in the morning, said he, so as to avoid collision with the post. When I told this to Sheykh Ibrahim, on whom I next called, he was greatly incensed.
Nonsense, said he. The rascally burnt father only wants to get your money as soon as may be, so that he may get drunk, eat sweetmeats, and play the libertine. You must stop here to-night and sup with me and some others of your friends. I will ask the postmaster and his scoundrel of a son too, and you shall see how small they will sing after I have had a talk with them. I'll warrant they will be humble enough then, and will let you have your horses whenever it may please you. Somewhat comforted by the Shaykh's confidence in his own powers, I went off with Usta Akbar to pay a visit to some of my Bábí friends who were employed in the post office in a subordinate capacity, after which we returned to Sheykh Ibrahim's abode. He had been as good as his word. The postmaster and his son were there, both, to use the Shaykh's expression, the very essence of submission, mahs-i taslim, ready to let me have horses for my journey whenever it might please me. The evening passed off harmoniously after this, the Shaykh cooking the supper himself, only occasionally stopping to address a remark to one of us. O thou who art buried in this land of Kaf and Ra, note, that is Kerman, which is so called by the Bábís, and in the Kitab-i Aqdas. He cried out to me in one of these pauses, "Why should you leave this place, since you like it so well?" "Because," I replied, "I must be back at the University of Cambridge early in the autumn. My leave of absence is nearly at an end, and they have summoned me to return." "I spit on the University of Cambridge," so he pronounced it, answered the Sheykh, and to such revilings he continued at intervals to give vent throughout the evening. When one begins to procrastinate, there is no end to it. I wished to start on Thursday, August 16th, but at the last moment, when I was actually ready for the journey, word came from the post office that the post, which was due out on that day, was so heavy that there were no horses to spare, and from one cause or another my actual departure was deferred till the evening of Sunday, 19th August. All day I was busy with farewells, to which there seemed to be no end, for several of my friends were loath to bid me a final good-bye, and I too shrank from the parting, for I knew how unlikely it was that I should ever see them again. To this thought the postmaster, who had recovered his wonted kindliness of manner, gave expression. "In this world we shall see one another no more, as I think," said he, "but in another world we shall without doubt meet again, and that world is the better, for there all things will be made clear, and there will be no more parting." My last visit was to the Prince Telegraphist. On my way thither I was stopped in the street by the Bábí cobbler, who had been so roughly rebuked by Sheykh Ibrahim for his chanting of the sacred books. He was in a great state of agitation, and cried out to me with tears in his eyes, "Sahib, you will go to Acre, if not now, then at some future time, and you will see the supreme beauty." Note, that is Baha'u'llah. "Do not forget me then, mention me there, and let my name be remembered in the holy presence." The post horses, ready laden for the journey, called for me at the telegraph office. It was after sunset, but the prince had caused the northern gate of the city to be kept open for me after the usual hour of closing, so that I was able to linger a little while longer in the city which had cast so strange a glamour over me. At last, however, I rose regretfully and bade him farewell, and as the great gate closed behind me with a dull clang, and I found myself in the open plain under the star-spangled sky,
I thought that I had seen the last of all my Kirman friends. But when we halted at the post house, which, as before said, stands some distance outside the city to the north, there was Sheykh Ibrahim and Usta Akbar, the pea-parcher, come out to see the last of me, and I had to dismount and smoke a last pipe with them, while the Sheykh, who was subdued and sorrowful, told me how his friend Abdullah had fled, none knew whither, with such raiment only as he wore, leaving word that he was bound for Acre, and would not return till his eyes had gazed on the supreme beauty. You may very likely come up with him on the road, he concluded, in which case I pray you to stop him, reason with him, and if necessary send him back in the custody of some trustworthy person, else will he certainly perish ere his mad quest be accomplished. It was 3 hours past sunset when I at length mounted and turned my face northwards. At midnight I was at Baqin, the first stage out from Kirman, and there I rested for a while in a garden belonging to Na'ib Hasan, whom we had overtaken on the way, and who set before me melons and other delicious fruits. Soon after daybreak I was at Kabutar Khan, where I slept till noon was past, and then, after lunch and tea, set out for Rafsanjan, where I was to stay for the night with the telegraphist, a Bābī whose acquaintance I had made at Kirman. On the way thither I passed 2 of my dervish friends, who, with banners, alms gourds, and all the paraphernalia of professional mendicants, were returning from Rafsanjan, and, somewhat later, Na'ib Hasan's brother, who presented me with a melon. A little later after this, I met one of the officials of the Kirman post office, also a Bābī, with whom I was well acquainted, returning from the limit of the Kirman district, to which it was his duty to escort the post. After a brief conversation we exchanged horses, I taking the ugly black beast which had brought him from Rafsanjan. In spite of its ill looks, it got over the ground at an amazing pace, and, guided by another Bābī in the postal service — all the post office officials about Kirman seemed to be Bābīs — I arrived at my friend's house in Kamalabad, hard by Bahramabad, in good time for supper, at which I met my old friend the postmaster of the latter place. I had arranged before leaving Kirman to spend 2 days with another of my Bābī friends, Agha Muhammad Hasan of Yazd, my guest on the occasion of that wild banquet described on 489 Supra, who lived at a little village distant only about 5 miles from Bahramabad, somewhat off the main road. I had not altogether wished to consent to this fresh delay, but Agha Muhammad Hasan was determined that it should be so, and had secured my compliance by a rather cunning device. Hearing that I was very desirous of obtaining a manuscript of the Persian Bayan, and that Usta Akbar had found one which the owner was willing to part with, he bought it himself, sent it off by post the same day to his home, lest I should induce him to change his mind, and then, when he bade me farewell, promised to give me the book I so greatly longed to possess if I would visit him on my way north. Only after his departure did I learn the trick that had been played upon me, for not till Usta Akbar explained that this was the manuscript about which he had spoken to me did I realize, with mixed indignation and amusement, how I had been duped. Now, if I wanted my Bayan, it was clear that I should have to go to Agha Muhammad Hasan's village for it, and I was not going to lose the only chance that I had yet had of obtaining this precious volume for the sake of gaining 2 paltry days. As there was no question, therefore, of getting beyond this village for the present, and no object of arriving there before evening, I stayed with my friends at Bahramabad till half an hour before sundown, when I again mounted the ugly black horse which had carried me so well on the previous day, and set off at a tearing gallop. As I drew near the village, I descried a little group assembled on a small conical hill just outside it. Their figures stood out clear against the setting sun, and I could see that they were watching for my arrival. Even as I espied them, one of them, my host's son, a handsome lad of 18 or 19, disengaged himself from their midst, and, mounting a large white ass, which stood ready, advanced at a rapid amble to meet me. I should have stopped to greet him, but the black horse would hardly consent to be checked in his headlong career, and in about a minute more I was in the middle of the group. Having dismounted, I had to exchange embraces with my host and his Bábí friends, some 10 or a dozen in number, a proceeding which, in spite of its patriarchal character, was rather tedious. Then, taking me by the hand, my host led me through the village street, which was lined with curious onlookers, to his house. I remained here for 2 days, days which passed pleasantly but uneventfully. There were the usual tea drinking, smoking of opium and tobacco, and long debates, in shaded rooms by day and in the moonlit garden by night, on religious and philosophical questions. There were several guests besides myself, some of whom had come from Kirman to meet me. Amongst these was one, a dyer by trade, whose good sense and moderation especially impressed me. To him I expressed my dissatisfaction at the exaggerated language employed by Nabil, the poet, and other Bábís in speaking of Behá. He agreed with me, but said that allowance must be made for them if their affection for their master prompted them at times to use language which calmer reason could not approve. My host had a large collection of Bábí manuscripts, together with some photographs, which he showed us with much pride and yet much caution, never suffering more than 1 book at a time to leave the box in which he kept his treasures. For liberal as the Bábís are in all else, they hoard their books as a miser does his gold, and if a Bábí were to commit a theft, it would be some rare and much prized manuscript which would vanquish his honesty. And so it was that, when the moment of my departure arrived, I came near to losing the manuscript of the Persian Bayán, which had served as the bait to lead me to this remote hamlet of Rafsanján. My host begged me to leave it with him for a month, for a week, even for 5 days. In 5 days, he said, he could get it copied, and it should then be sent after me to Yazd or Teheran or any other place I might designate. I was obdurate, however, for I yearned to possess the book, and felt that I was entitled to have it. Neither dared I leave it behind me, fearing lest the temptation to keep it should prove too strong for my Bábí friends. So at last, when the discussion had grown protracted, I said, "I have eaten your bread and salt, and am your guest. If you will have the book, take it, but I would almost as lief give you my head." "Then," said he, after a moment's pause, "take it, if such be your feeling. We cannot ask you to give it up." So I put the precious volume in my pocket with a sense of profound thankfulness, and, accompanied by my friends, walked out a little distance from the village before mounting. Once more we embraced, and then, tightening the wide leather belt in which I carried my money, and buttoning the hardly won bayan into my breast pocket, I hoisted myself into the saddle, and, amidst a shower of good wishes for the journey, again set my face towards Yezd. It was about an hour before sunset on Thursday, 23rd August, when I resumed my northward journey. 3 hours after sunset I was at Koshkuh, where I stopped only to change horses. At about 3 a.m. on the Friday I was at Beyaz, and soon after sunrise at Anar. Here I rested and had luncheon, not starting again till the afternoon. About sundown I was at Shenosh, where such bad horses were provided that I did not reach Kermanshahar till 9 or 10 p.m. There I had supper, tea, and, I regret to add, a pipe of opium, which greatly comforted me, and then I slept till daybreak. Next day, Saturday, 25th August, I reached Zeynuddin 2 hours after sunrise, and ate a melon while the fresh horses were being saddled. Soon after leaving this place, the Shagird Chapar postboy who accompanied us raised an alarm of thieves, and indeed we saw 3 horsemen wheeling round us in the distance. I fancy, however, that they were waiting there in the hopes of rescuing some of their comrades who had recently been captured at Kerman, and were being sent in chains to Teheran to undergo judgment. At any rate, they did not molest us. About noon we arrived at Sar-i Yezd, where I halted for lunch for an hour or two. As I was preparing to start, a Kirmani woman who was standing by called out to me, "We pray God to bring you back to Kerman." I suppose she was a Bábí and regarded me as a co-religionist, though how she knew anything about me I was at a loss to imagine. Rather more than an hour before sunset I reached Muhammadabad, a sort of suburb of Yezd. Here I visited the brother of the younger Bábí merchant who had befriended me at Kerman, meaning only to stay for a short time. But nothing would serve him save that I should be his guest that night, and go on to Yezd on the following morning. I was not loath to accept his hospitality, and a right pleasant evening we passed on a roof overlooking beautiful gardens, redolent with the perfume of flowers and resonant with the song of the nightingale. Here it was, I think, that I smoked my last opium pipe in Persia, amidst surroundings the most perfect that could be imagined. Next evening, Sunday, 26th August, I supped with the Bábí Seyyids at Yezd, where I remained till the following Friday, lodging at the post house, which is situated at the northern extremity of the town. I saw most of my old friends, except the Prince Governor, during these 5 days, and received from all of them a very cordial welcome. But the Bábí Seyyids were not a little vexed to find that I had foregathered with the Azalis at Kerman. "I told you," remarked the poet 'Andalib, "that no good would come of your going there, and I was, it seems, perfectly right." I left Yezd at sunrise on Friday, 31st August, and entered the great sand desert which bounds it on the north. It and the long post ride to Kashan were equally monotonous, and need little more description than a list of the stages, times, and distances, which were as follows: Yezd to Maybut or Maybod, where I arrived about 2 p.m. At Izzabad to visit an acquaintance, 10 parasangs. Thence to Chefde, which we reached about 5 p.m., 6 parasangs. Thence to Aghdar, where we arrived about half an hour after dusk, 4 parasangs. Here we were delayed by the post, which always has the first right to horses till late in the night, when, after supper and a short sleep, we stayed by bright moonlight and reached the desolate post-house of No Gunbuz, whence a road leads to Isfahan, half an hour before sunset on 1st September, 9 parasangs. 1st September. Slept till noon at No Gunbuz. Thence a dreary stage of 6 parasangs brought us about 4 p.m. to the queer old rambling town of Na'in. Half an hour after sunset we reached Neyistanak, 6 parasangs, where the son-in-law of one of the postal officials of Yazd, with whom I had made acquaintance, hospitably entertained me to supper. 2nd September. Left Neyistanak a little before daybreak, accompanied by an intelligent and handsome little shagird chapar, and arrived 8 parasangs during the forenoon at Jawqand, a pretty place abounding in trees and streams, where I would fain have lingered a while to converse with the singularly amiable and courteous postmaster. While I was waiting for fresh horses to be saddled, 2 or 3 villagers came in, well-favoured, genial fellows, who told me that an old dialect nearly akin to that of Kohrud was spoken in this and the neighbouring villages. After a short halt, the fresh horses were led out, and I bade farewell to the kindly postmaster, who exhorted me to deal gently with them, as they had just watered. The shagird chapar, a bright handsome lad named Haydar, saw to this, for he was proud of his horses, and rightly, for they actually had to be held in, and prattled incessantly about them, till, after a ride of 5 parasangs, we reached the little town of Ardistan. Here I had an introduction to a Bábí, who took me to his house, gave me fruit, tea, and pipes, and showed me a manuscript of the works of a mystical poet of Ardistan named Pir Jamal, in whose verses, as he declared, the manifestation of the Báb had been foreshadowed. I left Ardistan about 2 hours and a half before sunset, the boy Haydar again bearing us company. The horses supplied to us were so bad that when we had gone a short distance we had to send back 2 of them and take on 2 of the horses we had brought from Jawqand, to the delight of Haydar and the disgust of the poor old postmaster of Ardistan, who had to refund part of the money which he had received. After a stage of 6 parasangs we reached Moghar, where I had supper and slept for a while by the side of a stream which ran past the post-house, starting again soon after midnight. 5 parasangs more brought us to Khalidabad about sunrise, 6 more parasangs to Abu Zaydabad about noon on 3rd September. The horses which brought us thither had been very bad, but those now supplied to us were even worse. So, as it was impossible to urge them out of a walk, I resigned myself to the inevitable, bought some melons, and thus eating the fruit and crawling along in true caravan fashion, entered Kashan soon after sunset, and was again hospitably received at the telegraph office by Mr. Agenor. Here I remained that night and all next day to make some purchases and see 1 or 2 of my old friends. I left Kashan about sunset on 4th September, and reached Sensen at 10 p.m, and Pasangan about sunrise the next morning. I was very tired, and would fain have rested a while, but the post from the south was behind us, and there was nothing for it but to push on, unless I wished to run the risk of being stranded for a day at this desolate spot. At 10 a.m. on 5th September I was at Qum, where I was most hospitably received at the telegraph office, and enjoyed a welcome rest of 24 hours, for I was by this time half dead with weariness, not being used to such severe riding. 6th September. Left Qom at 9 a.m. Reached Rahmatabad for parasangs at 11 a.m. Kushk Bahram 7 parasangs at sunset, and Peak 4 parasangs about midnight. Here I had supper and slept till daybreak. 7th September. Started at 6 a.m. and after a hot and dusty ride of 6 parasangs reached Rebat Karim, a populous and rather pretty village, during the forenoon. Here I stopped for lunch, after which I set off, about 3½ hours before sunset, to accomplish the last stage, 7 parasangs, of this wearisome journey. We had good horses, and shortly before sunset found ourselves at a little roadside tea-house, distant 1 parasang from Teheran. Here we halted to drink tea, when Haji Safar suddenly observed that if we didn't make haste, the southern gates of the city would be shut, and we should have to make a long detour to obtain admission. We at once set off and galloped in as hard as we could go, but all to no purpose, for the nearest gate was already shut, nor could the gatekeeper be induced by threats or promises to reopen it. He only did his duty, poor man, but I was so angry and disappointed that I gave him the benefit of the whole vocabulary of powerful abuse and invective which I had learned from Sheikh Ibrahim, and it was perhaps as well that the solid gate stood between us. I was ashamed of my outburst of temper afterwards, but those who have ever made a journey of 600 miles on Persian post-horses will be ready to make some allowances for me. Luckily, we found the Shah Abdul Azim gate still open, and threading our way through the bazaars, we alighted about 3:30 p.m. at Prevost's Hotel, where Haji Safar left me to go and visit his relatives. The return to what must, I suppose, be called civilization was anything but grateful to me. I loathed the European dishes set before me, the fixed hours for meals, the constraint and absence of freedom, and above all the commonplace and conventional character of my surroundings. 7 months had lapsed since I quitted Teheran for the south, and during this time I had been growing steadily more and more Persian in thought and speech alike. The sudden plunge back into European life came upon me as a shock which was not mitigated even by the charm of novelty, and it took several days to reconcile me at all to my surroundings, my whole wish being at first to get away from the degenerate capital at the earliest possible date. Many of my friends, too, had left Teheran or gone into the surrounding villages for the hot weather, so that life was much duller than it had been during my previous stay. In spite of my desire to get away from Teheran, it took me 13 days to transact all my business. First of all I had to find out about the steamers from Mashhad-i-Sar, the port whence I intended to sail for Russia, for I would not take the well-known Rasht and Enzeli route. Then there were books to be bought, packed up and sent off by way of Bushire to Cambridge, Bahá'ís to whom I had letters of introduction to be visited, money arrangements to be made, and last, though not least, ta'ziyas to be seen, for it was the beginning of the month of Muharram, and the national mournings for Hassan, Hussein, and the other saints of the Shiite Church were in full swing. To the chief Bábís of Teheran I was introduced by a merchant of Shirvan, a Russian subject, to whom I carried a letter of recommendation. They entertained me at lunch in a house near the Dulab Gate, and I was much impressed by their piety and gravity of demeanour, so unlike the anarchic freedom of the Kirman Bábís. As a psychological study, however, they were less interesting, neither did I see enough of them to become intimate with them. As I intended to spend all my available money on books, I was at some pains to ascertain what was to be had, and where it could be had cheapest. I therefore visited several booksellers, and asked them to furnish me with a list of books and prices, telling them that, as I hated haggling, I should make no remarks on the prices quoted, but simply buy what I needed from him who would sell cheapest. This plan had the best effect, since they did not know what other shops I had visited, and could therefore make no coalition against me, and I soon filled a large tin-lined box with a good selection of useful works of reference which seldom find their way to Europe, where bad Indian editions are, as a rule, the only things readily obtainable. I also bought a few curiosities and a complete suit of Persian clothes, which was made for me under Haji Safar's supervision. Amongst the booksellers I made the acquaintance of a delightful old man, a real scholar, who, when he could collect 2 or 3 manuscripts of some rare book which took his fancy, generally a philosophical or mystical work, would, at his own risk, and with no one to assist him, lithograph as correct and good a text as he could. Of course he got no encouragement or help from the great, who in earlier and better days might have recognised his worth, and supplied him with the means of carrying on his labour of love on a larger scale. His name, so far as I remember, was Sheikh Mohammad Hussein of Kashan. Whether he still lives I know not, but I shall ever remember him as one of the best types of the unobtrusive, kindly, disinterested, enthusiastic scholar and bibliophile of the East that it has been my lot to meet. On Wednesday, 6th Muharram, 12th September, I dined with my kind friend Mr. Fahie at the telegraph office. The Shah's Prime Minister, the Aminu Sultan, was giving a Roze Khan, or religious recitation, on a splendid scale in the adjoining house, and after dinner we adjourned to the roof to watch it. On this occasion a whole regiment of soldiers, as well as a number of other guests, were being entertained by the generous vazir. Supper was provided for all of them, and I counted over 100 trays of food as they were brought in by the servants. Next evening I accompanied several members of the English Embassy to the Royal Tekyeh, a theatre specially constructed and set apart for the dramatized representations of Muharram, ta'ziyas, which are to the Shiite Mohammedans what the miracle plays of Ober Ammergau are to Christians of the Romish Church. The theatre is a large circular building, roofless, but covered during Muharram with an awning. There are boxes, talk chairs, all around, which are assigned to the more patrician spectators, one, specially large and highly decorated, being reserved for the Shah. The humbler spectators sit round the central space or arena in serried ranks, the women and children in front. A circular stone platform in the centre constitutes the stage. There is no curtain and no exit for the actors, who, when not wanted, simply stand back. The acting is powerful, though somewhat crude, and it is impossible not to be influenced by the deep feeling evinced by both actors and audience. The ta'ziyas comprise at least some 30 or 40 episodes, the representation of any one of which requires 2 or 3 hours. Some of them are drawn from the histories of the Jewish prophets, and these are the less interesting because the spectators are less profoundly moved by them. The majority, however, illustrate the misfortunes of the Shiite Imams, those connected with the fatal field of Karbala, culminating in the death of the Prince of Martyrs, Sayyidush Shuhada, the Imam Hussein, are the most moving. But I fancy that the Persians are, as a rule, not very willing to admit Europeans or Sunnite Mohammedans, so greatly are the religious feelings of the spectators stirred by the representation of the supreme catastrophe of the Ashura, or 10th of Muharram. On that day, bands of men, especially soldiers of Azerbaijan, parade the streets in white garments, which are soon dyed with gore, for each man carries a knife or sword, and as their excitement increases, with cries of "Ya Hassan! Ya Hussein!" and beatings of breasts, they inflict deep gashes on their heads till the blood pours forth and streams over their faces and apparel. It is an impressive sight, though somewhat suggestive of Baal worship. The ta'ziyeh which I was privileged to see represented the bereaved women of the Holy Family before the impious Shemr, Yazid's general. Shemr was clad in a complete suit of chain armour, and the captive women were brought in before him mounted on bare-backed camels. Then he entreats with the greatest brutality, driving them with a whip from the corpse of Hussein, round which they gather to weep and lament. The mise en scène and costumes were good, but the effect was spoiled in some measure by the introduction of a number of the Shah's carriages, with postilions barbarously dressed in a half-European uniform, in the middle of the piece. This absurd piece of ostentation seemed to me typical of Qajar taste. Note, an English translation of some 20 or 30 of the more important ta'ziyehs has been published in 2 handsome volumes by Sir Lewis Pelly, formerly resident on the Persian Gulf. One of them, Les Noces de Qasim, is given in French by Gobineau in his
Religions et philosophies dans l'Asie centrale,
pages 405 to 437, which also contains a general account of the Muharram Passion Plays, pages 381 to 403 and 439 to 459. Endnote. I had been much exercised in mind as to the safe conveyance of my precious Bābī manuscripts to England. The box of books which I was sending home by Bushire would, I knew, be months on the road, and I wished to begin to work at my manuscripts immediately on my return. On the other hand, I had heard such dreadful accounts of the Russian custom house that I was afraid to take them with me. Finally, I decided to sew them up carefully in thick linen, direct the parcel to my home address, and send it, if I could obtain permission, in the embassy bag, which is conveyed monthly to Constantinople by a special bearer, and there handed over to the Queen's messenger for transport to London. It cost me an effort to part with my beloved and hardly won manuscripts, even for so short a time, but I felt that this was the safest plan, and, accordingly, having packed and directed them with the greatest care, I rode out to Qolahak, the summer quarters of the English embassy, situated about 6 miles to the north of Teheran, and, to my great relief, saw the precious packet sealed up in the bag. I had been delayed in starting from Teheran, and so reached the embassy too late for lunch. I stayed at Qolahak till about 5:30 p.m., visiting some of my Persian friends, and did not get back to the city till nearly 7 p.m., and that evening I had been invited by my servant, Haji Safar, to sup with him at his house, and then to visit some of the smaller ta'ziyehs and roze-khans with him in disguise. As I had had nothing to eat all day but tea and biscuits, I was well nigh famished before supper time, and returned to the hotel about midnight, almost dead beat. So tired was I that it was some time before I could even summon up energy to undress. Next day I woke at I know not what time, feeling faint, ill, and helplessly weak, as though every bone in my body were broken. No one came near me, and it was not till evening that I could make the effort to rise and obtain some food. After drinking a plate of soup and some tea, I again fell asleep, and woke next morning somewhat better, though still too weak to rise till evening. As 2 of my Persian friends had promised to take me into the town to see something more of the Muharram mournings and spectacles, I then made a fresh effort, got up, had dinner, and as soon as they arrived, put on a Persian coat, sardari, and lambskin hat, kolah, and sallied forth in this disguise, well content to feel myself for the time a Persian amongst Persians. We spent a pleasant and interesting evening, visiting unmolested the Masjid-i-Shah, Royal Mosque, and the houses of 2 notable divines, the Imam Jum'eh and Mullah Ali of Kand. On Tuesday, 18th September, I concluded my purchase of books, on which I spent something over £10. For the benefit of Persian students, I append a list of the 26 volumes which I bought for this sum, together with their prices. The first 15 I obtained from my good old friend Sheykh Muhammad Hussein of Kashan, the last 11 from another bookseller. 1. The Burhan-i Jami', a very excellent and compact dictionary of Persian words, composed in the reigns of Fath Ali Shah and Muhammad Shah, by Muhammad Karim ibn Mahdi Quli Mirza, and chiefly based on the Burhan-i Qati' and the Farhang-i Rashidi, lithographed in Tabriz in AH 1260, AD 1844. Price 10 krons. 2. The Divan of Anvari, Tabriz edition of AH 1266. Price 12 krons. 3. The Qisasul Ulama, Stories of Celebrated Divines, by Muhammad ibn Suleyman et Tenakabuni, together with 2 other treatises, one called Sabilun Najat, The Way of Salvation, and the other by Sayyid Murtaza Alamul Huda, called Irshadul Awam, The Layman's Guide. 2nd edition, lithographed in Tehran in AH 1304. Price 10 krons. 4. The Sharh Manzumeh, or text and commentary of the philosophical poem, Arabic, of the great modern philosopher of Persia, Haji Mullah Hadi of Sabzawar, lithographed at Tehran in AH 1298. Price 20 krons. 5. The Divan of Sana'i, one of the most celebrated of the early mystical poets of Persia, died about AD 1150, lithographed, not dated. Price 8 krons. 6. The Hadiqatu Shi'ah, Garden of the Shiites, an extensive work on Shiite doctrine and history. 2nd volume only, dealing with the Imams, lithographed at Tehran in AH 1265. Price 12 krons. 7. The mystical commentary on the Qur'an of Sheykh Muhyiddin ibn al-Arabi, a very notable Moorish mystic, who flourished during the latter part of the 12th and earlier part of the 13th centuries of our era. Lithographed in India, Bombay, in AH 1291, AD 1874. Price 30 krons. 8. Philosophical treatises of Mullah Sadra, with marginal commentary by Haji Mullah Hadi, lithographed, no date. Price 10 krons. 9. The Tazkiratul Khattatin, biographies of calligraphists, and the travels in Persia, Turkey, Arabia, and Egypt of Mirza Sanglakh, a large and extremely handsome volume, beautifully lithographed in a fine Naskh handwriting in AH 1291 at Tabriz, price 25 krons. 10. The poems of Unsuri, a contemporary of Ferdowsi, and 11. The poems of Farrokhi, another poet of the same period, both lithographed at Tehran, the latter in AH 1301. Price 3 krons for the 2 volumes. 12. The complete works of Qa'ani and Furuqi, 2 poets of the present century, together with the Hada'iqus Sihr, a treatise on rhetoric by Rashiduddin Vatvat, lithographed in AH 1302, Tehran, price 14 krons. 13. The Fususul Hikam, by the celebrated mystic Sheikh Muhyiddin ibn al-Arabi, mentioned above, lithographed at Bombay in AH 1300. Price 5 krons. There is another edition of the same work lithographed at Tehran in AH 1299, which I bought on another occasion. 14. Su'al Jawab, questions and answers, a sort of catechism on Shiite law and ritual, by the great divine Haji Sayyid Muhammad Baqir, printed at Esfahan in the reign of Fath Ali Shah, AH 1247, under the patronage of Manuchehr Khan, Mu'tamid Dawleh, the governor of that place, by Abdur Razzaq of Esfahan, assisted and instructed by Mirza Zainul Abidin of Tabriz, who is described as, the introducer of this art, that is, printing, into Persia, a fine piece of work, price 8 krons. 15. The Hadiqatul Haqiqat, a well-known early mystical poem by Hakim Sana'i, flourished during the earlier part of the 12th century of our era. The 2 first chapters only, with commentary by the Nawwab Muhammad Alauddin Khan, poetically surnamed Ala'i, edited by Muhammad Ruknuddin Qadiri Hesari, lithographed at Luharu, no date, price 2.5 krons. 16. The last volume of Sepehr's great history, entitled Nasikhut Tawarikh, the abrogator of chronicles, containing part of the reign of the present Shah, price 5 krons. 17. A little volume containing the quatrains of Omar Khayyam, of Baba Tahir, the Lord of Hamadan, the most celebrated dialectical poet of Persia, of Abu Sa'id ibn Abil Khair, a notable mystic who died about the middle of the 11th century of our era, and of Khaja Abdullah Ansari, together with some qasides by Salman of Salve, lithographed at Bombay during the viceregency of Lord Lytton in AH 1297, price 2 krons. 18. A work on the evidences of Mohammedanism, written at the request of the present Shah, and hence called Sultaniyye, by the Bab's rival, Haji Muhammad Karim Khan of Kerman, the leader of the modern Sheikhi school. Price 3 krons. 19. The poems of Menuchehri, a contemporary of Ferdowsi, lithographed at Tehran, no date, price 2 krons. 20. The Asrar Nameh, Book of Mysteries, of the celebrated mystical poet Sheikh Fariduddin At-Taur, lithographed at Tehran, AH 1298. 21. The Qiranos Sa'dain, conjunction of the 2 lucky planets, of Amir Khosrow of Dehli, lithographed at Tehran in the reign of the present Shah. 22. The Divan of the philosopher Haji Mullah Hadi of Sabzawar, poetically surnamed Asrar. There are 2 editions of this work, both lithographed. The the one in AH 1299, the other in AH 1300. Price 2 krons. 23. A manuscript incomplete of Sheikh Fariduddin Attar's Tazkiratul Awliya, Biographies of Saints, transcribed in AH 1209, price 40 krons. 24. The poems of Nasir Khosrow, lithographed at Tabriz in AH 1280, price 14 krons. 25. An old manuscript of a highly esteemed collection of Shiite traditions called Rozatul Kafi, price 30 krons. 26. Mir Khan's Universal History, called Rozatus Safa, with the supplement of Reza Qoli Khan Lala Baushi, poetically surnamed Hedayat, carrying the record of events down to the reign of the present Shah. 10 volumes in 2, lithographed at Tehran, AH 1271-74, price 70 krons. End of section 44. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Section 45 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Section 45. On returning to the hotel with a sturdy porter who bore my purchases, I found my old teacher, Mirza Asadullah of Sabzawar, who had kindly come to bring me a short biography of his master, Haji Mullah Hadi, the philosopher, and also an autograph of the great thinker. Next day, Wednesday 19th September, Haji Safar secured the services of a tinsmith, with whose aid we packed up and hermetically sealed my books and other purchases in a large wooden chest lined with tin, which luckily proved just large enough to contain them all. When it was closed up, we got porters to carry it to Messrs. Ziegler's office in the Caravansaroy Amir, where I left it in the care of their agent for transport to England by way of Bushire. The total value of its contents, as estimated by myself for the custom house, came to almost exactly 79 tomans, £24. On the afternoon of the following day, having concluded all my business, and said farewell to such of my friends as still remained in Teheran, I started on my last march in Persia, which was to convey me through the interesting province of Mazandaran to the Caspian. I had succeeded in obtaining through Messrs. Ziegler's agent 228 roubles in Russian money, the equivalent of 752 krons, 8 shahis Persian. The rest of my money, amounting to 747 krons, 12 shahis, I carried with me in Persian silver and copper. Our first stage was, as usual, to be a short one, of 2 or 3 parasangs only. But the moon had risen ere we reached our halting place, the solitary caravansaray of Surkh Hisar, the Red Fortress, where I obtained a very good clean room opening on to a little courtyard, through which ran a stream of limpid water. Soon after quitting Teheran by the Shemran Gate, we had been joined by an ex-artilleryman who had just been flogged and dismissed the service for some misdemeanour. He expressed a desire to accompany me to Landan, London, declaring that Persia was no fit place for an honest man, and actually went with us as far as Amul, where I was not altogether sorry to lose sight of him. Friday, 21st September. Left Surkh Hisar about 7:30 a.m. and, after a dull ride through a barren stony plain, reached the solitary and rather dilapidated caravanserai of Asalak an hour before noon. Here I stopped for lunch, and was entertained by a quaint old Seyyid who was suffering from a bad foot. He told me with great glee how he had recently succeeded in defrauding the revenue officers sent to collect his taxes. Being apprised of their intended visit, he had, in spite of his lameness, gone on foot to Teheran, a distance of 6 parasangs, carrying with him all his cash, some 12 or 13 tomans, mostly in copper coins, which he there entrusted to the keeping of a friend. When the revenue officers came, there was no money to be found on the premises, and they were obliged to depart empty-handed after a fruitless search. On my departure I gave the old man a kran, with which he was highly pleased. Soon after leaving Asalak we entered the mountains, and the scenery began to improve rapidly, gradually assuming an almost English character, for our way was between green hedgerows, beyond which lay real grass meadows watered by rippling mountain streams and dotted with grazing cattle. Towards sundown we reached the pretty straggling village of Aug, which consists of 3 distinct groups of houses separated by considerable intervals of road. We stopped at the last group just before the steepness of the ascent begins. Here I obtained a delightful lodging in an upper chamber looking out on the most charming landscape imaginable. Saturday, 22nd September. Started about 7:15 a.m. and at once began to ascend steeply towards the pass by which we were to enter Mazandaran. The first part of our march was delicious, for our road was bordered by moss-grown walls overshadowed by leafy trees, and crossed by innumerable streams, while around us lay green grassy fields such as my eyes had not looked upon for many a long day. As we advanced, the ascent grew gradually more abrupt, and the path began to climb the mountainside in a series of apparently interminable zigzags, which has given to it the name of Hazar Cham, the 1,000 twists. At the summit of the pass is a little building, where we had lunch ere commencing the descent into Mazandaran. Our downward course lay at first by the side of a rushing river, the Laur, I think, which soon plunged into a deep gorge. Far down in this gorge, on a little plateau which broke the sheer face of the opposite cliff, we could see the village of Ask, of which the mother of the Shah's eldest son, the Zelos Sultan, is a native. How it is approached I could not imagine, for I could discern no signs of a path down the beetling precipice. On our left arose the mighty snow-capped mountain of Mount Damavand, which can be ascended from the side without much difficulty, although the inhabitants of the village of Damavand, and indeed the generality of Persians, believe it to be inaccessible. For on its summit, according to ancient legend, was chained the tyrant Zohauk by Feridun, the deliverer of his country, the avenger of his race, and the restorer of the ancient royal house, and the accursed spirit of the usurper is popularly supposed still to haunt the cloud-capped peak of the mountain. But the inhabitants of the little village of Rene, where we halted for the night, have no such superstitious dread of the mountain, and some of them are in the habit of ascending it frequently to collect the sulphur which is to be found in a cave near the summit. We left the beautiful alpine village of Rene next morning, Sunday 23rd September, around 7:30 a.m. The pretty winding road by which we continued to descend was so steep that for the first hour or so of our march I preferred to walk. At the bottom of the valley we again came to the river. In some places this had undermined and washed away the path, so that we were obliged to enter the water. But on the whole the road was a triumph of engineering skill, for soon the valley narrowed into a mere cleft with steep rocky sides, out of which the passage had been cut. This, the new road, runs along the left western side of the gorge. On the opposite side were discernible the remains of the old road, which had been built out from the cliff instead of cut in it. At one point on the new road a bas-relief of the present Shah, surrounded by his courtiers, had been carved on the rocks. About 2 p.m. we passed a village. No lodging was to be found there, so we proceeded on our way, halted for lunch in a cornfield, and about 4 p.m. reached a house by a bridge, where the muleteer wished to halt for the night. Here also no decent lodging was to be found, and consequently, in spite of the mutterings of the muleteer, "Akhir Mazandaran ast, che mikhohid?" After all, it is Mazandaran. What would you have? We again pushed on until about sunset we came to a little group of hovels, half caves, half huts, called Kalovan, where we halted. It was a sweet night, and its sweetness was enhanced by the shimmer of the moonlight and the murmur of the river. But inside the cave hut, which I shared with the owners, it was close and warm, and the gnats were plentiful and aggressive. Monday, 24th September. We started about 7:30 a.m. and travelled for some time in the company of a Mazandarani muleteer, who gave me information which I had been unable to obtain from my own south country Charvadar as to the position of the castle of Sheikh Tabarsi, that once redoubtable stronghold of the Bábís, which, if possible, I desired to visit before embarking at Mashhad-i-Sar. I found that it lay beyond Barfurush, between that town and Sari, some distance off the main road, near a village called Kauraqil, and that if I were to visit it, it must be from Barfurush. As we advanced, the valley began to widen out, and the rocky cliffs, which had hitherto formed its sides, gave place to wooded slopes. In front, too, low wooded hills appeared, while round our path the wild pomegranate and other trees grew ever thicker and thicker, so that we could no longer see far about us. Soon we were out of the hill country altogether, and entered a vast forest, where ferns and mosses grew thickly. Ever and anon we traversed beautiful glades, on the green sward of which were pitched here and there the black tents of nomads, whose cattle grazed peaceably round about the encampment. Save for these black tents and a certain luxuriance of vegetation, the whole scene was wonderfully English in appearance, and I could almost have believed myself to be already back in my native land. In one of these delicious glades we halted for lunch, which consisted of cold boiled rice and fowl, called in Mazandarani parlance kette. Later in the day the road got terribly bad, being sometimes so deep in mud and slush that the beasts could hardly advance. Our muleteer had intended to make for a village called Firuz Kolah, but we, being somewhat in advance, passed the point where the road thither diverged from the road to Amul, and were already some way advanced on the latter when the muleteer overtook us. A violent altercation arose between him and Haji Safar, for he would have had us turn back. But, learning from an old peasant who happened to pass by that Amul was distant but one parasang, we insisted on proceeding thither, and the muleteer was finally compelled to a sullen submission. Again the character of the country underwent a sudden change, for, emerging from the dense forest, we entered on a flat fenny plain, covered with long sedge-like grasses and tall bulrushes, and dotted with marshy pools and grazing cattle. About 6 p.m. we passed a little village with thatched cottages, which seemed strangely out of place in Persia, that land of clay houses and flat roofs, interspersed amongst which were curious wooden erections, each composed of 4 stout poles set vertically in the ground and supporting a sloping thatch. Beneath this, at a distance of some feet, was a sort of platform on which carpets and pillows were spread. I supposed that the inhabitants slept on these platforms during the hot weather to escape the mosquitoes, but Haji Safar said that it was to avoid the low-lying fogs which at night time spread themselves over the surface of the ground. About half an hour after passing this village we reached Amul, one of the chief cities of Mazandaran, a picturesque straggling town divided into 2 parts by a large river, which is spanned by a long narrow bridge built of bricks. Crossing this bridge we found quarters for the night in the house of a respectable citizen, but though the room allotted to me was clean and comfortable enough, the close moist air, mosquitoes and vagrant cats combined to keep me awake for some time. Tuesday, 25th September. We started about 7:30 a.m., and all day our course lay through flat marshy fenlands covered with rushes, sedges, and scrubby bushes. Snakes, lizards, some large and green, others small and brown, tortoises and frogs abounded in and about the numerous stagnant pools by which we passed. The road was in many places little better than the surrounding quagmire, sometimes hardly discernible, and this notwithstanding the fact that it is the main highway between 2 of the chief cities of Mazandaran. About 5 p.m. we crossed the river Babul by a fine bridge, and, turning sharply to the left north along its eastern bank, traversed a great common used as a grazing ground for cattle, and in a few minutes entered Barfurush. On our right as we entered was a large lake covered with water lilies, in the centre of which was an island. This island was joined to the shore by a bridge, and on it stood a summer palace called Bagh Shah, the King's Garden, which serves the Shah as a residence when he visits this part of his dominions. Farther on we passed, just outside the town, the caravansaray, now in ruins, where the Bábís, under Mullah Husayn of Bushraweyh, the first letter of affirmation, defended themselves against the townsfolk of Barfurush in the conflict which preceded the fiercer struggle at Sheikh Tabarsi. Entering the town, the spacious square of the Sabz Maidan, or herb market, turned my thoughts to the concluding catastrophe of the great struggle of 1848-9, for there, in the summer of the latter year, Mullah Muhammad Ali of Barfurush, called by the Bábís Janab-i Quddus, His Excellence the Most Holy, suffered death, together with the chief of his surviving lieutenants, at the hands of the Sa'idul Ulama and his myrmidons. As we entered the main street of the city, we found one of the Muharram representations, ta'ziyas, in progress, and some of the people would have had us turn aside, but we continued on our way, while I wondered whether the Bab's prophecy would ever be fulfilled, that a day would come when in these spots, hallowed by the blood of his martyrs, representations of their sufferings and steadfastness should move the sympathetic lamentations and tears of the children of those who slew them, and obliterate the remembrance of the martyrs of Karbala. The town of Barfurush is much finer and larger than Amul, but less picturesque and old world. We alighted at a rather dilapidated caravansaray near the centre of the town. Here I was visited in the course of the evening by a native of Kabul, a British subject, who showed me his passport with evident pride, and by one or two other persons who informed me that the Russian ambassador had on the previous day passed through the town on his way to Sari, whence, as I understood, he proposed to return to his own country by ship from Astarabad. I inquired of my visitors concerning Sheykh Tabarsi, which I still eagerly desired to visit. They told me that it was 2 parasangs distant from Barfurush to the south-east, and that the Bábís, drawing an analogy from the early history of Islam, called it Karbala, Barfurush, Kufa, and the lake surrounding the Bagh Shah, the Euphrates, Forat, and were still in the habit of making pilgrimages thither. In the evening, after supper, I summoned Haji Safar, told him of my wish to visit Sheykh Tabarsi, and asked him whether it would be possible to do so. After thinking for a little while, he replied that as we must necessarily be at the port of Mashhad-i-Sar by nightfall on the following day to be in time for the steamer, which was to leave early on Thursday morning, the only practicable plan was that he should, if possible, secure the services of a competent guide and 2 stout Mazandarani ponies to convey me to the shrine and back to Barfurush, and thence on, after a short rest, to Mashhad-i-Sar, whither he himself would proceed direct with the baggage. All depends, he concluded, on my success in finding a guide. If I can find one, I will wake you betimes in the morning, for you must start early. If not, you must perforce relinquish the project. Next morning, Wednesday 26th September, Haji Safar awoke me about 7 with the welcome intelligence that he had found a shopkeeper of Barfurush who owned 2 ponies and was well acquainted with the road to Sheykh Tabarsi, whither, for a consideration, he was willing to guide me. While I was drinking my morning tea, the aforesaid guide, an honest-looking, burly fellow, appeared in person. "Well," said he, "I hear you want to visit Tabarsi. What for is no concern of mine, though why a Firangi should desire to go there baffles my understanding. However, I am ready to take you, if you will give me a suitable present for my trouble. But we must start at once, for it is 2 good parasangs there over the worst of ground, and you must, as I understand, get to Mashhad-i-Sar this evening, so that you should be back here at least 2 or 3 hours before sunset. If you don't like fatigue and hard work, you had better give up the idea. What do you say? Will you go or not?" "Of course I will go," I replied. "For what else did I seek you out?" "Well said," replied my guide, patting me on the shoulder. "Then let us be off without delay." In a few minutes we were in the saddle, and moving rapidly along the high road to Sari on our sturdy, wiry little Mazandarani ponies. "Whither away?" cried some of my guide's acquaintance as we clattered out of the town. "Sheykh," he replied laconically, whereat expressions of surprise and curiosity, which we did not stop to answer, would burst from our interrogators. Soon we left the high road, and striking across a broad grassy common, entered trackless swamps and forests.
in which my guide, well as he knew the country, was sometimes at fault, for the water lay deep on the rice fields, and only the peasants whom we occasionally met could tell us whether or no a particular passage was possible. After crossing the swampy rice fields we came to thickets and woods, intersected by the narrowest and muddiest of paths, and overgrown with branches, through which we forced our arduous way. Thence, after fording a river with steep mud banks, we entered on pleasant open downs, and, traversing several small coppices, arrived about 10:30 a.m. at the lonely shrine of Sheykh Ahmad ibn Abi Talib Tabarsi. So stands the name of the buried saint on a tablet inscribed with the form of words used for his visitation, which hangs suspended from the railings surrounding his tomb. Rendered immortal by the gallantry of the Bábí insurgents, who for 9 months, October 1848 to July 1849, held it against overwhelming numbers of regulars and volunteers. Sheykh Tabarsi is a place of little natural strength, and of the elaborate fortifications said by the Musulman historians to have been constructed by the Bábís no trace remains. It consists at present of a flat grassy enclosure surrounded by a hedge, and containing, besides the buildings of the shrine and another building at the gateway, opposite to which, but outside the enclosure, stands the house of the Motewali, or custodian of the shrine, nothing but 2 or 3 orange trees and a few rude graves covered with flat stones, the last resting places, perhaps, of some of the Bábí defenders. The building at the gateway is 2 stories high, is traversed by the passage giving access to the enclosure, and is roofed with tiles. The buildings of the shrine, which stand at the farthest end of the enclosure, are rather more elaborate. Their greatest length, about 20 paces, lies east and west. Their breadth is about 10 paces, and, besides the covered portico at the entrance, they contain 2 rooms scantily lighted by wooden gratings over the doors. The tomb of the Sheykh, from whom the place takes its name, stands surrounded by wooden railings in the centre of the inner room, to which access is obtained either by a door communicating with the outer chamber, or by a door opening externally into the enclosure. My guide, believing, no doubt, that I was at heart a Bábí, come to visit the grave of the martyrs of my religion, considerately withdrew to the Motawali's house, and left me to my own devices for about 3/4 of an hour. I was still engaged in making rough plans and sketches of the place. Note, these will be found in my translation of the New History published by the Cambridge University Press. However, when he returned to remind me that we could not afford to delay much longer, so, not very willingly, yet greatly comforted at having successfully accomplished this final pilgrimage, I mounted, and we rode back by the way we had come to Barfurush, where we arrived about 3 p.m. "You are a Haji now," said my guide laughingly as we drew near the town, "and you ought to reward me liberally for this day's work, for I tell you that there are hundreds of Bábís who come here to visit Sheykh Tabarsi and can find no one to guide them thither, and these would almost give their ears to go where you have gone and see what you have seen." So, when we alighted at a caravansaray near his house, I gave him a sum of money, with which he appeared well content, and he, in return, set tea before me, and then came and sat with me a while, telling me with some amusement of the wonderings and speculations which my visit to Sheykh Tabarsi had provoked amongst the townsfolk. "Some say you must be a Bábí," he concluded, "but most inclined to the belief that you have been there to look for buried treasure, for, say they, who ever heard of a Ferengi who cared about religion? And in any case, what has a Ferengi to do with the Bábís? I, for my part, have done my best to encourage them in this belief. What took you to Tabarsi is no business either of theirs or of mine. When I had rested for a while, a horse on which was set a paulon, or pack saddle, instead of an ordinary saddle, was brought round. My guide apologized for not himself conducting me to Mashhad-i-Sar, adding that he had provided a guide who knew the way well. With this new guide, a barefooted stripling, I set off for my last ride in Persia. Our way lay at first through beautiful shady lanes and thriving villages composed of thatched cottages, both singularly English in appearance, and we made good progress until about 2 miles from Mashhad-i-Sar we emerged on the bare links or downs which skirt the coast, and almost simultaneously darkness began to fall. Here we lost our way for a while, until set in the road by an old villager, and at length, about 7:30 p.m., after traversing more lanes overshadowed by trees and brilliant with glowworms, we saw the welcome light of the caravansaray, which stands hard by the seashore at some distance beyond the village. That night was my last on Persian soil, but I had little time to indulge in sentimental reflections, for it was late when I had finished my supper, and I had to dispose my baggage for a different manner of travelling from that to which I had been so long accustomed, besides settling up with Haji Safar. I paid him 163 krons in all, about £5, of which 60 krons were for his wages during September, 30 krons for the first half of October, for he would not reach Teheran for 10 days probably, 40 krons for the hire of the horse I had ridden, and 33 krons for the journey money. I also made over to him my saddle, saddlebags, and cooking utensils, as well as some well-worn clothes, and further entrusted to him my revolver, which he was to give to one of my friends in Teheran as a keepsake, together with several letters. This done, I retired to rest and slept soundly. Next morning, Thursday, 27th September, Haji Safar woke me early, telling me that the steamer was in sight. This proved to be a false alarm, and when I went to the Russian agents who had an office in the caravansaray, they declined to give me my ticket until the steamer actually appeared. These two agents either were, or feigned to be, excessively stupid. They affected not to understand either Persian or French, and refused to take payment for the ticket in anything but Russian money, so that it was fortunate that I had in Teheran provided myself with a certain quantity of rouble notes. Finally, the steamer hove in sight. The ticket was bought for 25 roubles, and I hastened down to the shore of the estuary, where several large clumsy boats were preparing to put off to her. It was with genuine regret that I turned for a moment before stepping into the boat to bid farewell to Persia, which, notwithstanding all her faults, I had come to love very dearly, and the faithful and efficient Haji Safar. He had served me well, and to his intelligence and enterprise I owed much. He was not perfect. What man is? But if ever it be my lot to visit these lands again, I would wish no better than to secure the services of him, or one like him. I slipped into his hands a bag of money which I had reserved for a parting present, and with a few brief words of farewell stepped into the boat, which at once cast off from the shore and, hoisting a sail, stood out towards the Russian steamer. The sea grew rougher as we left the shelter of the estuary, but with the sail we advanced quickly, and about 8:15 a.m. I climbed on board the Emperor Alexander, and for the first time for many months felt myself with a sudden sense of loneliness, a stranger in the midst of strangers. The only passengers who embarked besides myself
were 2 or 3 Persians bound for Mashhad, and with these I conversed fitfully, knowing not when next I might find chance of speech in an intelligible tongue, till we entered the vessel, when they took up their station forward as deck passengers, and I descended to the cabin. At 9 the steamer had turned about, for Mashhad-i-Sar is the end of this line, and was running eastwards for Bandar-i-Gaz, the port of Astarabad. About 10:30 a bell announced breakfast, and I again descended to the cabin. I was the only passenger, and on entering the saloon I was surprised to see 2 tables laid. At one was seated the officers of the vessel, 3 or 4 in number, busily engaged in the consumption of sardines, caviar, cheese, roasted potatoes, and the like, which they were washing down with nips of vodka, a strong spirit resembling the Persian araq. The other table was laid with plates, but the places were vacant. Wondering whether the officers were too proud to sit down at the same table with the passengers, I stood hesitating, observing which, one of the officers called out to me in English, asking me whether I felt sick. I indignantly repudiated the imputation, whereupon he bade me join them at their zakouski. I sat down with him, and, after doing justice to the caviar and cheese, we moved on to the other table and had a substantial déjeuner. At 6:30 in the evening we had another similar meal, also preceded by zakouski. At 4 p.m. we reached Bandar-i-Gaz, the port of Astarabad, and anchored close to the shore by a wooden barge serving as a pier, in full view of the little island of Ashurada. This now belongs to the Russians, who first occupied it on the pretext of checking the Turcoman pirates who formerly infested this corner of the Caspian, and then declined to give it back to the Persians. And around it several Russian warships were anchored. Some of their officers came on board our steamer, and later in the evening rockets were sent up from them in honour, as I suppose, of the Russian ambassador, who, so far as I could learn, for everyone was very reticent and uncompanionable, was in the neighbourhood. I went to sleep that night with the sweet scent of the forests of Mazandaran in my nostrils, for the wind was off the shore. But when I went on deck next morning, Friday 28th September, not a tree was in sight, but only a long line of yellow sand dunes which marked the inhospitable Turcoman coast, whence in bygone days, ere the Russians stepped in and put a stop to their marauding, the Turcoman pirates issued forth to harry the fertile Persian lands, and bear back with them to hateful bondage hosts of unfortunate captives destined for sale in the slave markets of Samarkand and Bukhara. At about midday we anchored off Chekishlar, where a number of Russian officers, 2 ladies and a child, came on board to breakfast on the steamer. Immediately after breakfast we again stood out to sea. That evening an official of the Russian police, who I suppose had come on board at Chekishlar, came up to me with one of the officers of the boat and demanded my passport, which, he said, would be returned to me at the custom house at Baku. I was very loath to part with it, but there was no help for it, and, inwardly chafing, I surrendered to him the precious document. Early next morning, Saturday 29th September, I awoke to find the vessel steaming along between a double row of sand dunes towards Uzun Ada, Long Island, the point whence the Russian railway to Bukhara and Samarkand takes its departure. Passing the Narrows, we anchored alongside the quay about 8:30 a.m. Being without my passport, which had probably been taken from me expressly to prevent me from leaving the steamer, I could not, even if I would, have gone on shore. But indeed there was little to tempt me, for a more unattractive spot I have seldom seen. It seemed to consist almost entirely of railway stations, barracks, police stations and custom houses set in wastes of sand, infinite and immeasurable, and the Turkomans seemed to bear but a small proportion to the Russian inhabitants. A number of passengers came on board here, all of whom, save one lady and 3 children, were Russian officers. The deck, too, was crowded with soldiers, who, after dinner, at a sign from their officer, burst out into a song with a chorus like the howling of wolves, which I supposed was intended for a national anthem. On retiring to my cabin, I found to my disgust that my berth had been appropriated by a Russian officer, who had ejected my possessions and now lay there, snoring hideously. I was angered at his discourtesy, but deemed it wisest to make no remonstrance. From my short experience of Russian travelling, I should suppose that their military men make a point of occupying places already taken, in preference to such as are vacant. At any rate, when the occupant is a civilian and a foreigner. I woke about 6:30 a.m. on the following morning, Sunday, 30th September, to find myself at Baku, or Badkube, as it is called by the Persians. Somehow or other I escaped the ordeal of the custom house, for intending at first to breakfast on board, I did not disembark with the other passengers, and when afterwards, changing my mind, I went on shore about 9:30 a.m., the pier was free of excisemen, and I had nothing to do but step into a cab and drive to the station, stopping on the way at a Persian money changer's to convert the remainder of my Persian money into rouble notes. The train did not start till 2:37 p.m., so I had some time to wait at the station, where I had lunch. The porters were inefficient and uncivil, the train crowded, and the scenery monotonous in the extreme, so that my long railway journey began under rather depressing auspices. Still, there was a certain novelty in finding myself once more in a train, and after a while I was cheered by the entrance into my compartment of 2 Mussulmans of the Caucasus. With these I entered into conversation in Turkish, for which I presently substituted Persian on finding that one of them was familiar with that language. But I had hardly spoken 10 words when a Russian officer, who sat next to me on the right, and with whom I had had a slight altercation in French about one of my portmanteaus, which he alleged to be insecurely balanced in the rack, leaned forward with an appearance of interest, and then addressed me in perfectly idiomatic Persian. I discovered that he had been born in Persia, near Borujerd, I think, and had learned Persian almost as his native language. To both of us, I think, but to myself certainly, it was a pleasure to speak it, and we became quite friendly. I had intended to stay a day at Tiflis, where we arrived at 8:15 next morning, Monday, 1st October, but the friendly officer told me that the steamers for Odessa left Batum on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and that, after cities more truly oriental in character, Tiflis would offer but little attraction to me. So I determined to continue my journey without halt, in order to catch the morrow's boat. I had some difficulty in getting my ticket and finding my train, as no one seemed to talk anything but Russian, but at last I succeeded, though only after a waste of time which prevented me from making more than the most unsubstantial and desultory breakfast. This, however, was of little consequence, for I never knew any railway on which there were such frequent and prolonged stoppages for refreshment, or any refreshment rooms so well provided and so well managed. The fact that there is only one train a day each way no doubt makes it easier to have all these savoury dishes and steaming samovars, tea-urns, ready for passengers on their arrival. But at no railway station in Europe have I seen food at once so cheap, so good, and so well served as in the stations of the Trans-Caucasian line. The scenery on leaving Tiflis was fine, and at one point we caught a glimpse of splendid snow-capped mountains to the north, but on the whole I was disappointed, for the line lies so much in narrow valleys which bar the outlook that little is to be seen of the great Caucasian range. What could be seen of the country from the train was pretty rather than grand, and I was not sorry to reach Batoum at about 11:15 p.m., where I put up at the Hôtel de France, and for the first time since leaving Teheran 11 days ago enjoyed the luxury of sleeping between sheets. As the steamer for Odessa was not to leave Batoum till 3:30 p.m. on the following day, Tuesday 2nd October, I had all the morning to look about me, but the town presented few features of interest, and the only thing that aroused my wonder was the completely European character assumed by a place which had only ceased to be Turkish 12 years ago. I was very glad to embark on the steamer, which actually started about 4 p.m. Dinner was at 6, and afterwards I stayed on deck till after 11, where we arrived at Sukhum Kala. Next evening, Wednesday, 3rd October, we reached Novorosaysk about 5 p.m. and lay there till late at night. There were several war vessels in the fine harbour, which continued throughout the evening to send up rockets and flash the electric light from point to point. Early on the morning of Thursday, 4th October, we reached Kerch, where, amongst other passengers, a very loquacious American came on board. He had been spending some time amongst the Russians, whom he did not much like or admire, though, as he told me, he believed them to be the coming nation. End of section 45. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England.
Chapter 18, Section 46 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Friday, the 5th of October. Reached Yalta about 5 a.m. and lay there till 8. It's a very beautiful place, and I was told that the drive thence to Sevastopol along the coast traverses scenery so fair that it has been called the earthly paradise. At 1:30 p.m. we reached Sevastopol, where the American left the steamer. The harbour struck me as very fine, but I, ignorant of things military, should never have guessed that the place would be a position of such remarkable strength. On the following morning, Saturday the 6th of October, we reached Odessa before 7 a.m. There was no customs examination, as we came from a Russian port, and I drove straight to the Hôtel d'Europe, thinking that my troubles were over, and that from this point onwards all would be plain sailing. Here, however, I was greatly out of my reckoning, as will shortly appear. For while I was visiting an English ship owner to whom I had a letter of introduction, he inquired whether I had my passport visa for departure from Russia. I replied that I had not, as I was unaware that it was necessary. Then said he, "You had best get it done at once if you wish to leave this evening. Give it to me, and I will send a man with it to your hotel that your landlord may see to it." I did so, and sat chatting there for another quarter of an hour, when we were interrupted by a telephonic message informing me that my presence was necessary. The landlord met me at the hotel door. "I am afraid you will not be able to get your visa today," said he, "for it is past noon, and if the police grant it, it will only be as an act of grace. Your only chance is to take a cab, drive direct to the police station, and request the prefect as a favour to visa your passport, explaining to him that you have but just arrived and wish to start tonight. Fruitless errand to seek such grace from the Russian police. Whether I offended them by omitting to remove my hat on entering the office I know not. Probably this had something to do with it, for a man cried out at me in anger through a pigeonhole, and was only quieted when I uncovered my head. Then it was some time before I could find anyone who spoke anything but Russian, but at last I was shown into an inner room where two men sat at a table, one portly, irascible, and clad in uniform, the other thin, white-haired, smooth-shaven, and sinister of countenance. I presented my passport and explained in French the reasons which had prevented me from coming sooner, adding that I should feel deeply obliged if they would grant me the visa. The wizen-faced man answered in a high, peevish voice in very bad French that I must come tomorrow. "I cannot come tomorrow," I replied, "for I must leave tonight." "You cannot leave tonight," he retorted, as his portly colleague threw the passport back to me across the table. "If you wished to leave tonight, you should have come earlier." "But I tell you that I only arrived this morning," I answered. "Then you must stay till tomorrow," they answered, and when I would have remonstrated, "Go," shouted the man in the uniform, "you waste our time and yours." And so, gulping down my anger and pocketing my passport, I left the office. Here was a pleasant state of things. I was in hot haste to get back to England. I had travelled as fast as I could from the Persian capital, not even stopping at Tiflis, where I would gladly have spent a day, and now there seemed every likelihood of my being detained in this detestable Odessa for the whim of a Russian prefect of police. I asked my friend, the ship owner, what I should do. "I am afraid," said he, "that you can do nothing now. You seem to have offended the susceptibilities of the police in some way, and they will certainly not do anything to accommodate you, for their will is absolute and argument is useless. A judicious bribe might have smoothed matters over if you had known how to give it and to whom, but I fear that the time for that has passed." "Are you sure the passport needs a visa at all?" I inquired, remembering that the words "bon pour se rendre en Angleterre par voie de la Russie" had been inscribed on it at the English embassy after it had received the Russian visa at Teheran. My friend was at first inclined to maintain that the visa was indispensable, but I asked why, as I was not stopping even a single night at Odessa, and as I was travelling straight through Russia as fast as possible, it should need a visa here more than at Baku or any other town through which I had passed. Then he called a clerk more experienced in the ways of Russia than himself and asked his opinion. The clerk finally gave it as his decision that the passport was good without the visa of the Odessa police, unless the latter, apprehending my departure, should telegraph to the frontier stations not to let me pass. "Well," said I, "the practical point is this. Would you advise me to take this evening's train or not?" "I hardly like to advise you," replied my friend, but if I were in your place I should go and risk it." "In that case," I rejoined after a moment's reflection, "I'll go." I had some difficulty with the hotel keeper ere he would consent to my departure, but at length, to my great relief, I found myself with a ticket for Berlin in my pocket, ensconced in a compartment of the 7:40 p.m. train for the West. A pleasant and kindly Austrian, who was returning to Vienna, and who would therefore bear me company as far as Oswiecim, was my fellow traveller. He spoke English well, and gave me much seasonable help both at the Russian and the Austrian frontiers. It was an anxious moment for me when, about 9 a.m. on the following day, Sunday the 7th of October, the train steamed into the Russian frontier station of Woloczewski, and we were bidden to alight for the inspection of passports. A peremptory official collected these and disappeared with them into an office, while we waited anxiously outside. Presently he appeared with a handful of them and began to call out the names of the possessors, each of whom, as his name was called, stepped forward and claimed his passport. I waited anxiously, for mine was not there. The official retired to his office and again emerged with another sheaf of papers, and still I waited in vain till all but one or two of the passports had been returned to their owners. "Haven't you got your passport yet?" inquired the kindly Austrian. "The train is just going to start." "I don't know what has become of it," I answered despairingly, making sure that my detention had been resolved upon. Thereupon he stepped forward and addressed the official, who in reply produced 2 or 3 passports, amongst which I recognized my own. I was very near trying to snatch it out of his hand, but luckily I restrained myself. "That's mine," I exclaimed. The Austrian translated what I had said to the official, who, after staring at me for a moment, threw the precious document to me. He was surprised, said the Austrian, to see so vast a collection of strange vises and inscriptions on the papers of a young man like you. So much time had been consumed thus that I had to forego all hope of breakfast, and thought myself fortunate in finding a few moments to change my Russian into Austrian money. Then I re-entered the train, and indescribable was my satisfaction when we steamed out of the station and left Russia behind us. The people, I doubt not, are honest and kindly folk, but the system of police supervision and constant restraint which prevails is to an Englishman unused to such interference well nigh intolerable. I had suffered more annoyance during the few days of my passage through Russian territory than during all the rest of my journey. Not yet, however, were my troubles over. 5 minutes after leaving Woloczewski, the train pulls up at the Austrian frontier station of Podwoloczewski for the Austrian customs examination. As it began to slacken speed, my Austrian friend asked me whether I anticipated any trouble there. I answered in the negative. "What, for instance," said he, "have you in that wooden box?" The box in question contained a handsome silver coffee service of Persian workmanship, which a Persian gentleman, to whom I was under great obligation, had asked me to convey for him to one of his friends in England. I told my Austrian fellow-traveller this, whereupon he exclaimed, "A silver coffee service! You'll have trouble enough with it, or I'm much mistaken. Why, do you not know that the custom house regulations in Austria as to the importation of silver are more stringent? You'll be lucky if they do not confiscate it and melt it down." I was greatly disquieted at this information,
for I felt myself bound in honour to convey the silver entrusted to me safely to its destination, and I asked my companion what I had best do. " Well," he said, " you must declare it at once on your arrival, and demand to have it sealed up for transmission to the Persian frontier station of Oswiecim. I'll give you what help I can." I had another bad time at Podwoloczewski, but at length, thanks to the good offices of my fellow traveller, the box containing the silver was sealed up with leaden seals and registered through to Oswiecim. All my luggage was subjected to an exhaustive examination, and everything of which the use was not perfectly apparent, such as my medicine chest and the Wallasey valise, was placed in the contraband parcel, for which I had to pay a considerable additional sum for registration. All this took time, and here too I had to abandon all idea of breakfast. By the time we reached Lemberg at about 2 p.m. I was extremely hungry, having had practically nothing to eat since leaving Odessa on the previous evening, and I was glad to secure a luncheon basket, the contents of which I had plenty of time to consume ere we reached the next station, where it was removed. My original intention was to stay the night at Krakow, as I found that I should gain nothing by pushing on to the Oswiecim, but now, seeing that the bundle containing the silver entrusted to my care must go through to the frontier, and anticipating further troubles at the Russian custom house, I changed my plan, and on arriving at Krakow alighted from the train, reclaimed that portion of my luggage registered from Odessa, and re-registered it to Oswiecim, the Prussian frontier station, and the point where the Vienna and Berlin lines diverge. I had just time to effect this ere the train started again. At 11:30 on the night of this miserable day, the train stopped at Oswiecim, and I emerged into the black wet night, the cheerlessness of which was revealed rather than mitigated by a few feeble oil lamps. With some difficulty I found the porter, for the place seemed wrapped in slumber, who, making me leave all my luggage in a locked room to await the customs examination on the morrow, and suffering me to retain only my greatcoat, led me through a perfect sea of mud to the miserable hotel opposite the station. There was a light in one of the windows, but though we knocked vigorously for some time, no one came. At last the door was opened on a chain by a most ill-looking fellow, clad in a night-shirt and trousers, with a beard of 2 days' growth on his ugly chin. So little did I like his looks that I did not press for admission, which he on his part showed no inclination to grant me. So I returned to the empty waiting room of the station, with its dimly lighted, beery, smoke-laden atmosphere, thinking that after all I should not be much worse off sleeping on the wooden beach which run round the walls than in some of the Turkish stables and Mazandaran hovels, to which I had become inured in the course of my travels. I do not think that the porter who accompanied me spoke German very fluently, and as I could hardly speak it at all, communication was difficult. Tired out, wet, and discouraged, I was anxious to throw myself on the bench and forget my troubles in sleep. Yet still the porter stood by me, striving, as I supposed, to express his regret at my being compelled to pass so uncomfortable a night. So I roused myself, and as well as I could told him that it was really of no consequence,
since I had passed many a good night in quarters no more luxurious. This will do very well till the morning, I concluded, as I again threw myself down on the bench, thinking of that favourite aphorism of the Persians under such circumstances as those in which I found myself. آخر یک شب است، نه هزار. After all, it is for one night, not 1,000. It might do very well, explained the porter, if you could stop here, but you cannot. We are going to shut up the station. I again sprung to my feet. I can't spend the night walking about in the rain, I remonstrated, and you see that the hotel will not admit me. Where am I to go? That's just the question, retorted he. We again emerged onto the platform, and my porter took counsel with some other station officials, but from the way they shook their heads and shrugged their shoulders, I inferred that my chances of being allowed to remain there were but small. Finally, a gendarme with a gun and bayonet appeared, and I was invited to follow him, which I did pathetically, without the least idea as to whither we were bound. Tramping after my guide through dark muddy lanes, I presently found myself at the door of a house, where the gendarme bade me wait for a minute while he entered. Presently, after much wrangling and polish, he again emerged and beckoned to me to follow him. We passed through an outer bedroom where several persons were sleeping, and entered a smaller inner room containing 2 beds, occupied by the owner of the house and his son. Between the former and my guide a further altercation ensued, and it seemed as though here also I was to find no rest. At last the owner of the house got out of bed, led me to a sort of window looking into an adjacent room which I had not hitherto noticed, and pointing to a mass of human beings, vagrants I suppose, sleeping huddled together on the floor, remarked that it was pretty full in there. I stepped back in consternation. "Well," continued he, "will you stay?" "I must stay somewhere," I replied. "I'm not allowed to stop in the railway station, I can't get into the hotel, and you can hardly expect me to spend the night out of doors in the rain." "Well, you can sleep on that bench," said he, pointing to one which stood by the wall. I signified assent, and as the gendarme prepared to depart, I offered him a small silver coin which looked like a sixpence. The effect was most happy. It had never occurred to me that these people would suppose me to be absolutely impecunious, but I fancy that this was the case, and that I did not sufficiently realize how shabby my appearance was in the old travelled stained clothes which I wore. At all events, the production of this little piece of silver acted like magic. My host, after asking the gendarme to let him look at it, turned to me with a marked increase of courtesy and asked me whether I would like a bolster laid on the bench, and some blankets wherewith to cover myself. I replied that I should, and ventured to suggest that if he had any bread in the house I should be glad of some, as I was ravenously hungry. "Cheese?" he inquired. I eagerly assented, and further asked for water, instead of which he brought me milk. I made a hearty meal, while his little son, who had been awakened by the noise, sat up and began to question me in bad French, which, as it appeared, he was learning at school. Altogether I fared much better than I had expected, and had it not been that my socks and boots were wet through, I should have been sufficiently comfortable. In the morning they gave me breakfast, made me inscribe my name in a book kept for that purpose, were delighted to find that I had a passport, and thankfully received the few shillings I gave them. Then the porter of the previous night returned to conduct me to the railway station, and I bade farewell to my entertainers, not knowing to this day whether or no I had passed that night under the sheltering roof of a Polish casual ward. By reaching the station an hour before the departure of my train, which started from Krakow, where I had intended to spend the previous night, I hoped to get my luggage cleared at the custom house, and the silver plate sealed up again for transmission through Germany in good time. Here again I was foiled, however, for I found that the custom house officers did not put in appearance till the arrival of the train. When they did come, they were intelligent and courteous enough, but very rigorous in their examination of my luggage. About my opium pipe, the nature of which, greatly to their credit, I thought, they at once recognized, they were especially curious. Then they must see the silver coffee service, at the beauty of which they uttered guttural ejaculations of admiration. But when it came to the question of sealing it up again for transmission to the Dutch frontier, they declared that there was not sufficient time before the departure of the train, and that I should have to wait till the next, which did not start till the afternoon or evening. I was so heartily sick of Auschwitz, and so eager to get to the end of my journey, that I could not face the prospect of further delay, especially as I had every reason to expect that I should have another similar experience at the Dutch frontier. So I inquired whether it would not be possible to have the package forwarded after me to England. They replied that it would, and introduced to me an honest-looking man named Arnold Haber, who, they said, was an agent for the transmission of goods. To him, therefore, I confided the care of my precious but troublesome little box, which duly reached me some days after my return to Cambridge with a heavy charge for duty from the Dover Custom House. It was with unalloyed satisfaction that I took my seat in the train, and about 10 a.m. left Auschwitz behind me. At 2 p.m. I reached Brestland, where I had just time for a hasty meal, and at 10 p.m. I was at Berlin just in time to see the Flushing night mail, which I had hoped to catch, steam out of the station. So here I had to spend the night at a homely, comfortable hotel called the Berliner Hof, the luxuries of which a remembrance of my last night's discomfort enabled me to appreciate to the full. Next morning, Tuesday the 9th of October, I left Berlin at 7:45 a.m. for Flushing, and 24 hours later, without further adventure, landed once more in England. By 9:30 on the morning of that day, Wednesday the 10th of October, I was at King's Cross, debating in my mind whether I should go straight to the north or whether I ought first to visit Cambridge, where term had just begun, to report my arrival and request a week's leave to visit my home. This indecision, however, was of brief duration, for my eagerness to see my home again would brook no delay, and increased nearness did but beget greater impatience. There are, I supposed, few pleasures in this world comparable to the return to a home one loves after a long absence abroad, and the realization of this pleasure I could not bring myself to postpone for a moment longer than necessary. Thus ended a journey to which, though fraught with fatigues and discomforts, and not wholly free from occasional vexations, I look back with almost unmixed satisfaction. For such fatigues and discomforts, and they were far fewer than might reasonably have been expected, I was amply compensated by an enlarged knowledge and experience, and a rich store of pleasant memories, which would have been cheaply purchased even at a higher price. For without toil and fatigue can nothing be accomplished, even as an Arab poet has said, وَمَنْ طَلَبَ الْعُلَا مِنْ غَيْرِي كَالدِّينِ أَضَاعَ الْأَمْرَ فِي طَلَبِ الْمُحَلِّ. And he who hopes to scale the heights without enduring pain and toil and strife, but wastes his life in idle quest and vain. End of chapter 18, section 46. End of A Year Amongst the Persians. Impressions as to the life, character, and thought of the people of Persia, received during 12 months' residence in that country in the years 1887 and 1888 by Edward Granville Browne.